All right.
Anime.
Let's do this. Welcome to Summer 2013 Anime Retrospective.
That's why we're here? Okay, all right.
I think that's why we're here.
I was told it would be Punch and Pie, but I guess none of that's here. So, anime is all we got here. So,
Unfortunately. I mean, what? Dang. I'll get some punch and pie.
we
I want some
should-
pie.
we just get some pie. Is it Wednesday yet?
We should get some pie.
It's been a while.
Well, the
since
recording's over. I'll get pie.
Oh, it's been a while since we got pie, actually.
Yeah.
But before that pie, guys, do you like anime?
Yeah.
I usually like anime, but this season, I didn't really like anime.
I like anime usually. I don't know. My name's Mike. What's your name, Ruben?
It's kind of Ruben.
Okay.
Sometimes it's Ruben.
What's your name, Matt?
I don't know.
Okay.
I thought it was Matt at one point, but yeah.
All right.
Anyways, yeah, the season.
It's fine.
It's fine, but it could have been better.
Yeah, it could have.
There were a couple of hidden gems.
Oh yeah, there's one in particular, in my opinion, that was a hidden gem. But we'll get to that.
I found mine.
Okay,
We'll get to that.
start this show off strong with.
I mean, as always, prepare for spoilers up the wazoo. Because this is more a review thing than
yeah.
let's we can try and say if you watch this you might like this, but we've already spoiled most of it for you.
Right.
But you'll still like it.
It's not the destination, man. It's a journey.
It's the journey.
You know,
Which
it's a good game, also, and a good band.
it's a good.
I
yeah,
think.
definitely. Yes, it's all good there.
But fuck that dog and scissors. I don't know.
Dog and Scissors.
Dog and
Before we
Scissors.
start, I just want to go with one quick thing.
Okay.
So what are your guys' favorite and least favorite anime of the season?
Well, favorite's Titan. Titan easily.
Okay, let's
Yes.
let's do new anime this season.
Oh, new anime this season.
Oh, just the season?
This season.
Probably is gonna be Nekomonogatari, I'd say.
Monogatari.
Monogatari, made by excellent staff at Shaft staff.
At Chef stuff.
You know, make excellent and poor shows, but mostly excellent shows. Yeah, and they were strong again this season. In terms of worst show this season, I'd probably have to say Neptunia, honestly.
Did you finish the whole thing?
Fuck no.
Oh,
Neptunia's bad.
that was really the worst thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm saying it's pretty bad, but
Yeah.
the worst.
Neptunia's a bad.
What made you feel like it was the worst?
I just didn't give a fuck. I mean, like, if a show cannot inspire me to give a single fuck, that show's not good. A show must get you to give a fuck about what is going on.
At least one fuck.
Yeah, and Neptunia is like, I mean, I didn't care. We'll explain why I didn't care later,
Okay.
but I just I did not care.
Matt, what was your favorite and least favorite? And go back to the top of the fucking list.
Fuck you doing?
I actually was scrolling just so I could see like what
What else we done talking about?
Yeah. I'd have to from just this season, like I'd probably have to say either like Danganronpa or like it's a tie between like that and Sunday Without God or Watamode.
Great, awesome.
Shut up, Mike.
Okay, I
You
will.
didn't see it all.
I know.
So shut up.
Kind of.
Anyways, yeah.
The worst is either Rozen Maiden or Genshiken. Holy shit.
I wouldn't
Both
say.
of
You can't make a clear decision on that.
I wouldn't say Genshiken is
Actually, no, okay. Actually, I have to say Rozen Maiden is the worst because I had to drop it.
That's fine.
At least I finished Genshiken.
Yeah, like come on now.
But
Rozen Maiden's the only.
Rozen Maiden was awful. I dropped it. I was like, nope, not wasting my time. Because the first season was amazing, but this is like on a whole different level.
I'll fill you in guys some stuff about that show when that comes around.
Okay,
but that's good to know. For me, actually, so on the top of Rozen Maiden is also my least favorite show of the season. And for me, it was a pretty clear-cut decision, and I'll get to why. But I did actually finish the entire show.
Why?
And my favorite show this season, hands down, is Fate Illya Prisma. Liner.
And your
Not even close.
spin-off anime.
There was 110. Oh, well, besides Titan, there's 110 I gave out this season so far. Like, Monogatari might get one, but Fate, it ended 10, done, no question.
Okay. Also, we're grading
fucking
by
love it.
letter grades, right? For this.
Absolutely, I gave it an A+.
Okay. All right. So.
Oh, now we have pluses and minuses. All right.
Yeah, we always have.
But
now-
Do we? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Are there any? I guess I can talk about this later afterwards. But I want to talk about some other personal preferences. But you know what? Let's jump into this now. We got that out of the way.
Dog and scissors.
So we'll do Dog and Scissors.
okay.
Should I
So
probably pronounce the Japanese name?
Inoto Hasami wa Tsukaiyou?
What you said? Yeah, that show.
yeah.
All right.
Started off kind of cool. I liked this weird, goofy aesthetic at first. I don't know.
Okay, Ruben's not gonna say much because he didn't want to watch the show because all it had was a talking dog, and then he's like, nope.
Okay, let's break that shit down. Let's break it down.
It's not really a talking dog. So
first there was this guy who really liked reading and liked this one author. What was her name? Akiyama Shinobu. Akiyama Shinobu. I think it was
something like that. I don't freaking know.
Yeah, and she wrote books, or he.
What?
She or he, it, that person, wrote books based on the 7 sins, like
greed, gluttony.
Lust was a book that was not out yet. It was the first 6 were out, but Lust was taking a long time to write. So he was like, "Fuck, man, I want to read this book, but I can't read this book. When the book coming out, also, this author has a pen name, and we don't know who that person is." Then all of a sudden, he goes to like this restaurant or like this diner, and all of a sudden, this guy just loses his fucking mind and starts holding up the diner with like a shotgun. He's like, "The fuck, everybody get on the ground! Fuck, don't move!" And basically, then all of a sudden, he turns the gun on this girl who's just not moved, sitting in the diner, just writing, not giving a fuck about this shotgun like 5 inches from her face. This main guy, whose name is I think is Kazuhito, got up and said, "Hey, don't do that. She's not doing anything." So the guy just turns around, just shotgun him right straight to the chest, dead, gone. And then he goes in like this weird purgatory state where it's like, man, I'm not gonna be able to read this book. I can't read this book now. I'm dead.
It's like
that kind of sucks.
It's like if you've ever seen the movie All Dogs Go to Heaven. It's kind of like that whole sequence, when he first dies or something, and then encounters the one bitch who says, "Oh, here's a watch. If it ever runs out, you lose." It was kind of like in that period, or if you've ever played, Chrono Trigger, like when you go to the warp thing first, it's kind of like that, except for an extended period of time that took half the episode. I'm exaggerating a bit. But anyways, so he wakes up, though, and he's in a cage in a pet shop, and he's like, what? Like, what happened? Where am I? And then there's this guy looking at him, and he's big, and he's just
awesome afro.
He's like, what in the world? And then he finally sees himself in a mirror, and he's just like, why am I a dog? So then the girl that he saved comes into that shop because I guess in his thoughts he was shouting out the name of the author, and she heard it for some unexplained reason.
I think just because she keeps he walks by that place every day or
something like that. So she comes in and knows just without even like looking around, just knows it's that dog, and takes it off that guy's hands.
She's like, "Are you the guy? The guy what? The guy who's fucking saying all this shit that I keep hearing over and over again and hearing my name."
And so then she's basically like the owner now, and she brings him back to her place, and you find out like she's like this. Oh my god, she's
a writer.
Yeah,
she's a writer.
You find out that's who it is. And so he's just like, oh, what? Like I'm actually getting to meet my favorite author. Holy crap! But I'm a dog. And then he doesn't actually talk. It's just he thinks out loud, kind of, and she can hear it.
Does they ever explain that?
No.
Okay, I'll make sure. All right, yeah, no.
It's I stopped halfway through because this show was getting really dumb. Because after that, his sister comes looking for him, and you wonder if she can actually understand him or not. Like they kind of like make it think at some points that she can. Mm-hmm. And then again, they kind of like contradict it later, and they're just like, oh, okay, so you don't actually know. Okay, great. Well, then for some reason, this sister knows that this dog is her brother and tries to take him back, and she does this stupid stunt where she busts through like the window.
They're like 40 stories up.
Oh, this author lives in an apartment, 40 stories.
High-rise apartment, and 40 stories up. Just bitch, just like right through the window. Like, they never explain that either. I don't know why.
And then they fall to the ground, and then they go to this park and they have a duel, and then
with rockets.
Yes, and then she has this like big gigantic case, like kind of like Desperado, and it's like.
Okay, so this is the most like fucking crazy ass part. It's like somehow this chick, the sister, has gotten a hold like a rocket launcher. And the Akiyama Shinobu, I think whose real name is, what is her fucking real name?
I don't know.
Kirihime. She fights with scissors.
Mm-hmm.
She keeps in like a what's the thing that guns are in a
holster?
A
holster.
leg holster.
Yeah.
A funda.
Yeah, and she used that to fight and abuse the dog. But fucking this chick fired a rocket at her. And she met the rocket in midair with scissors. Just rocket spinning at the edge of the scissors. And then cuts that fucking thing in half. It is the most ridiculous part of the entire show. It is nuts. It is nuts. That show is just nuts.
And after that, I stopped watching because I was like, this show is so dumb.
That show is dumb and also kind of cool. I mean...
They don't... the fact that they don't explain anything and they just expect me to accept it is retarded.
Yeah, but I kind of don't care. I mean, that show... They start in the beginning with the not talking dog and read. She can read his mind.
Okay,
and then gets into some weird S&M shit in her basement about it.
Okay, that and the fact that her editor is all like...
A masochist.
Yeah, I'm like, what? The what kind of... Oh my god, it was so stupid.
That show's kind of entertaining. I just didn't really care for it that much.
So here's my question. You mentioned something about her being a her, she, it. What was that about?
Well,
because the thing about this show is I love that girl's character design. Yeah. But is it actually a girl?
Yes, it's a girl. I mean, the thing is, like, she wrote under a pen name. Like J.K. Rowling. We didn't know if she was a woman or a man at first. Her pen name, we didn't know if it was a guy or a girl or a fucking goat or what the fuck she was. But those would find out there are also, like, rival authors. Like that one chick, like the idol chick. Let me find out what her fucking name was.
Oh my god.
She was Maxie. Like this blonde idol. He's like so shining, and she's like 20 like agents with her. Yes, Maxie-sama always shining, and like carrying like light reflectors to make her seem more shining. And shit. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So wait, aside from the nonsensical bullshit and like doesn't answer anything, the show sounds pretty good, actually.
It's kind of fun to watch. If
you go into it and don't take it seriously.
Yeah, if you go in that kind of attitude, that show's kind of fun.
If you go expecting to like see like really dumb shit like above and beyond, then
this show provides.
That's what it is. And you know what's sad is that I didn't want to finish it just because I don't like ridiculous shows like that. Like I hated FLCL, I hated Excel Saga, I hated like all of the shows that are like those. And I kind of got that from this, except the animation was smooth and like the character designs were fine.
Well, I just realized
and the writing pretty good too.
I just realized it's Gonzo, and I thought they were only doing Kimi no Iramachi this season. I didn't know they were also doing.
Yeah, I thought they were all but dead, but apparently
they were for a while.
Yeah, apparently they're back doing stuff actively now. So, but for them to a couple seasons ago they did something. They did Last Exile.
That show looked really good.
Last Exile. That wasn't a couple seasons ago. That was like last year.
And also, they're doing Bayonetta too.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, they are.
No, yeah, they are. No,
are they? Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, they are actually.
Okay.
Shit.
So, anyways, so you guys didn't actually finish the entirety of Dog and Scissors.
No, I just never got around to it. I watched better shows. That's the reason.
Okay.
There are better shows out there that I watch.
Well, like, okay, the thing is, and by the way, I'm going to talk about this show too, just because it is actually technically going on. It's not on this list, but it is technically airing. I don't know why people don't like find it that important. Like it's got a big enough name and it's like nationwide, so it's like really.
Go on.
Anyways, well, how I rated like whether or not I was gonna watch this or not is I'm watching the Card Fight Vanguard anime, and it was interesting. I thought I was just going to watch a couple of episodes in season 1 and just laugh a lot or something. But then, I like 5 episodes later, I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to keep watching this. Like, let's see how much dumber this can get. And then I actually found myself legitimately enjoying it, and then I watched all of season 1. Next thing I know, I'm like done with season 2. And then I'm just like, well, there's a season 3 going on. Might as well. And I was like 35 episodes behind or something like that. So this is what I did. If I would rather watch a couple episodes of Vanguard than a show that came out this season, then that show's dumb, and I'm not gonna watch it because it's not worth my time. Obviously, if I'd rather watch Vanguard,
the strong rating system,
and
right.
I got 3 weeks.
So show is okay. So the rating for the show is worse than Card Fight Vanguard. All right,
for Matt,
for me,
I give that show like a C+.
Probably,
it's a fun time. Go in the right attitude. That show's a fun time.
So should I watch that or Sunday Without God?
Don't take his opinion seriously, because he didn't even watch it.
All right, we'll get there later. All right, let's move on. Okay, next up, we got
Brocon.
The Brothers Conflict. That is all on you.
That's all on me, which is surprising. I'm typically not a big fan. Well, I like reverse harems at the idea level because it's a change of pace from the usual harem anime bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And this is definitely a reverse harem, but I just never had really much good experience with them. Like Uzuno Prince Sama or another show I forgot what it's called that I watched a long time ago. But yeah, there's conflicts about this girl.
Probably the thing that came out with Papakiki, the with the fox spirit or whatever.
Foxes, spirits.
What's it called?
No, different show. Yeah,
I keep talking about. I'm gonna think about.
Yeah,
this.
I got second season. Yeah. Oh, so this girl named Emma, and her father married this woman, who has 12 sons.
Busy.
Yeah, and I think the age ranges from like 27 or 28 to like 7. This bitch has been putting out. Also, if you found out that one of them's adopted, as well.
So the only legit choice.
Right, and like I said, the crazy thing is they all have different hair colors.
Mm-hmm.
And then one set's like a triplet set, but they all dye their hair different when they get older. But no, this girl named Emma, her father marries into this family, and now she all of a sudden has 12 brothers and sisters. And then the thing is that well, here's the thing. She's in high school. She's 16, 17. And now she's this only girl in this entire family. And 8 of them want to fuck her. If you want to get down to brass tacks.
I want to know how the mom gave birth to 12 dudes. Damn.
What
genetics?
You
Genetics.
ever seen a movie called Cheaper by the Dozen?
Well, they're not all the one same gender, though.
Well, okay,
You know,
yeah.
It's not the same thing.
That's a little bit statistically awkward, but...
Yeah, but it's she has 12 sons, and now all of a sudden she lives in this high-rise condo, 12-room condo with all these guys, and you find out that one of the guys they went to the same school with her, were in the same classroom, and had a crush on her.
Boku Secret Service.
No, that's not a reverse harem.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, and it's this one guy had a crush on her. Now all of a sudden she married into his family. That's kind of crazy. One son is a lawyer, another son is a pop star, another son works at a game company. Two other sons are they all have their own things going on.
All 12 embody the 12 careers you can choose in Japan.
One's a pro basketball player. One is gay. It's just crazy. And it's just you kind of go through with each of the sons and seeing what they're all about, and they all like her and develop feelings for her. And I don't know if it's some Japan thing. Is they're kind of I'm not going to lose to you. I'm not going to lose to you. She'll be mine. She'll be mine. And she's just kind of standing there, not saying anything. She doesn't have things to say in the matter. I wish she'd speak up sometimes, saying, "Hey guys, I can decide who I fucking want to be with. It's cool." But yeah, I for some reason found it much more endearing than other reverse harem shows. For some reason, I don't know why, honestly.
Well, probably because not every single one was getting up on that.
Yeah,
only
it was just a select
half
few.
of them.
Yeah,
I think it's pretty cool how they have the age range. Some of them are already married, and some of them are too young to matter. That's pretty cool as a dynamic. Because if it was 12 people, if it was 12 guys all the same age, one, what happened? Two, this is stupid.
It's what kind of birth was that? And yeah, it's she also has this pet squirrel named Julie, who she can understand what it's saying, but no one else can except one of the sons. Yeah, the other sons just hear this weird squirrel chirping shit, and they're "Fuck you, say what you say, whatever."
Mutants.
Yeah. And this girl is super ultra, not possessive, more protective of her, saying, "Yeah, Julie, you just met, Emma, you just met these guys. You guys, you know what they're all about. They might try to do some weird shit to you." She's "No, I got this. It's cool." And Julie's all trying to when they're talking to her, she just jumps up, jump up on her shoulder, up in their face about it, just arms out, "Bro, what's up? What's up?"
Right.
Just, and basically it's all the guys kind of have their episode, their moment. Each episode is called a conflict. So episode 1 is first conflict, second conflict, third conflict. Which I found kind of cool.
Is the squirrel supposed to be symbolism for her subconscious, the other side of her?
Possibly.
The good angel, or not the good angel, how do they say, the non-naive one of her?
Yeah, I haven't thought about it that way. Possibly. But yeah, all of them kind of kiss her at some point, I believe.
Even the married one?
No.
Hey.
No, all the ones who are trying to get up on that
Okay.
kiss her. But you later find out that I forgot why it's even put in the first place, that she was adopted originally by her father.
Mm-hmm.
And she had a hard time coming to terms with that, and you find out one other son is adopted too. And
Was it the blue-haired one? I think because I think I saw you watching a little bit of an episode. Your place.
Well, there's different shades of blue here, so no, it's more like a silver.
So they're not even half-blood related then.
They're not blood related at all.
Okay.
She married in.
Okay, so they could get in there.
Adopted and married in, so it's like two layers of okay.
Separate steps away.
So they could get in there and not have an issue then.
Yeah,
well, I think that's the point of the show, which is nice. I mean, God, I wouldn't want like Oriyama again.
Yeah, we'll get to that, but it's like they welcome her into the family, really well. They become a family and stuff like that, and at the same time, brothers are having conflicts about the love for her. And at some point, she just says, hey, I appreciate it. I love all of you like siblings. I'm not dating any of you. And they're kind of like, understand. To her, to them, it's like, fuck you, she's mine.
I understand, but can I have a picture of you naked?
Yeah. You later find out that the gay son, who you first see him, he's dressed as a chick.
Uh-huh.
Had been keeping odds this entire time. These odds and keeping odds about who's gonna win out of this.
Oh man!
Oh, God.
And at the end of the show, he's like, "Yeah, I've been keeping odds about this, but since you're not choosing anyone, rips it up, some fire. There's nothing about this, except now I'm entering the fray too. So,
what?
Yeah, now he's gonna try to get up on that again as well.
What?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, whatever.
So the brothers love her. Some love her more than others.
So is like a status quo ending?
Status quo.
Just like
back to what it is.
Square one.
Yeah. Decent show. Decent characters. You only see the parents once or twice. I think they're on honeymoon or something.
Of course.
But I found it interesting. I don't know. If you're into that reverse harem stuff, it's kind of cool. But otherwise, I can see you could not see this show and not miss anything important.
Right.
So I give that show a solid C. That show's average, honestly.
I guess if you liked Fruits Basket, you could watch that show.
Okay. I think I could see myself watching this show over Fruits Basket because Fruits Basket was just silly.
Oh.
This seemed kind of like some decent drama maybe here and there.
And also the ending is them just dancing and singing.
In this?
Yeah, the ending thing. Just them dancing and singing.
Fruits Basket, I tried so hard to like it because I wanted to know what the hype was, but I could not do it. Anyways, is that all you wanted to say about the show?
Yeah, that's all we to say about it.
So I watched Senyuu Season 2. It's the shorts, 4-minute shorts. The first season was 2 seasons ago, and it's just a little gag comedy about a hero and his sidekick going to defeat the Demon King, but there's a bunch of plot holes. Like the king was trying to resurrect the Demon King all along because the Demon King is actually a little girl who was the Demon King's granddaughter. The Demon King was still sealed, but the granddaughter was trying to make popcorn, and so she accidentally let all these demons in the world. So they had to defeat all the demons. But then there was the 12 demons named after the months of the year in English. But half of them got defeated in a few seconds. The other ones became allies. And then in the end, the big reveal is that the sidekick was a hero all along.
No shit.
Yeah, and he had the Demon King sealed away in some other dimension. So he unleashed his powers, but his power was to do whatever the fuck he wanted. He's essentially God in a way.
That's so dumb.
So the season ended with him resealing the demon.
Oh my fucking god!
Great.
And
he
got stuck in there.
You know what's funny?
And I stopped caring about 2 minutes before the end.
And it was all done in 20 minutes.
It is all done. Well, I mean, the episodes weren't as short as Taiyou. Taiyou is 30 seconds of opening, 30 seconds of ending, and a minute of show.
Okay.
This was it had no opening, but it was a full minute and a half ending with 4 minutes of show.
Oh.
So I mean, 4, 12, 40. Watching the whole thing will probably take you about a little over an hour, probably.
Okay. Well.
And it's funny that you explain what it's about because the word Senyuu means infiltration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
I get up to that.
So it's
let's try to infiltrate that sister. I'll tell you that much.
There were. It was not a bad show. It was good. There was good comedy. And I would definitely recommend it for people who like gag comedy. It was a little slapsticky at times, but not over the edge. And there was some breaking the fourth wall, and the characters are kind of funny at times. But I really do think like everything revolving around the Demon King's granddaughter and how she made popcorn to accidentally release the demons in the world.
How does it happen?
She used the cauldron or something that created demons, and she put her popcorn in there.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Okay.
And then the demons overflowed from the popcorn cauldron and fell into the world.
Oh.
They're like, she's like, shit, I should use the microwave.
But first, think this popcorn first.
But
Took all day to make this shit.
there was this old man who's like an obvious pedophile, and he just
great.
all up on her like every time she's involved. And so like at one point, like he thought she was just a cute little girl, and then like they're like, oh man, she must be like 3,000 years old or something. He's like, I don't care about dying anymore. And then they're like, oh no, wait, I mean no, she's like 7 or something. She's like, I will defeat all evil. And then there was some like masochistic like cat thing. Anyways, pretty good show. Recommend if you like little lighthearted comedies. It's alright. I don't know. Let's move on.
Okay. What's this?
I didn't watch this.
No,
Okay.
we didn't see it.
No.
Free!
Oh yeah.
Don't you fucking dare. Fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare. You're gonna clap your hands. God damn it.
We got there.
I fucking hate you all. This was obviously like the most hyped show in any show this season. Probably.
Well, it's Kyoto Animation.
Yeah, I can't think of any show that had more hype than this.
So yeah. I mean, I'll watch it. I'll watch almost anything Kyoto Animation puts out, except for Tamako Market. Blah.
That show was not that.
That show was dumb.
Alright, let's not digress into that. So,
Free.
who wants to start off on free?
Freestyle. Swimming. There you go.
Swimming.
That's what the show's all about. Swimming. You like swimming?
Yep.
Yeah, we got water. Really good water in this show. Greatly animated water.
That's what Kyoto Animation does. They animate.
Okay, so
It's
it's about this dude named Haruka.
Oh my god, yeah. So this, well, it's him and his team, I guess.
Yeah.
On the swim team, they all have girl names, which is so well. No,
It's like Haruka, Rin,
Haruka, Rin, Makoto, Nagisa,
yeah.
Rei.
Yeah.
Did I say Rin already?
yeah. Except Makoto can actually be a girl or a guy's name.
Yeah. Thank you, school days.
So his name is interchangeable, but everybody else has a girlish name, and the one girl one of the two females
The
you
manager.
There are 4 girls in that show. Only 2 talk though. 3 or 2
see.
talk.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
Like the-
Rin's sister, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go.
Okay, she has a guy's name.
Go. And she's like, call me Ko.
No, your name's Go, bitch. No.
The Go.
And they're all like, no.
So Haruka likes water a lot. He
He's
enjoys
kind of one
water.
of those like eccentric artist types where like they don't like say much, like you think they have downs almost.
But he's actually like a genius.
he's kind of like that but with swimming.
Yeah.
Except all he can swim is freestyle. He doesn't do anything else.
Like the first time you see him, he's like sitting in a bathtub, and like his friend, what was his friend?
I think it was
Makoto comes to get him for school. He's like, "Were you fucking in the goddamn bathtub again?" Like, yeah, whatever. And you think he's naked, but he gets up and he's like in his swim trunks.
Yeah.
Like that's just kind of weird.
That show for the first like 4 episodes just threw on the Fujoshi fan service. Like wearing the cook apron with the trunks on.
All the tone. There's a lot of toned muscles in that
They
goddamn
could
show.
not keep their shirts on.
No. Dude kept fucking when water showed up, he just took his shirt off every time water showed up.
Yeah.
Like one time they were going to like the rival school's swimming pool.
Yeah.
And you're like looking at through the window, just see him just unbuttoning his shirt and just taking his pants off. Just I'm going. Well, don't worry about me. It's just like Haruka used to be a swimming prodigy and still is a swimming prodigy, but something happened where he just stopped swimming competitively for a long time. And you find out that one of his friends, Rin, had at some point like left to go like to Australia.
He studied abroad in Australia to try and go for shoot for hire, and then he came back and he never said a word, and you don't know why until like the very end. And I thought the whole reasoning behind it was kind of stupid, actually.
That entire last episode, I saw it coming from like minute 0 to minute 23. I knew everything that happened, minus like one small thing.
Yeah, it's like
so obvious.
You find out that after he came back briefly, he swam Haruka in a race and just got trashed, and he got salty about it, and then he left and never came back for a long time. That's pretty
But
much
then
it.
when he comes back and he races him again at night in that school, though, he wins and says, "Hi, I beat you. Now I'm never gonna swim with you again."
Well, no.
And then
is mainly he doesn't say that he thinks that Haruka led up on him at the school at the night.
Yeah,
that's
He's
what's
I didn't
implied.
fight Haruka's best.
Yeah,
and so he's kind of mad about that. He like has like I thought he had something to prove, but like really all it is it's just like these two guys having like unspoken like
rivalry.
and but the thing is one is doing something for a very specific reason, and the other is kind of just like, and then you find out later that like if they would have actually just like said it to each other, like if they would have, well, I mean, then we wouldn't have a show.
Yeah, but that's so many animes do miscommunication as a plot.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's usually more frustrating. I usually get very frustrated by it.
Yeah. I mean,
Well, the fact that we didn't even know until like closer to the end,
which you
when
kind
they-
of already implied.
when they had the confrontation, but like,
Basically, you found out that Rin's father had tried to go for the Olympics in swimming, but he didn't succeed, and eventually he died.
I forget the reason why he went into fishing. There was some reason, like he got like cock blocked
No,
in his dream
that-
or something like that.
That's something different. I'm not sure. I think that's Makoto's whole thing.
No.
Makoto's something to do with fishing. Because Makoto was that
Yeah.
he
Oh, he
didn't
was-
like the sea because he was friends with this fisherman guy, and he was out of work one time and a big storm came in and he blew away his boat.
But
and
Rin's
killed him.
dad also died and became a fisherman. Like became a fisherman and died.
it
didn't
was
he?
probably this. I think that they were. I think that it was the same guy. Like that. I think.
That doesn't make sense.
I have no idea.
Yeah,
Shit.
it does. It doesn't really.
Now that I
But,
think about it, you're right, because Makoto did have the fear of the ocean because of that.
yeah,
Yeah.
but like.
All I know is that Rin tried to train in Australia
Yeah.
and then he wasn't good enough. And then
Yeah.
he came
Well,
back
it
to
was.
Japan.
It wasn't so much that. It was just also because like he had fun when the four of them were in like middle school or something.
Yeah.
And they did a relay together, and
Yeah.
they had fun. Like they won, but they had fun doing it. And I think when he went to Australia, like it was not fun. So like there was something I compared this to. Oh, I compared this to like the movie Brink, but with swimming.
He's not selling out. Okay.
No, but the
this
thing
is,
is-
they're not soul swimmers, man.
No,
okay?
but the thing is that if you really think about it though, like he comes back.
Team X Swim.
Shut up. He comes back because it wasn't fun. And I'm just like, then all he wants is just to have that again. Except the rest of them don't know this, and he's like so Tsunare for this. Dang Jenkins, oh my god, I'm gonna punch that guy in the face. But they all completely misunderstand each other, and it's so incredibly annoying.
Yeah.
But then they get this guy named Ray, who's actually on a track team.
Yeah, he's in it's not the javelin, it's something else, like the one
the pole vault thing.
Pole vault. That's what it is.
He had played several sports, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he did everything track, and he's all about like technical
Perfection and beauty.
and then technical calculations and all that crap. And he tried to apply that to swimming, and then you found out he actually couldn't swim.
It's really funny.
Yeah.
Like perfect entry and just like flat on the water. It's not going anywhere. It's trying to swim.
Yeah, but then they teach him, and he eventually gets good enough, and then they go to the national, not the national.
Well, they have to get the club done first because they don't have a swimming club at school.
Oh, Nora Pool.
Nor a pool, so they have to get a pool for club, and then they get a advisor who's Mia, one of the female teachers.
Oh,
And that was
You
great.
mean Marin?
Yeah. You later find out it's like, yo, Sensei, her used to be something in regards to swimsuits. Like, oh, one time.
The thing is, like, she would never get into a swimsuit the entire time.
Yeah,
like,
you
with
don't
the
know
pool,
why.
the beach, everything. She never wore a swimsuit.
Yeah.
And then
You later find out, like, the boys had a teacher in swimming when they were younger at the old club, their pool club. And you find out that he had old magazines, and she was to be a swimsuit model.
yeah.
And, like, she always tried to hide it and was, like, losing her mind whenever it came up. And that was awesome. That was just
it was
great.
really good,
yeah.
yeah.
She looked cute, too, you know?
Yeah.
It's a shame. But, they get a club, and they bring on Ray, and they do the medley, which is they have 4 swimmers. Each one do either the free, the backstroke, breaststroke, or butterfly.
Mm-hmm.
And Ren used to do the butterfly, and he was down on a rival school's team. But the funny thing is that Ren's sister, Go, went to Haruka school, and she became their manager. Also, she had a fetish for muscles. So, they go to the finals, and then, like, Ren beats Haruka in the 100-meter free.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they're just like, they're like, oh crap, we lost. Well, now what? Well, we can still do the relay, guys. And then they actually no, Go is the one who entered them in the relay without even telling them.
Right.
Yeah.
And then they decided to do it because they're like, oh hey, just be like old times. And then that's when
Rin sees him swimming.
yeah, and he gets all like jelly, and then like
He gets super jelly.
and then his captain like takes him off of the relay on their school, and he's just like, why? And he gets all pissed off about it, and he leaves. And that's when they finally realize, because Ray confronts Rin about it, and then they talk about it. He comes back and then tells everybody else, and then they're just like, oh, well, we gotta find him then.
And you get to like one of the weirdest scenes in the show where like right before the relay, if they find out that Rin's not on the relay team.
Yep.
And he goes find them like over by the school or the club or whatever the fuck it is. And they start fucking fighting, like rolling along the ground. Talking about like, why do you swim? I want to know why you swim. What the what's the reason you swim? And then you see a tree, from way back in the past, and it's like near the tree, near like where they have all the dirt blocked off. You see like something written in the ground, like 7 years later
For the team.
for the team. Haruka swims for the team,
Yeah.
and they do it because they have fun.
Well, no, I think Haruka had written free. Rin wrote for the team.
Okay.
And that's what it was. And, like, it was kind of showing, like, Rin the whole time, like, realized during that relay in middle school, like, this is what I want to do. The problem in Australia is, like, he realized that, like, following his dad's dream and everything, becoming a Olympic swimmer in Australia, wasn't fun for him. Like,
Right.
deep down, it's not what he really wanted to do. He wanted to swim on a team with his friends.
Right.
Which, at the end of the series, when he's like, I'm going to go toward my dream, still... He's like, I'm not going to follow my dad's team. I'm going to follow my own team. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
But, like, he's not on their team still.
Right.
He's back with the other school's team.
Right.
So he's still not going to have fun.
But for that one time, for that relay,
Yeah.
he switches out with Ray to be a butterfly on the team. And they win.
Mm-hmm.
They're disqualified because there's a guy
Yeah.
on the
Which,
school.
I mean, you saw it coming a mile away.
Yeah, but
I was
it's
like,
still...
I was like, they're going to get Ray, and they're going to get disqualified.
It's still a good scene because, like, they all become free at some point.
Yeah. They're free.
Though I didn't like how...
They're free.
I didn't like how bromance... Like, the show got, like, really...
That was the point!
Dramatic for no fucking reason over dumb bullshit.
Well, you do realize this was for like more girls to watch than guys.
I think it was for everyone.
I mean, yeah,
But
really
it was more... you didn't see... And you saw not much female fan service. You saw a lot of dude fan service. In terms of
What do you
dudes in muscles. And you only see... Only skin you see for girls is like when you see pictures of the teacher being in the swimsuit model.
The thing is, like, you're right. They show a lot of that fan service for girls. Like, everyone, like, can't keep their shirt on.
Right.
But at the same time, like, the tone of the show... the tone of the show is really bromance, but it's not like gay.
No, it's not gay.
I mean, they have some moments where it's like they get real close to each other.
Yeah.
But the show as a whole, they wanted everyone to watch it. Kyoto wanted everyone to watch it. But I think they're like, we're gonna go the extra mile because Kyoto likes to go,
Yeah.
do things a little more, and so. But for guys, it's more hilarity than like, oh, that's terrible.
Yeah.
It's like
It's more the competition aspect of the show.
Like, even when they have the real bromance moment, it's like, as a guy, you're just gonna laugh at it because it's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Like, that shouldn't need to be as dramatic as it was, in my opinion.
It was a little too dramatic, yeah. I wish they had done more competition.
Yeah.
But
it was what it was.
it's not Kuroko basketball.
It's a good show.
Yeah.
Like, the thing, that's what I'm saying, like, if it does get a second season, all that's left now is to just, as a team, compete more, get better. So it's going to end up being...
Come up with, like crazy ass swimming moves, like a la Princess Swimming.
Yeah, it'll be like Princess Swimming for, like, free, like, or swimming, like that.
Ultra super crazy fire flip turn.
And I think that would be cool.
Yeah,
and they can still have a fuckload of fan service for all the girls.
Yeah.
They can do it.
Yeah, that's both worlds.
Yeah.
But what score did you guys give this show?
B+.
I believe I gave it... B+, A-.
I give it a B. Solid B. Show's good. So
I think if...
you like swimming. You like good
B+.
animation.
B+.
Looks Pretty show.
If you're a fan of Kyoto animation.
Yeah, it's a pretty show. Well animated, well written for the most part. It's good.
Yeah.
Okay, next we got.
Can we have? All right. Okay, we're good now.
All right, fucking.
I wish I knew where that
scared me for a minute
last
there,
couple minutes was, but whatever. It's probably stuck somewhere else. We'll change it later. Okay, so next up we have Stella, Gakuen, Kotouka, Kibou, the Airsoft anime.
Yep.
She looks fun. That shit looks fun as hell. I want to do that shit.
I think it's unique. Like, I haven't seen an anime do that yet, so...
Airsoft guns?
Yeah, so I kind of have to give it points for that. Like, you know, yay, Gainax, too. I mean, there's a studio that did it anyways. And you would think that because of what Gainax is known for, like, I was actually surprised at how, like, not over the top this show was.
Well,
okay. They got kind of over top sometimes.
There were a couple times, yes, but I'm talking about like, like, not like FLCL level or like.
Whoa! How many shows approach that?
Or
level?
like, you know, or Gurren Lagann level.
Yeah, but those shows are in their own class of complete, utter, crazy bullshit.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you can even look at Panty and Stocking. Like, it's still not even like that level. So
that's pretty high. Yeah.
So like, it was actually it was a change of pace, I think, for that studio. But I didn't even know Gainax was doing it though until I had already gotten through a couple episodes when I was watching the text on the screen for some reason, and then I just saw the Gainax logo show up in the credits, and I was just like, what? So then, yeah. And there were a couple points in there where, you know, the Gainax has a very distinct way of animating certain things, and I should have caught it. I guess for whatever reason I derped and I didn't. But
it's pretty grounded too for a Gainax show.
Yeah, but you know what? I still enjoyed this show. The characters weren't anything too spectacular. There was
they kind of weren't at all.
Like that's the problem I had mainly, was that the characters, when they weren't like having some kind of airsoft tournament or
you didn't give a fuck, you didn't care.
The characters were just not fun to watch. Even the blonde one with the long hair, Carlila, she wasn't even that fun to watch, and she was probably the most animated character out of all of them.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The other problem I ran into is the first 4 episodes were great. Like, I thought, oh, okay, like, now we're getting into this. First episode's always introductory, whatever. Like, if it's a slow start in episode 1, that's fine. I forgo that. But once I started actually playing Airsoft, like, I thought, okay, like, this show's good now. But then, like, a little over halfway through, it became more about drama between the characters. And because they were already not all that fun to watch, like, I got really bored until they started playing again, because I was like, okay, these characters are not fun to watch, and now you're just doing this drama between these characters that I kind of don't really care about at the moment. And that's where I ran into issues. And then the last episode happened.
That was pretty crazy, but I like certain drama in the show. I mean, the weakness of the show is pretty much everything that's not airsoft fighting, which is a problem. But I did like how the main chick, Yura, who had just joined the Airsoft Club, she was getting more experience. She wanted to get better. She wanted to be one of the best. And there was this one team led by this chick named Rin, who was a rival of the current head girl, Sonora's team. And she wanted to beat her. Yura wanted to beat her. But the team didn't seem good enough, and she wanted to improve, and she wanted to expand out, and she felt like she had kind of peaked on the CQ team. So then she joined her team, Rin's team, and learned their way. And I was like down with that. So I'm like, yeah, just ruthless, just trying to get better, just come back, fuck them up, just be surgical military precision, just awesome.
Yeah.
But then you find out that their team is much more intense. They have a certain way of doing things that's not enjoyable.
Well, that, and they also, for some reason, like, okay, like, I'm really sorry to reference this, but it's kind of like the League of Legends syndrome. You don't win a game by having the most kills, which was what Yura was all about. She was saying, why do you stick me on the medic role, which is, like support?
Right.
Why do you stick me on this role? My KDA is higher than everybody else's.
And it was.
Yeah, and it was. Like, she really, like, stepped up her game.
Right.
And then she got mad because she kept because Rin kept constantly sticking her with that stupid support role, and it's like, come on, put me as an attacker. Like that's where I should be. Like I'm good enough, right?
Yeah. Like that one time she was medic, and then like 5 minutes before the end, she's like, all right, they're like medics in attack now, and then she's like 12 kills in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But it's like the thing is, she got an ego, meaning that those airsoft battles, like League of Legends, they're all about the team. It's all about teamwork and precision. It's not about individual stats. It's about working together as a team.
Yeah.
And she didn't do that.
And that's why Rin Kenai didn't give her the opportunity, and then eventually kicked her off that team too, because she says, well, you know what I'm gonna say. There's no I in team, so like I'm not even gonna tell you that generic phrase. You're just gone. And then so she kind of goes into like this slump,
like playing House of the Dead in the arcade. Yeah. that was pretty awesome.
I lulled. Okay, that was funny. And then
like down on her luck. That was pretty great.
And then one of her teammates from C Cube comes back and like tries to say, like, hey, we understand, but you're welcome to come back anytime. And they were expecting her to. Mm-hmm. And then she didn't. So then they're just like... Then you find out that Sonora, the leader and the most experienced, was actually going to study abroad in, I think she said America.
Again.
Not that it matters. But... so they're like, oh, well, let's have like... Like, she's like, I'm not one for, like, going away parties. So, like, she's just like, let's actually have a match. All of you versus me.
Right.
And so they do it. And they have fun... But in the end, like, they're like, oh, it's not the same without Yura. And then, like, at the very final moments when they've been playing, like, all day and they're all worn out, then Yura shows up because she realizes, like, I don't have to, by default, have a place that I belong to. I can make a place, like, like, this is, like, where I should be. So, like, she goes there and then challenges Sonora, and they play for, like until nighttime.
Right.
And then I don't remember who wins.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter who wins.
That's the whole point of it.
How you play the game, Matthew.
Okay. And I just lost the game, and so did all of you.
I don't play that bum bullshit.
Anyways, and then the last episode actually was after all the resolution happened, and
it was probably the best episode of that entire show.
It was for pure entertainment purposes.
It's like they're going to play this like Miss Ultra Awesome Airsoft Girl.
It's like
competition.
It's like Miss America, except
but
for
with
airsoft.
Guns.
Yep.
And you find out that Sonora was the reigning champion, and she was doing color commentary, and that was pretty great. And Rin, the captain of the other team, got put in there because her teammates voted her in there. Yeah. And then it's like at some point, all the girls go up there and introduce themselves. They like have their own attire they use for battle, and they try to appeal to the team because. They have one-on-one battles, but you win based off popular vote, not based off who wins the battles.
Well, that was the last part.
Well, that's in general, I think. They could vote either way.
But only if the time went beyond 10 minutes.
Okay. But yes, but then like Rin, who's been like this like complete like stone-faced, like surgical cold person, comes in like this sailor outfit, just like super like
the shy. And I'm like, what?
Great. It was awesome. It was awesome. Yeah, and then it came down to two of the girls on the team winning the championship. And like it's like the girl who had glasses, I forgot what her name was.
I want to say it was Honoka, but I can't remember.
Yeah, it's like she was like in like
Which girl?
Let me go find her.
It was the one with the glasses, the
green
short one?
The green hair.
No, well not the really short one, but the
Well, I was going to talk about one of these characters for a second. Was it Yachio?
Oh, it might have been her, yeah.
No, Yachio was a sniper chick. Honoka was the one in the finals with Karila.
Oh, so it was Honoka. I was right.
Honoka. Oh, yeah, Honoka.
Yeah, and like she had like this like I forgot what kind of top this is. Like top with like the it's like tied at the bottom and it's like mini skirt and everything like that. She was fighting all this shit with Karila, who was like basic shorts and like a vest, and they fought for how long were the battles for?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, and they fought to draw. So down popular vote, and you're like, well, Kara's like, well, you're gonna lose because of course girls who have glasses always second. So she started like unbuttoning the top of her shirt, so her kind of breasts kind of started falling out, then took off her glasses, and you're like, oh, they played the girl who has glasses on, took glasses off, now she's all hot. Cliche!
And she let her hair down.
She let her hair down, yeah! Then she won. And that's the end of the show. That's pretty much it.
Alright, well, I have some analysis of this show that I as a whole, this show is going to get, I think at best, like a C plus B minus for me.
Probably.
And here's the problem. Is I agree with a lot of, with you guys what you're saying as well. Is that the only good part of the show was the airsoft.
Right. Everything
the
else
drama
was
so
weak,
stupid and forced, and like.
I don't think Gainax has ever done a good job with drama anyway, have they?
Well, I can't think of a show that really had that kind of drama with that Gainax has done before.
Right.
Like even like Medaka Box did not have that kind of drama. Medaka Box been amazing.
It's like
but
also like you know, Pain Talking too. Like a little bit, not much, but
the Gainax general. Okay, also Gainax. I've never also seen them do a show with beautiful animation. Their shows always look ugly and plain.
there are pretty parts of Penny and Talking when they transform.
Maybe they're alright, but like they're plain and simple drawings. Like
Right.
even Penny and Stocking, they're just like they're pretty
For the
simple.
most part, they're very simple. Yeah.
And the backgrounds are really ugly. And I think I don't know, but if I had to guess, I would think that Gainax is still hand drawing all their frames.
Possibly.
And which is why they're not keeping up with the quality of digital animation these days.
Right.
Now I wouldn't know for sure.
Right.
Now I don't want to knock Gainax for that because that's pretty impressive if they're still doing like hand drawn. But that's what it looks like.
Right.
But it makes it unpleasant to the eye. Now the drama was so everything Yura.
She was a bland character. She was just a really just.
First of all, she cut her hair. Whatever, I'm gonna be a new person. Cut the very cliche thing.
Yeah.
But I wish she hadn't, because she looked a lot better with her hair.
Yeah, her short hair not really does her any favors. So.
Also, the episode. This is 13 episodes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I heard that the director for the 4th and 12th episode were the same.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the 2 episodes where they went above and beyond with her fucking, like, reality marble creating powers or whatever.
Yeah.
They never touched base on that, and it bugged the shit out of me. Episode 4, Sonora saw her, like, create a reality marble, like, a la Fate Stay Night.
Yeah.
And, like, she's in it. She's in this Edo period, or, like, pre-Edo period or whatever.
Oh! With
that fucking Scorpion SMG.
Yeah. And, like, with the bow and arrow thing happening.
Right.
And Sonar just sees this, like, whoa. And then they never, in the next 7 episodes, do not mention this at all.
No.
And then 12th episode, at the end, when they're fighting Sonora, she's like, let's have a better battle. She transforms the entire school into that battleground of games and stuff, like the game. Like, you know, we're going to 6v3000 this bitch up.
Okay.
And everyone's like, whoa, look around. What's happening? Let's not question this. Let's not talk about it. None.
The show's kind of sloppy in that regard.
Now, 13 didn't have that.
No.
12 and 4, I heard they were the same director, and I don't know what the fuck this guy was doing. I would double check the facts right now, but it's not important enough because even if it was the same director, they're still stupid as shit. Also, like that just docked like at least 2 points right there, at least. And the characters plan. I liked Karia; she's my favorite character. I like those kind of characters. Here's my other big problem with the show: the Rento chick.
Yeah.
The one with a really soft-spoken voice, the one that approached her in the arcade.
Yeah.
Right.
I looked this up about 10 episodes in because I was really bugged by it.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I just get this feeling that this girl is like someone told her, we want you to do a soft caring voice. But the problem is I feel like this voice actress couldn't do it. I'm like, who is she? So I looked her up.
This is her first role.
It's her first role ever.
Well,
Nishi's
Rima Nishizaki.
Yeah, Nishizaki.
She was fine.
I didn't like her. That voice bugged me. Every time I went to open her mouth, I'm like, you sound like you're trying to do something difficult. Like you're trying to... There's no, like, emotion. Like, you have a stoic, caring voice.
This chick is like 20 years old.
Right. I understand she's new.
You gotta start somewhere.
But I thought, like... But, okay, for instance, like, K-On! The cast of K-On!, those are all pretty much newbies too,
Yeah.
for the most part. But they did pretty well. I hate K-On, but they did really well.
They were good.
Like, this girl did not do well. I believe Gainax was just like, you know what? Good enough. During, like, recording sessions, they're just like, we don't care anymore.
You know what?
You're not as talented as we thought.
It was good
we
enough.
were.
It was good enough for the fat show.
But every time she opened her mouth, I'm like, could you close it?
I didn't get that
Just shut
at
up.
all. I was fine with that. I was fine with their voice.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't really care for her voice actress either. Like I thought it was kind of bad compared to everybody else who's had previous roles.
Yeah, I don't know what the other roles were. I had no problem with anyone else's voice. That character really bugged me. Her voice acting did, which is one of the first times I can remember in a long time me getting like bugged by like the talent of the voice actress.
Yeah.
It's very rare.
That show seems, in terms of how I feel about, like, it feels like a lot like Core Zombie in the show, that like I enjoyed it while I watched it, but like I would never have a desire to go back to it ever again. Probably.
Well, no, there's hardly any that have rewatch value, but
I would watch half these episodes. Like half the show was better than
I'd watch
Core
episode
Zombie.
13 again.
The other half the show was worse than Core Zombie. So
That's not
I mean, I don't know.
overall it balances out, right?
I give it about the same. I give it like a C plus.
C.
I'm gonna say a B minus.
I can't choose between C plus and B minus. I don't know. Somewhere in that general area, that general thing.
But I mean, if you have seen Opote, great show. If you've seen Girls in Panzer, even better show. Like, you might like this show.
It's something in that vein.
It's up in there, up in that
Girls,
genre.
military type bullshit stuff. It's all right. It's cool. Why don't you pronounce his entire name?
So we have.
What's his
You
entire
turn that
name?
thing back on.
We are not.
What do we got next?
Danganronpa.
Say his entire name.
Danganronpa.
Danganronpa.
Whoa, Danganronpa, Kibou no Gakuen, to Zetsubou no Koukousei, the animation.
Yeah, what you said.
All right.
Excellent show. Excellent show.
Yes, excellent show.
Probably one of the top 5 shows this season, easily.
I don't know what to say about this show.
Based on a game for the PSP.
Do you
And
like...
soon to Vita.
And they are releasing it here in America, actually, relatively soon.
I don't know if I want to spoil this show on this
Do you
podcast
like
right now.
the Hunger Games?
Do you like Battle Royale?
It's kind of like that.
You like Zero Escape? You like 999?
Yeah, man.
Or if we want to go into like crappy WWE movies, The Condemned.
That's not.
Are you serious?
Let's not do that. Let's not bring that.
Yeah, let's not.
Sully the shit with that shit.
Do I want to spoil this show?
I mean,
I guess I will.
Yes, you do.
Let's do it.
Do we? Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay,
So,
let's start from the beginning,
who wants
shall
to
we?
talk?
Danganronpa, the show about
wait.
these high school students who, like, they wake up in a high school and they can't get out. Then there's this thing named Monokuma. Mono Bear. Because I think has probably one of the best character designs of any character of any show this season, I think. That, like, dual, like, white, black bear thing is really cool. Monochrome, you can say.
What did I say?
Yeah.
I really liked his left eye.
Yeah, that with the little red thing.
Yeah.
It's cool.
I like when they zoomed in on it. It had like a little you could see like the
Yeah, it's like a reflection.
like a camera looking thing.
Yeah, and I'm surprised it didn't have the person that voiced Teddy to voice Monokuma. It was
He
just
referenced Teddy once.
yeah,
right
it
near
was,
the end.
Yeah,
it's
it was
this
pretty
older
funny.
lady who did it, but yeah, these high school people are trapped in this high school, and they're like, yeah, so you guys had 2 options. Option 1 is to live out the rest of your days in this high school. Option 2 is to murder someone here and get away with it. And then you can go away, and then you win like 500 million yen or something like that.
A lot of money, yeah.
Yeah. So it's really just turned into like how these people go about living in this high school. On occasionally there's murder. When there's a murder, there's an investigation phase where everybody investigates what happened. And there's a trial phase where they go into like this courtroom where they bring up all the evidence, and when it's time to vote, the kicker is that so Monokuma knows who killed who because there are cameras over the place.
Yeah.
And if you vote and the right person's guilty, well, they get punished. If you vote the wrong
By
person...
punished, I mean killed.
Yes.
Yeah, you kind of die.
Now, if you vote and you vote for the wrong person, everybody who voted for that person is killed. That's kind of a cool twist to it.
Now, it was never really like proven, but if you voted for the wrong person, the idea was everyone except for the person who actually did it dies. The idea is to do a murder and get away with it.
Right.
So if you murder someone and everyone votes on someone that isn't you, they all die and you live.
Right.
No one actually proved whether or not, if that did happen, if they voted for someone, if that person would have also died. Because my theory for the longest time is like when the first girl, Maizuna, died, I thought that if they had chosen Naegi like she had framed, that her and Naegi both would have lived on and everyone else would have died. And I thought that was kind of her plan all along because she cared for him. In the end, she still cared for him.
Right.
And they didn't, and like she left a message because she didn't want Naegi to be killed. Because she's dead. What does it matter to her if everyone lives or dies at that point? But since she cared for Naegi, she went through the trouble of writing the guy's name on the wall with her blood. Yeah. Which means she wanted Naegi to live since her plan had gone kaput. I think her theory was the same. Was like, if I can frame Naegi, I believe that since it wasn't explicitly stated in the rules, he also will not die. Everyone else will die. And me and him will survive.
And the thing is that before everything happened, each person had a video they were shown that's supposed to give them extra motivation to get out. But you don't really see what people's videos are, honestly. I forget what happened for Naegi with his...
Wedding bed.
Yeah, sure. I guess.
And he really didn't care.
He's like, I don't care. I won't kill over this. Like, you can...
But then, like, the girl, Mizuno, was her name? Was it?
No, Mizuno was something. That was the first... That was the first one, because...
She wasn't, like, an idol, but she had a group of... She had an idol group, and I think she found them all... They were all dead or something like that.
Yeah, they were all being killed if she didn't get out.
Yeah, so everybody had their own reasons for trying to escape.
It was incentive for them to actually do something, because at first they were kind of hesitant. They weren't going to do it.
Right.
And then this dumb bear is just like...
Oh, by the way...
He's like, oh, no one's dying? Well, let's do something about that.
Let's shake the shit up. That Mano Bear is a fucking asshole.
Yeah, he kind of is.
Also, probably one of the best characters of any show this season.
When you find out who it actually is.
Yeah, but like, let's break down the first trial, where Mizuno is stabbed, in the stomach, and she dies, and they investigate everything, and they find out it's like, she writes the person's name in blood, who was. Person named Leon, who was super duper baseball player. Everybody has their own super duper skill. Yeah. He's super duper baseball player, and it's like everybody voted him guilty, and then
his
executions, all fucking executions. So
the execution scenes were taken from the game, and they were beautiful. Like they were horrible.
Like the entire style of the anime, just like weird. Like I don't know how to even explain the style. Honestly,
It looked kind of like...
kind of cel-shaded a bit, I guess.
Cel-shaded, like, not really papercraft.
No,
it wasn't papercraft. It looked kind of like it, but it's not.
It's just, like, really gorgeous art style.
Yeah.
And, like, and the thing is, like, each person had a execution specifically for them. So it was, like, him tied to, like, this post while a machine gun full of baseballs were fired at him.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers, that a way to go. Jesus Christ, that kind of shook me a little bit. Like,
I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about the plot because like this show had so much story.
A lot happened. We could go for an hour about this.
I easily you could go through everything that was revealed. I really want to talk more about the end and what it meant for the show.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say, Matt, before I go on a little spiel?
Well, the ending was kind of like I felt like it. I didn't feel any closure, really.
Yeah. I mean, basically, it gets down to their 6 people left.
I've never played the game for the record.
Now plan to. So,
but what it felt
I'm
like,
going to when it comes to Vita.
But what it felt like to me was like, oh shit, like we're on the last episode. Well, I guess we gotta wrap this up now. Okay, what's the quickest and easiest way we can do this so that everybody wins in the end? Got it. And then they do it. And then I'm like, oh, well, really?
Should we say what happens?
Well, sure, I don't care.
Basically, you're down to 6 students. And this is after they found out there's a secret 16th student in the school and that gets dealt with. And basically, Monokuma's like, alright, we're all fucking tired of this. Let's break it down like this. I'm gonna open up all, like, at this point, every time someone died, they opened up more and more parts of the school. People to explore. He's like, alright, I'm going to open up every single part of this school. Comb the school, finally. Find everything that's going on in the school. If you can solve the mystery at the school, you guys win, you get to leave. if you don't, you all die. They agreed. They all came together. They searched school and they came back, and then everything just kind of changed from there. Where you found out that at some point, one of the students. So each student has a little book of rules. One rule is, hey, don't fuck with Monokuma. And one student like stepped on him, talking shit, and she got killed. Or so you thought.
Impaled horribly.
Yeah, or so you thought. You find out actually that was a student who was behind this entire thing.
Well, the mysterious 16th student was her twin sister. She replaced herself with her twin sister. We don't know how she got her.
Right.
There's a
lot of things missing.
But she made it look like she was dead, where she actually wasn't, and then she was actually behind it all.
Right.
Inoshima Junko.
Yeah.
And she's one mama.
Yeah. And it's just like it changes to like, all right, well, if you figure it out, you get to either leave or stay, or you can sacrifice Nagi-kun. You guys can all go or stay, whatever. Fuck. It got really more and more diluted from there, from its original simple premise.
Yeah.
And then like you find out that each student has their own skill again. You find Nagi-kun is super duper high school hope student.
Yeah.
It's the power of hope. He's Madoka.
He is Madoka.
And he just gets everybody to hope for reals, and then they vote to have Junko executed. And she goes through all the executions that had been done up to that point.
Yeah.
Then they're like, all right, here's the door. It's time to go. You guys ready? Ready? Okay, cool. Open the door. Credits.
Okay.
So...
All right. So, this show followed the game. I'm going to tell you guys.
Okay, yeah.
The show did not make anything up.
Okay.
The way it ended is how the game ends. And the show did the game... The show was really good. In that... a lot of the time in the game takes like investigations, and the trials take forever, because that's the part you play in the game.
Right.
Now, those parts you don't want to see for 20 minutes of like a full episode of them looking around for clues and shit.
Right.
And then like the trials did take up like whole episodes at times, because those were important. The two most important parts are the in-between story, the events, and the trials. I have to hand it to Studio Lerche. Like they did what they could in 13 episodes. Now, so yes, people are complaining that characterization development was really rushed, and I understand that. You have to understand that. The show would have been too long for 26. I don't know how shows like Bakuman and stuff get like 15.
Or like Monica was able to do all that shit in 12.
Well, yeah, but Monica was able to write their own story.
Okay.
They didn't have to follow like a pre-existing story.
Okay.
But like some shows get like the extra OVAs afterwards that finish it. Like Orimo Season 1 did it, and Bakuman hit it.
Or like Rogawa knows.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. They don't really get revenue from that since it's not on TV. Like, they have to do purely sales.
That's from renting DVDs. Yeah.
But I think they want to appeal better by like fleshing out the story perfectly they want, and so they'll show it online like a website or something. That's what Bakuman did. Like, well, we don't want to rush this shit, so we're gonna throw Tsubasa's arc online. So I think they did this show fantastic for how they could have. I saw enough of the characters so that I understood them. I felt for them. The investigations went by really quickly because they're like, clue, time for a trial.
Go, yeah.
And then like, the trials were like, the best part more or less sometimes. Like, that took like a whole episode. That's fine. Now, here's my problem with the ending. They left so much shit unanswered. So the students had been there for 2 years. But then shit went down.
For like a few weeks.
They thought they were only there for a couple weeks. So they entered the school, had a good time.
Some shit
got
happened.
Brainwashed.
Yeah, some shit happened. It's crazy.
And apparently during that time, everyone had like died at the school, and they were like the survivors.
There was some kind of world calamity happened.
They were the survivors.
Yeah.
They boarded up and everything, like locked down the school.
Yeah.
And then they agreed to have their memories wiped.
Right.
As shown in those videos. But, like, so some of the questions I have is, like, for instance, why did Ikasuba Mukuro, who was the sister of Junko, the one that got killed early on, the replacement?
Yeah.
Why did she agree to that? Why did she agree to take her place? Or was she brainwashed into thinking she was actually Junko?
Right.
Also, you find out that this whole thing's being broadcast. And so a lot of what Junko or Monobear is doing is to make the show as entertaining as possible for viewers.
But if the world
But if
ended,
the world's
broadcasted to who?
right, exactly. That's one of the problems is like the whole world had a huge incident and like there's just death and despair outside.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is watching a TV show?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, they show you outside like a giant Monokuma Godzilla's like punching things down and shit.
Giant Mecha
And like
Starzan.
there's like riots everywhere, like Monokuma hats. I'm not sure how Monokuma is involved with the outside events.
Right.
But I'm hoping like this is all shit that's talked about more at Danganronpa 2.
Right.
Now they hinted at showing the sequel, and I hope it really like ties in together.
Female Monokuma.
It's Mono Bunny,
Mono Bunny.
I believe.
Fuck me.
Anyways, and things like that. Okay, also, she says the air is contaminated outside. You're in here, the air purifier.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, well, we're gonna kill you and go outside.
Go outside anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, we won, you guys.
Shit! Don't open the door. What should we do?
Open the fuck it. Fuck it. Open the door. Yeah. Let's do it.
Like, it's like, why? So you're gonna go outside and just die? Like,
Yeah.
is that how the show
Radiation
ended?
poisoning.
I want some more closure. Did they just
Yeah.
die? I'll take that. Like, as them being stupid as shit. Like, what is there to do? Like, where can they go from there?
How can they die if they're gonna be a second season though?
I think they're all new characters.
Oh, okay. All
I'm
right.
pretty sure.
Okay.
Which I don't get. If everyone's dead, how can they be new characters? I don't.
Or are they dead? We don't know.
I don't know.
Well, for all we know, no, didn't they say though that for all that they know, everything that's happening outside could be a lie?
True.
It could be a lie, and maybe that's why, like, Naegi was like, optimism.
Yeah.
I liked
It's
Naegi,
like the
by
show
way.
being broadcast on 4chan.
Anyways, I liked Naegi as a character a lot. As a main character, I really liked him. And I think a lot of times when you see like the overly optimistic characters, they get on your nerves sometimes.
Yeah.
But I really liked him because he had like a calm head about things.
Yeah.
Too. And like Kirigiri was my absolute favorite character. But here's the thing.
I'm looking at the guy who voices him, man. He is shoujo as shit. Look at
Really?
this fucking guy.
Damn!
So it's like looking like a lady.
Oh my.
I wonder what else he was.
But anyways,
doesn't even say.
Up until episode 12, where they reveal it's Junko, that show, I would give it an A+. Tie that ending of the show, I have to dock it down to an A.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can't blame the anime. I think that's just how the game was. Like, that's just how the game was.
Yeah.
So...
Well then, like, in a sense, like, I kind of have to give like the anime credit because they didn't change anything and they stuck true to what the original source material gave us.
Yeah.
So really, you blame the game, like
You
for,
do.
for that kind of an ending. So in a sense, like the anime really didn't do anything wrong. So like it's kind of, that's where I'm kind of like for me, on my anime list, I'm like, do I dare give this show a 10? I still didn't like that ending that much because of all the unanswered bullshit. But then I'm like, that's how the game is. So like I can't really blame them for that kind of an ending.
That's true. But like let's say I don't know, I need an example here.
School Days adapted the ending.
No.
They did.
Okay, like because that was a game ending, maybe they just wanted to be faithful to it, but the anime also had the choice to making an ending that maybe we like better, maybe a better ending, and that could have given it like an A+. But I feel like if an anime is going to choose some source material to do, then that source material immediately becomes part of the reason of like rating something. Like what was it? Like Blood Sea. Beautiful music, beautiful animation, beautiful design.
Shitty writing.
And like they chose some terrible ass material for it. I'm gonna blame the anime for choosing to do that, even though like they knew it was bad. Danganronpa could have chosen to do a different ending, but they didn't. So I can't really give it like a masterpiece.
You blame the writers.
score.
Blame the writers and director.
So
Well, I mean, it ended up being a 9 for me, which
it's
is
a 9 for me. Like A, definitely solid A. I
Yeah.
love the show. Great soundtrack. Like the soundtrack during those like execution
Yeah.
scenes is great.
And the art during the execution scenes is breathtaking.
Yeah, I love the character design all the way through. The characters were like for the most part likable. Like there's a lot of diverse like variety.
the guy in the white with the crazy looking red eyes. That was a photo.
Yeah, Ichimaru.
Yeah, that guy.
But yeah, so I would recommend this show to
Anyone.
just about anyone.
Yeah.
More so
anime.
people who like really dark tones and stuff.
Yeah, the show is dark as hell.
Or mystery.
And mystery.
Yeah,
for
give the
sure.
show
It's
solid,
really good.
solid B+, I think.
B+.
B+.
It's kind of harsh.
I know.
Did you have more problems with it?
I just... I don't know. It's like it didn't blow me away. It was a really well-made show with decent mystery. Talking about all these things you just brought to the fore about all the holes currently right now in the show kind of just made me think about it a little longer. That maybe that show isn't as good as I really thought it was. I don't know. It's just not outstanding to me. It's a really well-made show. It's just not. I don't think I like it as much as you guys do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I give it a solid A, I think.
All right. Well, let's stop that.
All
right. Well.
Now time for another 18.
I'm not gonna talk about this show very long.
I'm sorry.
Actually, I'm going to just
take care of that.
I'm just going. This show's Rozen Maiden, Zurückspulen, or whatever the fuck. I don't give a shit what it's called. It's terrible.
They just call it Rozen Maiden 2013.
Worst show of the fucking season. Matt, I'm not gonna say much. You want to say anything?
It was bad enough. I normally.
Oh, you didn't finish it.
No, I didn't. And there's a reason for that because it didn't take me more than one episode to be able to tell you that the show's bad. Like, I watched the original Rozen Maiden and I loved it. I thought it was a really good show. This, however, like there was so much like that I wanted to ask like the writers or the studio or whatever, like just off the first episode, like why? And of course, it had to be Studio Dean, which does not have the greatest track record with anything.
If there's one studio to destroy something you like, it's gonna be Dean.
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you, Matt. I don't know if you know. So, the two original seasons, 1 and 2, were not the manga whatsoever. They did not follow the manga whatsoever. They made a better story. They took a concept and made it better. A lot of people agree that the original Rozen Maiden's animes were just strictly better than the manga. The first episode of this series tries to show you really quickly, like catch you up, what should have happened with the Wound World June, and then show what he goes through and all that, like through the timeline that should have been the first 2 seasons, like through that time period, and then the next 12 episodes of boring, useless shit is the non-Wound World June, and that's 12 episodes of June having a shitty life and having Shinku and Suiginto just sitting in the apartment quarreling with each other while he deals with having a shitty boss at work, having to deal with trying to like get with this girl, but he's too much of a hikikomori to like tell her how he feels and shit, and then he gets like tricked by Kirakisho into creating her body for his world. But that's just him sitting alone like a sad sack at night just building a fucking doll while Suiginto and Shinku sleep in boxes. That was basically how I felt for 12 episodes. Nothing happened. Like nothing fucking happened. So Seseki is a likable character. She died like first episode or something.
Yeah.
Sui Seiseki, my favorite character, didn't even appear until like the last 3 episodes. She appeared like shortly in the first episode. Then she just didn't appear. Hina Ichigo was dead before the show started. And Kanaria no one likes, but she was stuck in the Enfield with younger June. So we switch between younger June stuck in an Enfield looking at a computer screen waiting for something to happen. We see adult June sitting in his apartment and going to a shitty job with nothing to happen. And then he ends up helping the girl he likes with some play she's going to do. And, like, nothing's happening. Everyone's just waiting for something to happen. Like, you're waiting for a show to do something, and the show's waiting for itself to do something. So you're just sitting there like, this is so incredibly boring. There was only one, like, marginally enjoyable part of that show. I don't know if you watched far enough, but it's Suiginto and her, the person that she was going to make a contract with, Megumi, the girl who was sick in the hospital.
Nope.
Like, this girl was like, let me make a contract with you because you're an angel and you're going to bring me sweet, sweet death. And it's like, Suiginto's like, that makes me like you. I will not make a contract with you because I want you to live. I was like,
oh, God.
Like, this show's terrible. If you like Rozen Maiden, please don't watch it. Unless somehow you're a fan of the manga, which this is based off of. I don't know how the fuck it could possibly be good.
It sounds incredibly
I give it a
dumb.
D. D minus.
Well, I can't even give it a grade because I didn't watch all of it. Like, I stopped watching it because I knew it was terrible. I was like, nope.
God, The soundtrack was terrible. The art was more simple and bland than fucking Stella Kibou. That was terrible.
Yeah.
Like you hate every character.
But well,
I don't know
like
what this show has.
well, like I said, that's Studio Dean for you. They do not put
But apparently they follow the manga. How could that manga be good? I mean, I fully understand why the original anime series did not follow the manga, because they created a good concept and shat on it. Like, the author's bad author.
It's probably because, whatever studio did the first season, it was probably...
It was Nomad.
Oh, it was Nomad? Okay.
I like them.
Yeah, Nomad probably...
They did the KKK anime right there that I'm going to talk about. I love that studio.
So, apparently... Well, okay, what they probably did is they probably, was reading through the manga, and they said, okay, fuck that.
Yeah.
And then...
Well, it's like, you don't want to watch some, 22-year-old sad sack sitting around and being a failure at life making dolls. It's a lot more enjoyable if you see a kid, a younger kid, before he turns into a sad life piece of shit, going through this adventure with them and how, they're Rozen Maiden game.
Yeah.
But, anyway, the Alice game, that's right. But let's not talk about that. The show sucks. Up next, we have Love Lab.
Yeah!
That's a pretty good show. I like that.
You guys got that.
You didn't watch it?
No.
Okay.
Oh, God. Okay, so the first 4 episodes were amazing. Then it kind of got... for me at least. There were okay. First of all, let me tell you about the show. It's by
Jogakuin?
Yeah, Jogakuin, which is hit or miss for me in recent times. So pretty much, it's an all-girls school setting.
Fuji girls.
And there's this girl who's she's she's kind of like a tomboy, and all the girls kind of admire her.
The main girl, Riko.
Yeah, she goes into the student council room to do something. I can't remember what it was, but she stumbles upon and she's actually not the president. She's the vice president, but she does all the work, so she may as well be the president.
She usurped the throne.
Yeah,
which without trying.
And that is God, what's her name? I can't even. I just saw it last episode.
Oh. I want to say Saki.
Maki.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this student council president Maki, Riko walks in on her making out with a love pillow that she crudely drew a guy on, and then she's just and then and then she's like, oh shit, you saw that? No. And then she goes okay, so then this is another one of those miscommunication things where somehow she gets the idea that Riko has all this experience with dudes and that she was super popular, except those are not true, but she rolls with it anyways because this Maki is such an airhead, but I enjoy watching her. She's funny.
She's a great character. So
they Riko actually joins the student council, and then they decide to do love research on how to help people with their relationship issues or something like that. And then you get a couple other characters along the way. Suzu, which is the really short, shy girl.
Yeah. Naramoto is the red hair, the actual president.
The actual president, yeah.
And Sayo, the green-haired accountant who loves money.
Yeah. Except that... And Sayo is actually the only one during this entire thing that knows Riko is full of shit.
Yeah.
And she's waiting for her to actually, just say to everybody, by the way, you've got the wrong idea. And she rolls with it for too long. And anyone who has a decent grasp on life, if you're gonna make up something like that, and roll with it for God knows when, it just progressively gets harder and harder. And this is where the show got a little boring for me, because they go from, funny little shenanigans in the student council room to Riko just being at ends with herself well shit, I gotta tell everybody at some point, or else they're just gonna find out by some other means, and then I'm really in trouble.
Yeah.
So then it becomes about her trying to figure out how to tell everybody, and then her having this confrontation with Sayo, who already knows. And she's just when are you going to tell him? You're going to have to, because...
What I really hated in this show, I think the one thing that really detracted, the enjoyability is... the whole Sayo having a boyfriend thing, the school finding out.
Oh, yeah.
I felt it was so incredibly pointless. I wish the show had really stuck with more like a slice of life, like doing like love scenario thing, like examples, and then like practicing these things. Like that was funny. And the characters were pretty decent. I like the interactions with the guys, like the cram school and stuff.
Yeah.
But some of the drama was real. It's just like manufactured for no reason. Like the show didn't need the drama. The only drama that should have been there was like Rico, like you said, like keeping that secret that she's not who she really is.
Yeah. But everything else could have been just left out, and it would have been fine. I mean, actually, they could have just left out drama entirely, and if it would have just been them just doing random shenanigans the entire time, I would have been fine with that too.
Yeah, it would have been a good show. But I think since the point of the show is that Rico's trying to like teach them this stuff, and has that secret, you can't have just like a completely drama-less show with that kind of secret.
Well, yeah, there has to be some kind of a.
And I guess they wanted to expand on that. Like they wanted to build up the character relation with like the, like Rico wanted to show how nice a person she was when she took the fall for the whole broadcast room incident. And she took the fall for that, and everyone like noticed that, like okay, like she's really like a good like friend and everything. And then Sayo got in trouble, and like, you know, no matter what you do to us or like be like a bitch about things, like we're still gonna like be there for you and stuff.
Yeah.
But. Yeah, I don't know what to think.
It was just kind of like, you know, the whole like friendship thing. Like she was just worried. I think that, you know, they were all gonna like. Her whole goal is like she had fun doing all the student council stuff and just hanging out with them, and she didn't want that to end. Like she just wanted to be friends with them, but I think she was just afraid that if they found out that they were gonna like, you know,
disown her.
Yeah, and like things were never gonna go back to being the same. And then in the end, like, you know. And this really
they talk it out, they hug it out.
They do, things work out. Then again, you find out one of those things where, you know, she tells everybody, and she actually goes through a really funny sequence when she tells everybody individually, and then you see their reactions. Like I actually laughed. I thought it was pretty funny. But like, you know, in the end, like, you know, because Maki is the main character that is having the issue with it, because she kind of hears a little bit. Of Rico's secret from the two dudes that go to that cram school, and she's just like, well, there's no way that can be true. Like, so now you're like, well, shit. So then when Rico finally goes to her house and tells her, she says like, well, that wasn't the reason why like I wanted to be friends with you. It was because, you know, it's the whole like friendship thing, and
yeah,
it's pretty generic. But, you know, after that, like, I was like, okay, like, that's the best possible way they could have played it out or resolved the issue or whatever. And everybody was cool in the end, and, you know, yay, more shenanigans.
It was easy to see coming.
Yeah.
The thing is, the show had a logical progression it was going to follow because of how it was set up. If they had created just a slice of life thing where she didn't have that secret, where by other means they decided to do the love laps, then they could have taken the drama out of the show and it wouldn't have been awkward. I give the show a B+.
Yeah, I think that's about what like a 7 is what I gave it. I think I gave a lot of 7s this season on my anime list.
All right. Well, you can talk about this next one.
Oh, good God. Okay. A bit of a disclaimer right here. I watched this show begrudgingly, and it's only because I watched the first season, which was like a year ago. This is Senki Zesshou's Symphogear G, and there actually has a really long title after that, and I'm not gonna read it. Or it's not on my chart, but I'm not gonna look it up because it's stupid. Like I said, I watched the first season of this like a year ago, and because I thought, you know, I read the premise and I thought to myself, so it's like the DS game The World Ends With You mixed with like Vocaloid. Alright, like I'm down with this. You know, using songs to fight these things called noise. You know, I just thought, oh, alright, like I'm kind of down.
Battle the noise.
Like I'm kind of okay with this, so I watched it, and then I found out it was actually nothing like that. Well, okay, they do use song, but they do is they the first verse of their song is their transformation sequence. And it's like it does this whole like it's like a magical girl transformation sequence, except it's not magic, it's science. They're like mechanical parts, and they somehow try to incorporate whatever mythology uses things like Gungnir, Ichval, and so
I have no idea.
I think that's Norse. Maybe I don't know. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. But anyways, or like Fenrir. Yeah, it's Norse mythology. Anyways, all their gear, all of their Symphogears have a name that they're equipped with. It's
Symphogear.
Yeah, it's really okay. So they fight these things. Okay, they're it's kind of like if you've ever played Xenosaga with the Gnosis. They're not visible. They're visible, but they're not touchable. But they can kill you. Well, that's what the noise does. So they need the power of their songs to make them tangible, so that they can be destroyed. That's the whole point, except at the end of the first season, there's a twist, like somebody who was working with the organization that helps the Symphogear users was the traitor all along, saw that coming. And then there's like this tower that they go fight on, and I don't remember a lot of it because it was a year ago. And so long story short, what ends up happening is they end up damaging the moon, and they take a big gigantic chunk out of it. And then also because of that, they knock it out of orbit, and it's slowly going to fall onto Earth and annihilate like a third of the population of Earth or whatever. So now in this season, it's more fighting noise, more characters, and then there's something about the reincarnation of what's her name? I can't.
Tsunemiku.
I wish. So there was like Fine. There was like she was part of the first season, but there was like the second season's about like this guy who or this organization that tries to reincarnate Fine, and like her soul like lies within like some of these like shards that these Symphogear users have or whatever, and they're trying to use it for whatever reason. There's this crazy doctor that they just call the Doctor, which in before Doctor Who jokes. I hate that shit, by the way. He gets this thing called Solomon's Cane, which summons noise just at will, and he uses it to constantly get away, constantly go on his psychopathic rampage. And then this main character, Hibiki, who has Gungnir, she fights all of them, and then you find out that because of the way she gained her power, the more she uses it, the more it's going to kill her. So, like, they're saying eventually it will kill her. So she's like, well, I'm still going to fight to protect everybody. I don't care if I have to sacrifice myself. And then they're all saying, no, don't do it. And it's kind of one of those things.
Like Pacific Rim.
They get to this thing called the Frontier, which, in the end, I can't even tell who's fighting for what. Like, in the beginning, like the person who was like the villain like this entire time, you find out is actually the good guy, and you're just like, really, like this person was actually trying to stop the fall of the moon this entire time, and we're just hindering her. Well, whatever. And then in the end, the Doctor betrays them all and tries to gain power for himself, and then they have to fight him. And I actually don't know how the show ends because there's actually one more episode to air, and it doesn't air until next Thursday, which is really annoying. But again, like it's just one of those where in the end they just kind of like use song together to like power this thing to push the moon back into orbit or some shit. That's like the goal. Okay, that's the goal. All right. Now the show's not good.
What would you rate it, Matt?
Like a C- maybe at best.
All right.
Because
we're gonna sink the moon back into orbit.
Yeah, like I said. Now, okay, the show's not absolutely terrible. There are some redeeming qualities. Like the character design of the other main character, Tsubasa, is really cool, and I like all of her attacks, and I like all of her abilities. That and a lot of the insert songs are sung by Nana Mizuki, so you can't go wrong. So
does Nana Mizuki sing the opening?
Yes, she does.
Yeah, excellent.
And is
that Vivid? Is that the Vivid?
No, that's Valvrave.
Oh, that's Valvrave.
No, the opening for this show is strictly Nanamizuki, but it's still really good. I can give it to you later if you want. But yeah, C- for this show, just simply because, like I said, I'm not trying to hype the show up. I'm watching the second season begrudgingly because I watched the first season. It's kind of like another show we watched that we're going to talk about later, that the only reason we watched it is because, previous seasons, which I kind of regret at this point.
Yeah, so mean Ruben too.
But enough about this.
Wait, I'm gonna do this quickly.
Moon, like just a big gigantic chunk, like just.
That was
all right.
ridiculous.
Well, that's great.
Gonna sing of the moon, make it go back.
Sing this moon back in orbit.
Okay, Mike. When I see the last episode, I'll let you know what they do.
Yes, please do. I'd love to know.
I'm the one who watched this. I'm gonna quickly go over it. There's not really much to say. It's Kitakubu Katsudou Kiroku. It's
Chronicles of the Going Home Club.
Yeah, Chronicles of the Going Home Club.
Our club is we meet up and we go home.
Its initials are KKK, so
God damn it.
Well, they're not in Japan, so
I love slice of life comedy, the Tsukome Bokeh type humor, and it's done by Studio Nomad, which again is one of my favorites. But the show is 80% breaking the fourth wall, and the other 20% is just Tsukome Bokeh humor. It's fine. I like the show. I'd give it a B. I mean, it's just humor. The main character is Ahoge. Wags like a fucking dog tail.
Oh,
every time she retorts, it's just actually her Ahoge on the screen. Her face isn't there half the time.
Oh,
but the characters are pretty cool. I mean, there's the stereotypes. Like the Ahoge chick, she's just the one that retorts to everyone. And then they got the main girl, like the president of the club, who's just retarded and super excited about everything. Then you got the chick who's stronger, like the strongest person in the world, and she's like the inheritor of the something style of fighting. So if there's ever something that needs to be solved, she fucking punches it to solve it. It's pretty sweet. But she's like really nice. The blonde haired girl is like the richest girl in the world. But like every time the club room is destroyed for one reason or another, usually it has to do with the fighting girl. She calls in her like a squad to come like fix it, but they fix it with like expensive marble. It's like a couple, like the walls in the room are like nice marble, and the other half is just like regular school building material. And she'll be like, all her humor comes from like the naive Ojo-sama type humor, where she's like, I don't know real life things, all I know is money. Then there's the cute innocent girl archetype girl who's like, oh, I'm all pretty and cute and everything, and they're like, I don't know how to be not vulnerable. And then
that's a really big. What's the little hair thing?
Ahoge.
What's this hair thing? Ahoge.
It literally means like stupid hair.
Yeah, doesn't beat Naoru Sagawa, but it's up there.
Yeah, that's a 5 characters, and then the mascot Seal appears all the time. It's cool. It's a fun show. If you like humor, easy slice life shit, it's fun.
Speaking of stupid hair, you guys.
But let's move on.
Yeah,
a much better show.
Another character with stupid hair.
A really good show.
Nicely done. Servant cross service.
Oh yeah.
Or servant X service. You're nasty.
So I want to say something quickly before you guys start ranting about this show and Kimi no Iromachi. Both, I believe, like their success in my mind stem from the same belief that when authors make a work and it becomes popular and good, then they make another work, it's just better. Mm-hmm. This is the same author mangaka as Working,
right? Which
I liked, but I like this show a lot more.
It's like it seemed like a culmination of Working season 1 was not that great to me. I actually didn't like it very much at all.
Yeah.
Working season 2 was very much improved, much more tight. And this is the culmination of that work, just getting better and better. And this is actually a really excellent show.
And then for Kimi no Iromachi is the same mangaka that had Suzuka. It's a good dramatic romance manga. Show was actually kind of bad. But Kimi no Iromachi, in my mind, are much better everything. I think he really learned from the mistakes of his work.
Yeah,
I think both authors learned from
the
mistakes and made a better product afterwards.
Yeah.
So that's what I want to say.
Yeah,
you guys can take it
I would like that a lot, because Zurückspulen Show is about a 3 group people whose names I've forgotten. There's
Hasame, Michio, or Hachio.
Hachio, and then
I think
we got Lucy. And man, Lucy. So here's Lucy's story, you guys. So when she was a baby, her parents didn't know what to name her. So at this center, they're like, hey, we have these lists of baby names you can check out for if you want. And they're like, okay, sure. So they looked at baby names. You're like, I don't know what to name her. What should we name her? Fucking just name her all the names on the list.
Yeah.
So they literally just named her Lucy, then like it's like Chihaya, Agase, Fushimo, just all these other natal names on the list. It was ridiculous.
So her whole goal in life was to get a job as a civil worker so that she could find out who was responsible
And fuck him up.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, no, she
the-
said she just wanted to talk to them.
The 4 main characters were Lucy, Miyoshi. Miyoshi is the one
Miyoshi.
that had to deal with the grandma all the time.
Right.
Hasebe is the guy, obviously, I never forget his name. And Chihaya.
Chihaya's so
Megumi
good.
Oh,
Chihaya's
yeah,
so
Chihaya.
great.
That's the guy.
And she's voiced by Aki Toyosaki, so that's excellent.
Toyosaki, yeah.
Yeah, she's excellent voice actress.
But
But, you know,
Lucy's full name on here.
I want to find it. Her full name's excellent. But no, basically, yeah, they work at this, government office in Japan.
Okay, here. As much as we've learned from the show, it is Lucy, Kimiko, Akie, Airi, Shiori, Rine, Yoshiho, Ayano, Tomika, Chitose, Sanae, Mikiko, Ichiga. That is as much as she told us. That is her name.
Yagami. Yeah. It's excellent. It's excellent. And she's super self-conscious about her name.
Yeah, kind of. She's rustled about.
I forgot what it's like. Said on like her name tag. It's like Lucy, like abbreviated
Kakokari.
Yamagami.
Yeah.
It's like really funny. And then you got Hasebe, who's like this kind of like lazy genius, who's like, I just want to slack off all day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's
kinda-
great.
He does work, and then he's like slacks off, and then it's like one time one of the people's like daughters came by the office, and she kept seeing him all over the office. Like, oh, I saw you downstairs. Yeah, no, I'm up here now. Oh, hey, you're over here. Yeah. Hey, what's up going on? So he's just
That was the section, not the second chief.
Yeah,
the
and yes,
manager.
yeah, section manager.
The manager's sister.
No,
Or,
it's a daughter.
was it the daughter?
It was a daughter.
Oh, the section chief's daughter. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get to that. Then we got the one of the leaders who is what's his name, Taishi.
Taichi. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
who-
one that's going out Chihaya.
Yeah, he's going out with Chihaya, which you don't find out till later in the show. Like, okay, let's get to Chihaya right now. Chihaya is pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah.
In her spare time, she makes clothes for cosplays, and she's almost kind of sadistic in a little way.
Her archetype, her archetype is what, Dandere? She like shows like very little expression and she talks like very monotone.
Yeah,
That's Dandere.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Or-
she's kind of like that.
Which one was Kuderi again?
That's like C2 from Code Geass, or like Horo the Wise from Spice and Wolf. That archetype.
Yeah. Kuderi, cold and harsh at first glance, but becomes nicer when you get deeper.
Yeah, she's not really cool today, but
I think it's Dandere.
yeah, it's mainly about them going about their days at this civil center in Tokyo or Japan, wherever they live, and it's really just about the characters and how well written, how well realized they are. Like Saya, one of the other new girls, like this old woman
Oh,
just shows up every fucking day and talks about her son's wife and how shitty she is.
Oh yeah.
For like 3 hours a day.
And then it's like, oh, and you have to meet my
You
grandson.
need to meet my grandson. He's so nice, has a good job. You should totally marry him. She's like, no, I'm fine. Like, no, you should totally marry him. I'll bring him around one time. And then she brings him around one time. You find out that him and Hasebe went to high school. He's dedicated his life to being better than Hasebe.
Oh yeah, I remember that now.
by the way, she's not Dandere. Dandere is like Yuki in Haruhi, where like they're like really quiet and stuff, but they're like shy and cute underneath. That's
Okay,
not
yeah.
really Chihaya.
She's more cool. She's more cool.
Chihaya is Yangire. Friendly and nice and cute on the outside, but the personality changes and become more aggressive.
Oh.
Like it's kind of like Yandere minus the overly obsessive like.
Oh.
Yeah. But no, yeah. Chihaya is dating the guy Taishi, has a sister who is also pretty excellent. What is her name again? Her name is
Toko.
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 Yeah. It's like
She studies like how to be a civil worker, and she shows up to the office and yells at everybody for doing
like
things
every fucking
wrong.
day.
It's
Yeah.
so funny.
I love like the flashback they had where like she went like she's like 5 years old going down to the office learning about all these different benefits they could get. That was like so. I was like I got like moe clouds all over me. It was so excellent.
It was funny.
Yeah, and like you kind of get that text that she doesn't really have any friends, but why she kind of hangs out at the center every single day.
Yeah.
and it's like, and she doesn't know that Taishi's dating Chihaya.
Right.
Chihaya keeps telling him that she needs to tell Toko, and he never does it. He keeps forgetting to. He keeps like pushing out the last second.
I remember that one. Like Toko and Chihaya are together, and she's like, oh, "Chihaya, is Taichi seeing someone?" I forget though. Did Toko become friends with the section chief's daughter?
Yes.
Or were they already?
I think they're already friends.
They go to the same school. So
Yeah, they're already friends.
What was her name?
Her name was Kana.
Kana.
Yeah, that's
Kanan,
right.
and yeah,
Cannon.
Kanan. Yes, Kanan. Two A's.
I love the show. I think the only thing I would have liked from the show, well, like, okay, so I give it an A, just an A.
I give it an A-.
A-.
About, yeah. That's a fair score.
I think the only thing I really wanted was I wanted more personification behind the section chief.
Who is a fucking bunny.
What really bugged me is that he's a robot controlled bunny. I'll buy it, whatever. But this thing feels pain, can do everything, Its
tail.
Like I really like the fact that they said it's a remote controlled bunny and that he exists as a real human somewhere. Yeah. Like it takes like supernatural elements out of the show.
Right.
But I wish I could have seen him.
Also,
real.
fucking why?
I want to see him.
Yeah.
The real him.
Right.
I think him being a bunny was like a bit of flavor that really helped the show along. I think him being a bunny was fine. But I wish at some point we could have seen his real like thing.
Yeah.
Or like maybe like Kana went home and like her dad was there like in a kitchen or something like hey dad.
That would have
like,
been,
But she always treated him as a bunny also. She always looked to the bunny as her dad.
Yeah.
And she never sought out the real him.
Right.
But we knew he existed somewhere.
Right. But the real thing about the story is that Hasabe likes Lucy and keeps trying to get her to go out with him. But Lucy's like, she kind of has like, I wouldn't call it stunted, but like very poor social skills, mostly with males.
She's a book nerd.
Yeah, she loves to book out of books, and she gets booked all the time.
She hasn't had much experience like men and stuff like that.
So Hasabe is like trying to date her, and she's like either turning him down or doesn't even fucking know what's going on.
Well, it's just she's quick about it too. Where he just casually says, "Lucy, go out with me," and she's like, "I refuse." I was like, and then he doesn't even get down about it. That's a funny thing. He keeps trying.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the
like,
show, when he's like, "I got her email address,"
and then it's like, Lucy, let's go get something to eat. So she keeps like spending her money on books. She's always has like poor.
Yeah.
She's like, well, I guess I can go. Let's get something to eat. So they go out to eat and stuff like that. And like one day they all go out to like drink. And like Lucy doesn't say she's drinking, but they drink and she gets fucking drunk ass shit.
Yeah.
And then he has to take her home.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then you're like, and then he's like, he has her like surrounded by all these love hotels.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh well. So then they wake up the next day, and like she's laying next to him, and she's like, wait, he looks pretty feminine. Then he walks in like, oh, I see you're awake, and you find out that the person you're laying next to is actually Hasabe's sister.
No, she looks at the sister and she's like, oh my god, Hasabe turned into a girl because they look so alike.
Right.
And she's like, oh my god.
Like, Hasabe? Yes. How are you?
How are you?
Good. And Hasabe works in like, hey, what's up?
You're a good girl? What? Yes, I am.
Yeah.
But I think one thing
for a minute, I almost bought it. I almost bought it for a minute.
Oh, no, I never did. No, not for a second, dude.
That was a funny moment.
No. What I really liked about this show, one thing, is I liked every character equally.
Yeah. All of them are awesome.
I loved seeing every single one, no matter like what was going on. And that's really like a hard thing to do in the show if you make every character just as likable.
Yeah, they're all just excellent characters. Like they could do doing nothing but bullshit, but they're so rare wooden characters are so excellent.
One of the funniest scenes in that show that really stuck with me is when Miyoshi goes, I think it's like on a second date or something with Joji. Like date, I use the term loosely.
Yeah.
She's like there to talk to him.
Right.
And like he pours her like alcohol, like some wine.
Right.
And she's like in her head like, I can't drink this.
Right.
And he's like chugging it like left and right.
Right.
And then she gets like pissed off something and then just like takes a sip of this and goes whoosh! Her face plants the table. And it's just out. Just passes out after one sip. And I just think the animation for like face planting the table with such force was
it's so great.
Thing.
Also love that character is like he been like going all about on Hasabe. I must beat him.
Yeah.
He's like, yo, don't you have work? What you to do? Yeah, I'm sorry. I need to go back to work. See you later.
Because I'm a responsible man.
Responsible man. Also, I love how like so eventually Lucy agrees to go on a date because like Hasabe's like saved her, helped her out so many times. they put out for like 2 months later, which is weird.
Mm-hmm.
And things like Chihaya is like does not agree with that because she wants Lucy for her own personal means.
Yeah.
But she's like, but Chihaya, you can go ahead and make her clothes for a date. She's like, yeah, I could.
Yeah.
All right, it's cool. I'm cool with it.
I forget something tricky happened in that conversation between the three of them. Where like Chihaya was like, "Watch out for that guy. He's no good."
Yeah.
And then somehow she ended up like backstabbing Lucy in the end when she made a deal with Hasami to make the clothes. I forget exactly how that happened. Like what Hasami said. Like said like you can make the clothes, and then she just backstabbed.
Yeah. And then they go clothes shopping, and Lucy's very self-conscious because Lucy has large breasts.
Absolutely.
All she does at school, she just wears like these like white jeans and like this black sweater to work every single day.
Yeah.
Which led to a really cool joke about like where like the section chiefs following everybody around in their day, and then he always hangs about on their shoulder. Lucy's like filling out all these documents, but he can't see anything because her breast's in the way.
Yeah.
Then he's with Misho. She's like, yeah, now I can see everything, nice and flat. It's like really good.
Yeah, that.
Oh no, I mean I can see very well. She's like not happy about that at all.
Yeah, that was funny. Oh my god.
But then they go on the date and like Chihaya makes Lucy's clothes and she's actually fucking pretty cute. She's like a nice dress and like this nice like cardigan. It's like really cool. And then they go on the date and like everywhere they go they see like Chihaya and like Toko around.
No, they didn't.
No, Chihaya sees them.
Chihaya saw him at the cafe.
Right, and she's like,
She's like,
get
we gotta
Toko.
go.
Yeah. And then
didn't they bump into everybody, like all the characters at one point?
Well, that was when Miyoshi was out on her weekend.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. She bumps into everybody.
Miyoshi's like, I might as well just been at work.
Yeah, but then like Hasami has to go because he has to go visit his family because his sister's getting married. To go visit his brother-in-law.
Yeah.
And then he finds out there that his father was the one who allowed Lucy to have her name.
Yeah. Because Hasebe was sick and his dad was worried for him or something.
Yeah.
So he was like, he was doing his work half-assed.
Trying to get easy. It's like, get it done.
It was my fault, sort of, in the end.
And then, like, Hasebe is, like, all down. Like, he's actually super, actually, like, productive.
Hasebe, the more depressed he gets, the better a worker he becomes.
Yeah.
I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah. And some of his depressed faces are excellent. They're so great. And then I love this in the scene, like the last episode, where she's after Lucy to try to tell her what's going on, and then it's like they're sitting like in the hallway, and like Taishi and like Chihaya, Miyoshi, they're all like behind the wall, and then like Kana and Toko come around the corner, and Taishi just runs past them, just like going, just grabs them both by the waist. We're going over here now. and then the dude, what's his dude name? Tanaka. Who pretty much loves Hasami and trying to beat him. Tanaka comes around like Miyoshi, comes around the corner and say, "No, we gotta go. He's not here. Over here. Let's go over here."
Yeah.
And then
Husband's not here. He's right there. She's not there.
And then my favorite part, the section chief comes around like, "Oh God, what's up?" She just walks up, just stomps on him, and then drags his lifeless bloody body across the ground without saying anything. It was so great. That show was so fucking excellent.
That show is fantastic too. By the way,
the show's written so fucking well.
Yeah,
it's like it couldn't have been written any better. It's so like writing can make difference between a good show and a bad show. For instance, like Samurai Bride, excellent visuals, nice animation, written so fucking horribly.
Yeah.
Blood Sea, well animated, so nicely drawn, written like garbage. A good writing is so important to a good anime. It's ridiculous.
When we look at Bakemonogatari, like that show is literally writing.
Just dialogue. That's all it is. Dialogue.
Writing
on occasion, there's some shit happens, but it's so well written, and also, but we'll get to that in a minute. I'll tell you why that works so well. But yeah, it's so well written, so excellent characters. I love that show to death. That for a time, that was my top show season.
Yeah.
But then it kind of fell into like, we're gonna just do work stuff, whatever. Didn't we stay consistently funny? It was funny. It wasn't as funny as it was in the beginning to me.
I think here's the thing with that show is like if you look at like a graph of enjoyment for shows like is related to like how their plot progresses. Servant Service was essentially like a straight line more or less because you knew what it was about right off the bat and that it was just like the status quo of like comedy and like shenanigans. But shows like Danganronpa is like interesting, and then it just kind of like shoots up like things like that. Like
it's like kind of like a bell curve.
Danganronpa was like top 3, no top 5.
Yeah.
Like that like, you know, Servant Stars for me was also like a top 3 show for the first few weeks, but then other things either got better, you know, things like that. I don't know where I put it right now. I can't think of it.
But also an interesting part of that show is also Megami, and Taichi's relationship and how their relationship works and how they keep it from Toko and how they try to tell her, but also they keep like not doing it. And how he had a problem where like all these girlfriends want to hang out on New Year's Eve or New Year's Day. That's when Toko's birthday is, so they had to ditch them for Toko, and they wouldn't like that. But I think like Xiao's always like going like the Comic Con or some bullshit like that, some anime convention around that time. So she's always busy anyway.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So it works out. So it works out for them. And also, I love how like Chihaya apologized to Chihaya and said how he can make up to her. I'll do anything.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Next, they're like at the anime convention, and she's like in the cosplay.
Yeah, from that like magical girl show, like in the show that she talks about, and she gets all of them to dress up as the characters.
Oh, it's so great.
Because she says you would so be this character, and then she gets them to do it.
Yeah, it's so great. It's just that show's excellent. That show's so awesome.
As an ending note for this show, if anyone watching this, if anyone hears this part, there's a scene, and I think I'll link the picture in the comments with the costumes that Chihaya makes.
Yeah.
I'm still figuring this out.
It has to
There
be.
is a scene where she's hanging up all her cosplays she's making.
Yeah.
And
references.
In order, or there's like...
It's like
there's
it's like,
there's Monogatari outfit.
Yeah,
There's
there's
an Attack on Titan outfit.
Yeah.
There's an outfit I don't know, and then there's the Fate Illya, Prisma Illya outfit.
But the outfit you don't know is very similar to the dress Meme wore in
Menma.
Menma.
And Anohana.
Anohana.
It's not.
Except the
I looked
collar.
at it. The bow is wrong.
Yeah, but everything else is the same.
It's just a generic white dress at that point. I think the bow's very... Anyways, if anyone can tell me in the comments what that dress is from...
Good.
Maybe
We'll know.
We'll shout out to you next podcast.
Let's not do that bullshit, but okay. Yeah.
Because I really fucking want to know what that is. I'll link a picture. Yeah.
Just embed in the video.
I'll embed it in the video, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so yeah, definitely, I'd rate this show an A.
Yeah, I give it an A minus.
A-.
Because there are 2 other shows that are above that, in my opinion. So I give it a solid A minus.
What about you, Matt?
You guys can have at it for a while.
Yeah, Ruben. Let's talk about some lolly basketball.
Okay, sure.
So, Ro-kyu-bu SS, second season. Now, I watched first season as it was coming out, and I liked it a lot. And it was my, at that time, favorite basketball show ever until Girls Basketball came along, and you just marathoned, like, all season 1.
I did
back to
marathon
back.
it before the season started.
Yeah, and let's talk about the OVA. That OVA was pretty... Okay, so it basically shows about this 6th grade basketball team that is coached by this 15-year-old guy.
That means we didn't cover the first season, because that was before we...
Yeah, it was before.
Okay.
Yeah, and we, this 15-year-old guy coaches these 12-year-old, 13-year-old girls to basketball.
Are they that old?
They're 12 years old.
Okay.
I looked it up, because you knew it was fucking with me.
Mm-hmm.
And there was some kind of vague they care for him a lot, and he cares for them. There's just this vague love information thing between what's her name, Tomoka, and the main guy, Subaru.
Sure.
And it's I don't. I mean, they're technically both underage, more or less. So it's still it's not illegal. I mean, if you
they haven't done anything illegal.
Yeah,
yet.
if you fast forward 10 years, he's 25, she's 22, it's fine. But the age rate right now is really weird.
So you're saying there's a sweet spot where it would start being illegal?
Yeah, and the thing is in the OVA, it's in the first season he coaches her a lot, one-on-one, helping her get better. But at the OVA, they're kind of hanging out, and it's really sort of fan service pedophile type shit.
In the first season?
In the OVA.
Oh, in the OVA, yeah. Well, they have...
they're hanging out, and she drops something underneath his desk, she's going under there, and he's looking, and it's that's fine.
Yeah. I like the second season more.
I like it a little less.
Because there's more basketball.
There is more basketball. It's really about them playing some basketball.
And they bring in, they eventually bring in the other 5 students.
Who are 5th graders.
The 5th graders.
Yeah.
So the 5th graders are now playing with the 6th graders. And that's kind of cool because there's more character dynamic and, in interaction.
And, you find out, some of the characters, there's the guy, the boy, I forgot what his name is.
I don't think it matters.
I think it's like named boy like Monica. He has 2 twin sisters who have a problem with Maho.
Yeah.
And then Hinata's little sister, who's taller than her,
Kage.
just trying to like look out for her, and she plays.
How the fuck was that a smaller sister, by the way? Kage is like 3 times Hina's height.
Hinata. Oh. Saruchan Daisuke. She always says, "Oh, yeah." Hinata's awesome.
She's
except
always got a
she's
good
like
attitude.
the fan service person.
She's the lolliest of the lolly.
Well, no, Maho's the lolliest of the lolly.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think Hinata is.
Because they show up like stats in between like the breaks, and they say like Hinata, she's the 2nd largest breast on the team. They said that.
She's still like she's
the shortest.
She's the shortest, and her hair is like the longest thing.
Yeah, but she the other girls wear spats, and she wears bloomers.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like, and also like the opening, they just show her ass pretty much. Like, I mean, it's just really, it's really kind of awkward sometimes. This show, like the part when they're like taking a shower after a practice, and they have like
that happens like every other fucking episode.
No, it doesn't. Though.
Yeah, it does.
Not showers
or bath or something.
Maybe.
It happens often, dude.
Okay, well,
I marathon the whole fucking first season a lot recently.
I've forgotten.
Like every other episode, you see them in some naked situation where
and then there's like one time Tamika is like stays at Subaru's house for a night, and I have no idea why. I forget why.
I forget too. I think it's because they're gonna like practice the next day or like help them with homework
or something.
Like
and then like they're talking, and then she falls on him, and then she's on his lap, and then Subaru's mom she just loves them all. She doesn't care. She walks in, hey, what's going on? Sorry, I'm gonna go over here. Never mind, I was never here. So it's like no, nothing happened. So it's I don't know. If you like lollies and basketball, this show's for you. I really know what else to say about it.
There is nothing much to say.
It's lollies.
I think some like
basketball.
I think one of the reasons, like I said with the second season, how the basketball's more prevalent.
Yeah.
I like that because it feels more like just a little bit more shonen. Like, yo, go! Shit, how is she gonna do it? Is Saki gonna make the 3-pointer this time? She does.
The thing like the ball is like so much bigger than them, like bigger than their head.
It's hilarious. Also, they shoot with their hands.
Like she was just like a gay wrist flayed out, just screaming, just the entire time. It's just that show's weird. That show's weird, but I like it a lot.
It is fun. I'm glad I watched it. It's funny. It's a good time. Really.
Give that show like a solid.
And Hinata is just great.
Hinata is great. Yeah.
Irie's the one that's like twice as tall as any of them, and she's like
large, like huge ass breasts.
Huge breasts.
Then we have like the triangle of like a childhood friend of Aoi and Subaru, and then like there's Monica, not Monica, I said Tamaka, and there. Also remember they say like the inn, like the school trip.
Yeah.
They're staying in the same room, and like her friends are like, yo Aoi, now's the time, man. Let's get on that. And they give her like lingerie, and then he's like dealing with this other dumb bullshit where it's like fucking. So the boy Monica had come across like he has like a crush on Hinata or something like that, or like someone, one of them. And
Who does he have a crush on?
Hinata, I think.
No, I think. No, I don't think it's Hinata.
Yeah, I think it's Hinata.
I think it's
like,
Maho.
Season 1, like she like sprained her ankle or something like that. And
well, she's like okay. As wrong as it sounds, she's like the sex appeal of the group.
Which is fucking ridiculous.
In terms of little kids, because she's the cute little, like the lolliest cute one.
Yeah.
Like Maho's like the sporty badass. Irie's the one who has no, like, shouldn't be 13 or whatever the fuck that is. Yeah. Tomoko is like, well, I think he likes Tomoko too. I don't know.
But either way, like he's going somewhere and they're passing by them and they're coming from the bath and one of them drops her underwear.
Yeah.
Picks it up. It's like, oh, fuck. So instead of like just leaving it where it was, picks up, takes it with him. It was fucking weird. And then he brings Subaru into it, and they have to, like...
He drops it behind Subaru, and Subaru's buying something at the vending machine. Yeah. And Subaru turns around and is like, what is this? Oh my god, it's panties. So he picks it up. And then, what's the kid's name?
Anaka, I think it is.
That's not even a fucking name.
Monica, yeah.
Madaka?
No, it's not Monica.
Monica.
No, it's not. Fuck. That's something different.
Does not sound right.
What's his fucking name? God damn it. I forgot what his fucking name is.
It sounds easier.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it in the shit.
Either way... Yeah, he's like, haha, now you have the panties, now you have to deal with it. He's like, well, fuck you, you're gonna help me.
Yeah.
So they go
to the room and they kind of like figure out a way to give the panties back at some point.
Yeah.
And all while that's happening, I always trying on this lingerie and like Subaru walks back into his room and she's trying it on.
Yeah.
And that gets all weird. So, did it do like the thing where the anime have some weird some anime where they have the weird ass like fan service? Did you just hear, "Oh yeah"? Did that happen in this show?
What?
In some anime, they have like this weird sound clip of this guy going, "Oh yeah."
Oh yeah.
Did that happen in the show? I think I remember having it.
I don't recall. I wouldn't doubt it. Though.
Yeah, but it's like all that happened. It's just
the boy's name is Takanaka. Natsuki Takanaka.
Yeah. Okay. That was a weird episode of that.
But yeah, like he originally shows up being like, these girls shouldn't have a basketball team. They all suck. Blah blah blah.
Then they beat him.
And then they beat him and his team of like 5th graders or 6th graders or something.
Yeah.
And then they end up all working together. Now they're all together. It's a fine show. If you like
basketball.
comedy, lolly. Fan service basketball?
Yeah, if you can deal with all the fan service and little like undertones of pedophilism, then this show's for you, I guess.
Yeah, I'd give it a
B minus.
What would I give this? Probably B minus.
Yeah, show's fun.
B. I think a B. I
Yeah.
think it would be. Yeah, I like a solid B. All right. So after lolly basketball, we have Kiniro Mosaic or Golden Mosaic or I guess it's golden colored mosaic.
Yeah.
Whatever.
All I know is that show has some of the best English I have ever heard in an anime.
Yeah.
It is outstanding.
How far did you get in
great.
it?
Like episode 4.
Okay.
I stopped caring.
The thing is,
I thought episode 1 was actually really great.
episode 1 was probably the best episode.
Oh, good. I got it while it was good.
I don't mean that in a terrible way, like the show was bad. I actually really enjoyed this show. I'd give it a solid like B+.
I just had my fill of cute girls doing cute shit. That's my thing.
So, this show is about so in the beginning, a Japanese girl named Shino went to go like a study abroad kind of thing, or no, sorry, I'm sorry, no.
Shinobu.
Shinobu. They just call her Shino. Her mom was friends with this British mom.
Yeah.
And so she went to go visit her house in Britain for a while.
Right.
And so Alice was the girl who lived there. And so the first episode was them when they were young, really young,
becoming used to themselves.
And they were like trying to have this like cultural barrier of like trying to like learn each other and like deal with each other.
And when they first met, it was outstanding.
Yeah, like,
of just like the girl Alice like hiding behind her mother, and just like Shinobu going kawaii and just like chasing Alice around like screaming.
Yeah.
Screaming, Japanese girls are so scary. It was so great.
This show had okay. This is what I wanted from this show.
Right.
I think like the perfect show in my opinion is I wanted the British. I wanted Alice and Karen. I wanted them to be voiced by actual British women,
Right.
Who would have to speak Japanese later on and make it sound really funny, and then the rest of them spoke by Japanese people. When they try and speak English, it's English.
Great.
It would have been hilarious, and I really wanted them to focus more on like the cultural differences and difficulties between them trying to like accept each other's culture.
Which was good in the show. I forgot what it was. It was the show when the Japanese girl was staying in France.
Oh,
there's a lot out of that. I need to find it. It's like Koukousei something. Because I did watch that show.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Anyways.
Koukousei in the Foreign Labyrinth. Or Ikoku Meiro no Kurowaze. Yeah, like that was a Japanese girl staying in France, in Paris.
And like I'm actually interested in watching that show now because of this show.
Yeah, it's cool.
But this show was fine. I liked the characters. I liked the humor. Two of the characters, the blue and red hair girl. I forget what their names are.
Let me go find their names for it.
The
red hair girl was Yoko, and the blue haired girl was Aya.
Aya. They were not they. Aya was lesbian as all motherfuck up in Yoko. It was not even like subtle.
And also, you're talking about fucking Hinata being lolly. Alice was the lolliest of the lolly.
Alice was very lolly. So anyways, after the first episode where they show Shino coming and becoming friends with Alice, they fast forward
a few years.
It's like I think it's like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, like they're like Alice a little older. I mean, yeah, Shino was a little older.
Alice comes to visit Shino in Japan and live with her. But the real issue, something that really bugged me, is that I guess as a plot point, I don't know if this was initially like a novel. It was a manga.
Okay.
So this was an original story. I think it would have been great. Alice had learned Japanese to like very like near fluent, if not fluent levels.
Right.
And she had studied like Japanese tradition and all that.
Right.
So she came, and that really removed a lot of the
interest.
The interest
For me,
it removed a lot of the barrier, the cultural barrier that I wanted to see.
Right, that's what I want to see too.
Like they could be comedy, but it'd be comedy of her just trying to be British in a Japanese setting. And I thought that'd been great. It would have been hilarious.
And also, like the fucking English in the show is ridiculous. Like
It's
when
fantastic.
they're doing an English, they're doing an English lesson.
Yeah.
And Alice pipes up, "Teacher, your English is awkward." Excellent, awesome.
I think if I started my own anime studio, I would remake that show in my image.
Yeah.
Anyways, later on, Alice's friend Karen from Britain comes and joins them. Karen, hands down, is my favorite character. I don't know if you saw her.
I saw her when she showed up. Yeah, she was one of Alice's friends.
Is like
British.
The epitome of the kind of character I love in a show. She is awesome. She's like smart alecky. She's like a little not ditzy. Like she's not like a fall over. Like, oh, I fell on my face kind of girl. But she's like, she brings to the show what I wanted to see them both bring to the show. Is that she acts so damn fucking English.
It's so great, yeah.
Like she just comes to school one time wearing a yukata. She's like, "Konnichiwa, des." She has like the Dekomori like des thing going on, kind of like that. And like the way she's like these like evil like grin like faces she makes when she's like, "Ha ha ha, gotcha, bitches." Like she's the downhill hands the best fucking character. And I think she's really something that saved that show for me. Since Alice wasn't bringing the show.
I just got bored, honestly.
I didn't. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed watching every week. It just could have been better.
Yeah.
And that's why I think I give it a B plus instead of like an
part
A
of it is
range.
like the show I want it to be. This is never that, so I got a little more. I thought the show just like more than it was probably deserved because I had higher hopes for that show.
Right. Like I did too, and I was disappointed. Like that show started.
Yeah.
Like the first episode gave me the impression that the show was going to be what I wanted it to be.
I was down for it.
And then, and I at that point it was like a top 3 show for me. I was like, yes.
But it had potential. It had potential.
And it just didn't live up. That's why instead of like giving it like a minus, like it's a B plus for me.
I really can't say enough. I didn't watch enough to at least give a grade, but
there was good humor throughout. There were some points where like they do bring culture into it.
Yeah.
Karen's just awesome the entire time. In the last episode, they do like this little like imaginary like scenario thing, and the Karen's a pirate.
Okay. All right.
Fantastic.
I mean, it's just like I just had my fill. Like after those barriers were broken down, and they weren't really an issue anymore. I had my fill of cute girls doing cute shit. You know, I've watched Canon, I've watched A Channel, I've watched other shows. I was done. I had my fill.
I just eat that shit up. I watch it every fucking season.
I can't do it anymore. So.
But for sure, like Mike said, you know, if you like slice of life, cute girls doing cute things, and it's a great show.
Yeah,
when English does come up in the show,
awesome.
it is awesome.
I like it, but
it just didn't come up.
It was
enough.
Yeah. Okay, so
and Aya and Toko are lesbians all having fun.
Yay.
The next show is something I only watched. Gene o Kakeru Taiyou, the Phantom Piercing Sun.
Taiyou means sun.
Yeah.
So that explains a lot. Okay.
But that's not actually like. That's not what that translates to. That's just the subtitle of that.
All right.
I forget what the show actually translates to. It's not important. But yeah, you see, like the sun penetrates the illusion.
Oh yeah.
The only reason I watched this show is because it was Magical Girl, and because there was an interesting note that it looked like a show for kids. But it was given a late night time slot in Japan, where they normally air things that are meant for
adults,
young adults.
Yeah.
So I was actually kind of interested, and after seeing it, I actually understand why. The show was actually quite bloody.
Oh well.
Like if you look at that art, like it looks like a really childish like art and everything, and it is, but that show gets dark.
Wow.
Fast. I guess I'll just pretty much skip like. it's all about tarot cards, and they each girl had like the tarot card that's like their power.
Oh right.
And
That sounds familiar.
yeah, whatever, like generic. And they
Like,
fight these things.
Get on that Persona dick about that
Right.
bullshit.
They fight these things called daimonia, which is, I guess, for every tarot card, there's like an evil tarot card, and like they possess people who
Like,
are
almost like a shadow tarot card.
one might like a shadow,
Okay.
and they possess people who are
The true tarot card.
no. Well, yes, actually, kind of. We'll get there. They possess people who are really like down on themselves, like like fuck life kind of. And they take them over, create monsters, and they go out and like rampage and kill people. And then these girls are separated into teams. Like a team will be sent out to deal with the daimonia and kill it.
It sounds like a mix of like almost like Monica and God Only Knows.
Not God Only Knows.
Because they have teams of like people who collect souls.
Yeah, okay. If it was just that, but in that show they have to contract some dude to like love her first.
Okay, all right.
That show's great. Let's not.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
But anyways, so it's pretty bloody. The actual opening episode of this is Akari, the main chick who gets the Sun Tarot.
Mm-hmm.
She like feel in like a dream. She sees her cousin who she's living with come in. And then her cousin turns into like a monster, and then she kills her, but she doesn't remember it. And she wakes up, and she just sees blood in her room everywhere, and she's just like freaks out and like passes out, kind of.
Right.
And then like, oh, you awakened, blah 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 blah, and then like, oh, everything.
Just
You
say the
know,
word
start
persona.
missions.
Say the word Persona.
Now the thing about Akari, they found out when she can hear the inner voices of the daimonia they're fighting.
Mm-hmm.
So. Like, these daimonia are like, don't hurt me, no, please, I want to live, shit like that. She's like, oh my god, I can't do it. So her teammates like, whoa, what's going on? And then Seira, the blue hair one, she's like, fuck that, we're gonna kill him anyways. Like, she just like, stop hindering me, I'm gonna fuck everything up, I'm gonna kill everything.
Right.
And so, like, there's like drama there, like, whatever, it gets resolved. Now, when the show starts getting really kind of like dark, and like better, but then it becomes really stupid, is they find out that if they find a daimonia that has their tarot card, but like the anti-version of their tarot card, anything like damage they do to that tarot card, because the tarot card's like the core of the demon,
Right.
and so the way they destroy the demons is they stab the card, essentially. They destroy the card. But any demons they fight, they'll feel the pain too. And what happened is someone on another team had fought this tarot card, but as soon as they destroyed it, that person had died as well. It's like, oh shit. Like, what's going on? And they're like, okay, well, for the time being, until we figure this out, if you encounter one of your own tarot cards, just run away.
Right.
Well, the Ginka, the lolliest of like the team, obviously because it's starting, she found hers, but like she wasn't gonna run away from it because she's like, this thing is killing people. Like, I'm just gonna do this. So she creates like this orb around like this like battle area that like her teammates couldn't get inside.
Right.
And she battles her anti-self to death, like her shadow.
Right.
And they both die. I was like, oh my god. And then some other shit happens, blah, 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 blah. And then everyone's like all down in dumps and shit. And then you realize later on that like the head daimonia, the one that's like creating all these demons, his whole plot was actually to get to Akari, the main girl, who can hear the daimonia's voices. And you find out that she was born from the relation between a daimonia and a human.
No.
Because there's like the greater daimonias, which is like demons with like will, like the main bad guy. Like he's just like a person, and he controls like the lesser demons that he sends to be like, he takes people over, like makes them bend to his will. And you find out basically the overarching plot is he wants to have sex with her.
Okay.
Because she's half daimon or whatever, and she like gave her some special power that he wants to like bring away. So he's like, we're gonna mate.
Okay.
I'm like, oh my god. This all happened because he just wants to have sex with her. Like, okay, oh boy.
So it's an analogy for
just
current life.
I'm like, oh my god, this is so stupid. And shit happens. Like, she finds her true self, and then the worst thing that fucking happened is Ginka wasn't actually dead. She was in some other dimension, like fighting her anti-self this whole time. And then God knows how, I couldn't really figure it out. Akari like spoke out to her, but she didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And then she like got Super Saiyan and then broke out of there and came back to them. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? Like, I'm just rating my friend's show
Really?
quickly.
Wow.
So in the end, I gave that show like a C plus B minus.
Okay.
Like,
Is it worth watching?
not really.
Okay.
If you really like magical girl things,
Probably
like,
so.
you can watch it. There's nothing that will really stick with me with this show. There's nothing I can say, oh my god, that show did this kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
The only good thing about this show is that it's the first song Lisa's done that I've liked.
Oh, wow.
I did not like Fate Zero's Lisa opening. I did not like Sword Art Online's Lisa opening. I do like this show's opening with Lisa. It's really good.
Okay. Next we got...
Oh.
Not again. Talk some more, Prisma.
I'm also the only one who watched this. So this is Fate, Kaleid, Liner, Prisma, Illya. This is my favorite show of the season, hands down.
Which I find
This is
nuts.
a
Okay.
spin-off of the Fate series where Illya becomes a magical girl.
Mm-hmm. But didn't she, like, got murdered? Or is that like a dream? That's a dream.
In what?
Fate Zero. I
No,
think
this
that was during his
like I
dream.
said, it's a spin-off. It's not.
Okay.
It's not canon to that.
All right.
Because in this world, they have to go find the class cards. So the servants, like Saber, Lancer, and stuff, they're actually cards, and they have to go collect them, like card capture style.
Right.
But basically, Rin and the Ojo-sama chick who was with her, they were originally the magical girls sent on this mission.
Yeah.
But they fucking like hate each other's guts, like they're always getting each other's nerves. So like they fought, and their staves are alive.
Wow.
Ruby and Sapphire.
Okay.
And so basically they're like living.
Games, yeah.
They're like, you've never seen Nanoha? But like this takes a lot of like inspiration from other magical girls. So like capturing cars is like card capture soccer.
Right.
The talking wands and stuff are very Nanoha like.
Okay.
Like they have their minds of their own.
Right.
But so they're like, fuck you two, you guys can't even fucking work together. So they just abandon them, and they just like literally mid-sky, it's fantastic. They're like, stop fighting! And they just leave their hands, and they lose their powers, they just fall to the ground. And then, so they go and find, one of them finds Illya, and one of them finds another girl named Miyu. And Ruby actually blackmails Illya into becoming a magical girl.
Yeah.
She's like, hey, so, like she pisses her off. Or not only blackmail, but like she tricks her into doing it. Because all she needs to do is like have her grab a hold of the wand willingly.
Uh-huh.
Like she can't just force herself to touch her and like get in there. But so like she like pisses her off where Illya's like, fuck you, fuck, I'm a magical girl, damn it, you got me. And it's great. And then Rin finds her and it's like, I just fell from the fucking sky. Give me my wand back. No. I mean, she's like, yes, please take this faggot away from me. And Ruby's like, no, I have a new contract with her. You can't make me do shit. And then she's like, hey, Illya, imagine a beam firing at Rin. See what happens. And then she fires a big beam at Rin and she's like, fuck you! It's great.
It's like passive aggressive wand. That's pretty great.
Yeah. And then Miyu is a much easier thing. Miyu was like homeless or something, and she got the wand, and like she's like, she meets up with the Ojo-sama chick. I can't remember her name. She's voiced by Ito Shizuka. Really, really good voice actress. Great role, great character. And she's like, I understand what's going on. She's like more like level-headed and cool about it. She's like, I understand what's going on. I will help you with this. I just want you to give me a home.
Right.
So that's more of like the serious side of like what happens.
Yeah.
But there's not much to say about it. I mean, they go about collecting all the class cards.
Okay.
Like the only real big thing to note is I think episode like 7. I think it's 7. Fantastic. Illya canonically is the most powerful mage in the universe of Fate Stay Night.
Well, she has good genes.
She's the daughter of a homunculus and a human.
Yeah.
And homunculi are essentially just humanoid formations of mana, more or less. They're created by mana.
Which is why the chick was like the Holy Grail or something.
Yeah, she's the Holy Grail. They are created to be the Holy Grail. And because of that, she has the most magic potential. Episode 7 or so, she basically goes in like batshit like uber rape mode. And normally they install a class card in their wands in order to use its power. Yeah. Like they'll install like Lancer's Gaebulg to like penetrate magic because that's what it does.
Right.
Or they'll like he's casters to create like magical spells.
Mm-hmm.
But she, for the first time, does an include, and what it is it basically makes them like living. It makes them become the servant. Mm-hmm. So she becomes Archer, and just rapes Saber's ass, and it was the most phenomenal thing. Like I was like, this show's fucking amazing.
Okay.
And shit happens from there. But, and they collect all the class cards and great things. One of the other best episodes is apparently, like, one of the deal for Miyu, like, living with the Ojo-sama girl is she, like, to be her maid. Like, you're going to be a live-in maid for me. But one night, Illya just calls her up. He's like, hey, what's up? She's like, nothing much. She's like, oh, hey, okay. It's like, and then Sapphire, the one with Miyu, is like, without her knowing, puts her on, like, video phone. And it's her in a maid outfit. And Illya's like, come over right now. And she just proceeds to, like, maid rape her. Like,
that's
it. I want to show you.
Yeah, show me that at some point.
Hilarious. She's just like, you're a maid.
That's kind of funny.
And he's like, no. And then all her friends walk in. She's like bent over like this, like doggy style with her. It's just like,
that's just ridiculous. That's just nuts.
Easily my favorite show. Oh my god. No.
So
I loved every second.
Give it a grade.
A plus.
A plus.
A plus.
Okay.
Top
right.
of the top of the grade.
Wow. Okay.
Great opening by Chocho. Pretty good ending by someone else. I don't know. But it was Silverlink that did it.
Okay.
They did something else in season 2. Oh, they did Watamode too. When we get to that.
We'll get to that.
And they have a great track. Silverlink. I've actually never seen a Silverlink show that I haven't liked. Actually, they're relatively new. They only started like a few years ago. Anyways, I'll stop ranting there. I think Matt's in for Matt. Do you want Monogatari?
Yeah.
Get over here then.
All right, let's get to Monogatari second season. Whew.
You mean like third season, actually?
So far we have Bakemonogatari, then we have the sequel Nissan Monogatari,
And we have
and then we have the
Kuromonogatari.
prequel
of Kuromonogatari.
No, it's Nekomonogatari Kuro.
Fuck whatever.
Okay. Now we have Monogatari second season.
It's not Monogatari
which
2.
starts Nekomonogatari White, and then goes into Kabuki Monogatari and shit like that. We're soon going to have Kizu Monogatari, which is a prequel to Nekomonogatari Black. Thank you, Shaft, for fucking everyone's mind.
Yeah.
But this
show...
show...
I haven't seen like the origins of Shinobu yet.
Right, and that's where...
We've only seen it in flashback.
That's what Kizu Monogatari is going to be, is Koyomi turning into a vampire with Shinobu.
But yeah, I mean, for a time, I had Nekomonogatari Kuro as my top show of the season, even though it was only 4 episodes. Mm-hmm. I loved it that much. It was so tight. And Monogatari second season, is still outstanding. Mm-hmm. It's still one of the top animes made, and still shows that Shaft's one of the top studios.
They don't let down, and I'm sure it's not 100% Shaft. It's the source material.
Right.
It's Nishio-sen, like his work is just always good.
Yeah, but Shaft brings it to life so well.
They definitely do it very.
And I don't think anyone else can do what they do.
And that was actually a debate I had online a little while back. It's like, what if like Production IG, or what if Kyoto, or what if JC staff had done it?
They can't do it. They can't do it. Shaft.
I wonder.
There's no other studio that can do what Shaft does.
I think the one thing Shaft did was Chiwa Saito for Sandra Gahara.
Yeah.
Perfect.
No
one else.
Their casting is always perfect. Mm-hmm. They never have a wrong role. Their casting is always on point. I don't think I've ever heard a bad character in that show. Ever. No. And also, here's the thing. Monogatari as a whole, I think this is without discussion. You can't even argue this. Have the best written female characters of any anime ever made. Think of the anime with as many good female characters and well fleshed out, well written, well acted than Monogatari.
No, definitely.
None. Because most anime, female characters are just, I'm breasts, or I'm not breasts, just hanging around in the background, just, you kind of want to fuck me, but I'm going to be awesome about it, or not something about it, or I want you that bad, or what. No, these are all actual women, female characters with actual, like, thoughts and feelings and opinions, and they're well written, and that is the thing that impressed me most about any Shaft show, I've read this, is that the female characters are always incredible. Like, you can take any of the characters, and you can say, best character season. You can think, like, yeah, okay. You can say Shinobu is best female character. You can say Shinjigahara is best female character. You can say that Hanakawa is best female character. You can say that Kaorin Tsuki is best female character. Mm-hmm. They're all so outstanding that no anime can even touch them in that regard.
Right.
Which is why I love Shaft so much. Like, think of all the characters from Madoka.
Oh, yeah.
All outstanding. All best female character of the year caliber characters. Their writing is so good. And the reason they're able to get away with writing of just like 20 minutes of dialogue in a show is because, yeah, they're talking, but the shit they flash onto the show up on the screen with like showing what they're saying or showing things that are like they're saying something thinking another thing at the same time.
They put a lot of imagery.
You're never bored.
You're never left to the imagination. Like, well, do they mean this?
Yeah.
Are they
or sometimes it's on purpose.
Yeah.
But also it's just like, yeah, go.
Am I the only one that sometimes like when they go to like one of those like it's just a single frame with a whole bunch of words on it?
Like a second.
Am I the only one that actually pauses to read everything?
Oh no,
I do sometimes.
But you have to like go back. Some of those frames are literally like 2 frames long. So I'm like, go back, frame, got there.
You're like that. Yeah, there's just like they're able to have 20 minutes of dialogue, but also keep you so well involved
Engaged.
with not just how well it's written, but with all the visual stimuli you're getting. I'm just literally in awe.
Yeah.
Like, they are masters. They are masters at creating anime. They are, I think, the best anime studio right now. I don't think any other studio touches them.
3.
Yeah, maybe Production IG's up there. You know,
I don't think that's really a maybe, but
it's like Sunrise can be up there too. Gainax, when they're on their game, are up there as well.
well, that's the thing. Like, you know, it's kind of hard with studios just because like.
Well, keep.
I mean, to be fair, Shaft is not without duds. Like, you guys don't like Denpa pretty much. I like Denpa.
Well, but on the same but the same coin,
Yeah.
2 of my top 5 favorite shows ever made are
Yeah,
Shaft.
yeah, same.
FTL Memories, Shaft, Madoka, Shaft. Like,
Yeah, for me, Bakuman Atari and Madoka, and like, you know, there's also Reholic, which I hated.
Oh, me too.
You know, but there's shows like I loved.
Not to know Arashi, hate that show.
I loved Arcana of the Bridge. Like, there's
Gross.
no show like it.
I think that's the only show we really like disagree on in
Yeah.
Shaft.
Yeah, but it's like, but when it comes to like Bakuman Atari,
then
any
there's-
Monogatari's, and Madoka.
Then there's Hitomari sketch, which you didn't watch.
Was that Shaft?
Yes.
Fuck Hitomari's guy.
Yeah, it is.
I didn't actually watch that.
But, you
Wait,
know.
that was a show with the girl with an amazing amount of English, right?
I don't know. I didn't watch it.
I don't know.
I need to find that.
It's not how you say angel beats. Oh, that's not how you say English they got. But no, it's like, no matter what Shaft does, everywhere between, you know, but from Maria Holic over to Madoka, when it comes to Monogatari, they always, every single time, bring their A game. You can never say a Monogatari show is just okay. It is always outstanding.
Yeah.
There's just some that I would say are better that I enjoyed more than others.
You would argue about which one's better.
Like,
you know?
I enjoyed Bakumonogatari
Oh wait,
and-
no, it's Sketchbook full color. Is that?
and Nisei Monogatari
Yeah.
more than Nekomonogatari Kuro,
Really? Okay.
probably. I mean, it all revolves around the same characters, so it's kind of hard to say. But I guess
we say it's all the same show. Honestly.
it's probably their execution and how much. Okay, like let me give you an example. I don't like. Okay, I like all the characters, but if I had to pick one that I wouldn't mind seeing less.
Pose look.
Well, that was only in.
Well, she showed up for a bit in
Yeah.
Monogatari season 2.
No, I'm talking about of the main.
Of the main.
Yeah, and that'd probably be Conru. But,
Really?
But
I'd say Nadeko. She doesn't really bring much to the table except she
I
has a
love
crush
Nadeko.
on.
I love
on
Nadeko.
Araki.
but no,
Because like Conru has her own flavor that you don't get from any other characters.
Dude, what's talking about Lezer does?
Yeah.
oh
man.
my god, okay.
Dude, remember
so,
fucking season?
That's what I'm talking about. That was what I'm talking about. One of the times
Hanging around on books, naked in her
where
room, chilling.
where I laughed so hard because they're in the middle of like all these books and
Yeah,
the floor,
and she just dumps them.
And she's like, "Oh yeah, now to talk to you about what I really called you over here for." And I'm sitting there, I'm like,
Let me take your pants off.
I'm like, okay, like now I get to hear like what her so important, like whatever it was, and then she tells him that she's a lesbian, and then his face,
The face is great.
where he's just like,
Excellent. Yeah, and also love how like he was also helping her organize all these books in her room, and she's like wearing like a basketball jersey and like shorts,
Yeah.
and then she like jumps him, like trying to take all his clothes off. Like, oh, don't worry, I know it's your first time. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. So it's just
that's a great thing about Kakeru. Like she's lesbian, but she's 100% ready to ride that aura.
And also the thing is that this show is so good, and she hasn't come up yet. She's still on that path. She's gonna come up later.
Wait, who did we see? We saw Hachikuji. We saw
we saw
Tsubasa Hanakawa.
Tsubasa,
Which to me was still the strongest arc was the Tsubasa arc. In my opinion.
Hachikuji was cool. We got to that.
Hachikuji was grown up Hachikuji.
Oh, lost my mind.
That. Give me that for the rest.
She
of the
was
show.
so awesome.
That commando Hachikuji is what I want.
Yes, it's like Aragi hedging his bets, being fulfilled. Man, it's just also
right back in the park where like the best fucking like moment of the first season.
And then we have Nadeko right now, which I don't know how that's going to end. It could go in pre-bowl.
Yeah.
I thought the Snake arc was the weakest arc of the first Bakuman's Heart season.
It was. It really was.
And then we have Kakeru after that, and then Shinji Gahara need to come in at some point, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think it's because like Nadeko was the weakest arc, not so much because she's the weakest character in my opinion, but because there's no deeper meaning behind
it's really
her
that
issue.
She had problems with people at school, and she got all mad, and she wished like bad things upon them, and then it came back around. That thing is all about karma, pretty much.
Yeah, but I mean, she's pretty fucking dumb in this current season. Like, there's a giant snake saying that I should take all its power. Remember that time when I got fucked up by snakes? Let's do it.
Yeah, that was pretty dumb. I was like, what?
Her
really?
brain's not in the right place.
But no, let's
her like complete shy like attitude toward Aragi and like totally wanting to be with him but completely shy about it.
Yeah.
It's like it's something that you expect from a lot of like characters in a lot of anime.
Yeah, it's
very not in that show. She's unique in that show.
Yeah, but I think she's the weakest character in that entire show, though.
Probably.
One word, Twister.
That was excellent. Twister was excellent. One word, toothbrush.
Oh my god!
Like you've never seen an episode of any anime like that ever. But no, it's like okay. So Tsubasa had her first arc. Basically, it's about this fucking giant ass tiger, which was like a fat it was like some kind of weird manifestation of jealousy and envy.
Yeah.
Because wherever she was, like shit got burned down. Like her house got burned down. The place where she stayed at that one night burned down. And also, the thing that rocked me really hard is that when she was like, is well documented that she has a problem with her family and that she's on the house with them. She stays one night like this old abandoned like building. Shinji Gahara is like losing her fucking goddamn mind. If you ever see Shinji Gahara, she's usually in control.
Yeah.
She's just like lost her fucking mind, like worried sick over Kakeru's health and shit like that.
You mean Hanakawa's?
Hanakawa, sorry. I'm thinking of Tsubasa. Yeah, Tsubasa, Hanakawa, same shit. Like, losing her mind over that.
Yeah.
Like,
it's
beside herself.
It's a different side of Senju Gahara
you've never seen before, yeah. And then you bring her over to, then she stays the night over at Senju Gahara's house. And it's pretty awesome. And you had the realization that Tsubasa is kind of like able to have all her fingers in all these pies because she's so well-rounded and she's so well at just navigating these social things. Senjara figures out that it's not that that Tsubasa has her own like little style. She's bland. Mm-hmm. She is in everything. She has her own style with everything. She just kind of is over the place, which is how she's able to.
She told her like she's boring.
Yeah, she's boring,
and she's bland in that. I forget exactly how she put it. It was really clever.
Yeah, because she was like,
asking, she goes well with anything because she won't.
She doesn't add anything to it.
Yeah.
It's like she was asking her all her opinions about like writing food, and they're all just like the base pure food. There's no spices or anything like that. Yeah, it's just like I guess it was beyond my puny stupid American brain to come from it, but it was exceptionally clever.
Yeah.
But the fact thing is, Matt, like she has this manifestation of like this giant tiger, which is like her envy.
It was envy, jealousy.
Like she envies how Araki has all this like awesome family and how Senju Gahara has her father. But my favorite part of the entire show happened when I think like Commodore not Commodore. I keep confusing her with Commodore. Tsubasa's is pretty cool with Karen, Aragaki's sister.
Yeah.
And they hang out a lot. And she's like she stayed there one night, and she's leaving. and motherfucker, their mom shows up. And you never really see their mom straight on. You see parts of her. But she's, like, talking in, like, the same kind of weird, like, shit that Tsukihei and, like, Karen and Aragami all talk. Doing all the same mannerisms, doing the fucking head tilts and everything.
Yeah.
And you're like, fucking, they learned it from her! They learned it from her! God damn it! Just, I love that part so much.
Oh, it was fantastic.
Their mom is so fucking excellent. I just love it.
And her mom had some, like, deep things to say to Hanakawa, too. But, like, that's the thing with Bakemonogatari, especially that arc, is, like, I could rewatch it all again and feel like I'm watching a new show because there's so much to take in.
Yeah.
You really have to pay attention. But because you're trying so hard to pay attention to it, it, like, it feels it goes by really quickly. Because you need more time to digest what's happening.
Right.
And it's just over. You're like, shit.
Yeah.
I didn't have time.
And also, they start off with, like, this weird, dumbass bullshit, and they bring it all back around.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, you know, like, Hanakawa was sleeping on the floor in her hallway, being woken up by what's the thing? Like the little robot cleaner thing.
In where?
And, like, in her home. What's like the little robot cleaner that goes around the floor and cleans all this shit up in your house? It's like the weird. It's like a robot cleaning thing.
Uh-huh.
And it's like she's woken up by her house and she doesn't even have a room. Would you find out that she doesn't have a room in her house? She says that she just stays in, like, the hallway, and all she has is, like, her pajamas and her school uniform, and from that was it. And then at night she has the Tsubasa cat, which is a manifestation of her stress that comes out and does whatever at night to really leave all that stress.
But she's has come to terms with that thing.
Yeah.
Since
the show fucking began.
Since Bakemonogatari, the second part.
Yeah.
They weren't really cool with each other until, like, the end of Bakemonogatari. Not Kuro.
Because Kuro is where they kind of come to terms with that.
But Kuro happens before Hanakawa's arc in Bakemonogatari.
But it's a part where Aragami tells her don't say you know everything, just say you know what you know.
Yeah.
Because the fact that since she was acting as a know-it-all, which made her insufferable to her family and other people around her, that was part of it.
I'm trying to remember what the conflict was in Tsubasa Cat in Bakemonogatari season.
Her love for Aragami.
That came back and gave her stress.
Yeah, because she knew he was with Senzugahara.
But she attacked, her cat form attacked him in that.
But Shinobu saved him.
Right.
Yeah.
Shinobu saved him back in Kuro as well. She sucked her powers out or whatnot.
And also he had the sword embedded in him that one time.
Was that was
Kuro was
that
with
was
the sword.
Yeah, that was a Kuro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit.
And the Tsubasa arc, what you're talking about, where she was fucking up Aragami and Shinobu saved him, was the end of Bakemonogatari.
Yeah.
That little other arc.
Yeah. But that happened after Kuro. Like, you know that, right? Okay.
Yeah. But now it's like Aragami had been gone all summer, and Hanakawa's doing her own thing, and she's just and the tiger's flying around her and like setting shit on fire because she's like jealous of the things and everything like that. And at some point she comes back to fight the tiger, and she's losing. But then Aragi comes back and he does whatever it is.
Jumping stab right through the head with the hot undo blade sword.
Yeah. And then Hanakawa gets sweet hair stripes.
Yeah. Which
that was pretty
she
awesome.
Covers up. I'm like, no, girl.
Yeah, I mean, Bakemonogatari starts arcs on really weird shit, but they bring him around fantastically.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like right now in Nautico's arc, like, all right, you've given us like 10 different like questions and things. Like, have fun.
Yeah.
Fleshing it out.
And also like Shinobu's arc was awesome too, where
Shinobu's arc was like Mayoi's arc.
It's the genesis of like the entire show almost. Like in regards to it starts off dumb where he had not done any of his summer homework. Mm-hmm. It's like, can I get like a day or two back in the past to do some homework? Then they like go back in time using like some of the power from like the old the shrine that they used from Nautico's arc, and they go back like how far back in time? Like 7 years in time or something like that, or 10 years in time.
Yeah, I think it was like 10. Was it? Yeah.
10 years in time. They try to figure back out like why they're there in the first place. There's a reason they're there. And they find out that like it's near Mother's Day, and Mother's Day is the day that Hachikuji died. Yeah. And because she was trying to find her way to her mother's place, and she couldn't find it, she got run over by a car. So they find her. And of course, funny thing I find out is like Shinobu sees child Aragi and starts trying to like jump him.
Yeah.
and then Aragi sees child Hanakawa.
Lolly Hanakawa.
And she is fucking awesome.
Best scene ever. There's that scene where he's got like his hair up frizzy and the blood tears like.
Yeah. And like she's like he's trying to talk to her and she gives him directions. He gives him directions like to the local police station. And that's really funny.
Oh,
but no, they find Hachikuji and of course Araki just jumps her and it gets all really weird, pitifalistic as usual.
Yeah.
But he
saves her, but only to realize that the only reason she was in danger in the first place is because he was chasing her.
Yeah, part of that. But also, but then he saves her and they go back to the future, or go back to the future, or the
But it's weird because she was running away from him, and that's why she was in the road.
Right.
But he saved her.
Right.
But that means she died because she got hit because she was in the same situation, which means he had done that but not saved her before.
Time
paradox.
Yeah. But now they come back to the present, and everything's all sorts of fucked up.
Yeah.
Like the world's ended, and you find out the world ended because Shinobu, Shinobu in this season, this Monogatari, Shinobu ran away to like this donut shop.
Yeah.
And he comes to find her, but it's like since Hachikuji is gone, for some reason he, she has been saved. Something happens where he ends up fighting Hanakawa and he gets killed.
I couldn't remember.
Yeah, I forgot what it was, but like it's the fact of the matter is that she ran away, but since he got killed by Hanakawa in this time, he does not come to save her, and she gets deeper and deeper into despair, and she just starts making people into vampires and fucking up the entire world.
Mm-hmm. I can't actually remember what how Mayoi
factors in.
Did factor?
Yeah,
in.
but she factors in pretty deeply
because as a ghost, as an apparition, she helped
him. Yeah.
God.
I forgot what it was.
This show has so much to digest.
It's so deep, yeah. But the fact of the matter is that they set up a bunch of fireworks. Like fuck it, so we know what's going on. Fuck it, let's save Mizuho alive. And then at night, the freaks come out. Freaks come out at night.
The vampires that have died and become zombies.
Vampire shadows.
They were vampires who had lost a master, so they died and then came back to life as zombies. So they were vampire zombies.
Yeah, something like that.
And then it's like
it was weird.
Then like they get rained rice on them, or something. And then Adol Hachikuji shows up. That was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I did not even occur to me that might happen.
Now, okay, in a country full of rice, how did not someone like, oh, this works, and not get annihilated by the vampires? Like, oh, let's just throw some rice at them.
They're too busy fucking running for their lives to think about that.
Like, Hachikuji's the only one to really figure out that this was a solution.
But the mindfuck is that she shows up for Aragami and says, I have a message for you. And it's from Oshino. Had figured out what had happened.
Yeah.
And put all pieces together and told like what's going on and what happened. And here's why it happened. And you're like, part of you is like, that's fucking bullshit. Part of you is like, okay, go on.
I can see Oshino doing that.
Yeah, Oshino's always been kind of eccentric, but eventually they find that Shinobu is just like, she tried to commit suicide, she couldn't, she's too powerful, and she just comes to like surrender, and they use her power to go back to the present.
Yeah.
That show is fucking incredible.
She, in that timeline, she was pissed that Araragi didn't come for her. And they each asked each other a question. It was like, how did you... Like, the Lolly Shinobu was like, how... I cannot imagine how you could have felt that this is what you needed to do.
Right.
But on the other hand, adult Shinobu was like, I can't imagine how you felt you couldn't.
Right.
Because of, like, the circumstances.
Right.
And it was all just because of Araragi.
Right.
And it was like... But I think it was really cool how Shinobu and Araragi showed up with two massive swords.
I know.
Yeah.
Like, we're ready to fucking roll. And they kind of,
like it makes Sephiroth sort of look like a piece of shit.
They solved it with words.
But no, right now we're in the arc. That's probably going to go on for a while.
Yeah.
This show might be too core. I'm not sure.
No, it is. It's
okay.
Definitely, it's gonna go in the next season.
Okay, yeah. Man, I can't wait. Yeah.
So if you like Bakemonogatari, you should watch every Monogatari.
Bakemonogatari is my top show ever made until Mato came around.
I give the show an A+.
A+. Yep. Okay, I gotta make a phone call. My mom.
Halfway done. We are
halfway done.
Halfway done? I think we maybe were a little.
Time to get some little lux.
A little further than halfway, but
okay.
I don't know.
Next.
Genshiken ni Daime. I liked the first season.
Yeah, as did I.
Yeah, first season was good.
I like
second one not so much.
Yeah,
I watched it
right off.
I watched it anyways. like again, I watch things just because. Well, okay, I'll watch second seasons. Like if I if I watched all of the first season, or whether I look forward to it or not, I do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now because the second season was crap,
Yeah.
I was like,
fuck that bullshit.
what can they do with this season? And is it going to be better, or is it going to be like a repeat of that?
It's
And
better. I watched it, so that's part of it. That's
like, okay, all the original characters that were in it were fine.
Yeah. But they graduated though.
Yeah.
It's college. They have to go be adults now.
Pretty much. And freaking Madarame gets a job, like full-time job.
Yeah.
And so that was fine. But what you see Sasahara twice, and he says 5 lines in the entire show. So, but whatever. He's not even the best character.
Saki and what's his name?
What's his face?
The blonde hair.
Who's never dressed as a guy, it seems like.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
Perpetually dressed as a chick.
Right, Sasara. Well, Ono Senpai is.
She's
in the show actually quite a bit.
She's like vice president or something.
Tanaka and the really big guy. I can't remember his name. Or no, he isn't. What's Ono's boyfriend's name? That is Tanaka, right?
Yeah, the cosplay maker.
What's the really fat guy?
I don't know. He was cool though.
Oh,
Yeah.
they're both big guys, but
Well, Tanaka's not as big.
No.
Tanaka's a bulky kind of guy. The other guy is just straight up large.
yeah.
Saki and Kosaka.
That's right. You're that
Kosaka.
guy.
They show up quite a bit, and they're good at characters. But like I said earlier, well, not on this cast, but to you guys, that the only character that isn't from the original generation that I like in this show is Sue.
Sue's awesome.
And
The little reference when they had her cosplaying Shinobu was great.
That was
That
good.
was, and also she was talking to what's the guy who has a full-time job.
Madarame.
Yeah, and she's like, Madarame-san.
Madarame.
That's my name. That's the name. Sorry, I bit my tongue. No, that was deliberate. That awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. That little thing was great. But then we watched the last episode, which has that Titan.
The Titan
thing.
reference.
Oh, awesome. Awesome reference.
Yeah, Kuchi.
But fuck that. It's not about that. It's about a guy wanting to love Yaoi. Is that a problem? Does that probably want to love Yaoi and also love women?
Okay, here's the progression of these seasons. The first season was good because there's good characters, and it focused on the relationships happening to these characters, like Saki and Kosaka, Ono and Tanaka, and they would make referential humor, cosplay, fun stuff. It wasn't so focused on porn and shit. The second season was
Fucking
a
Yaoi.
club watching porn and making porn to sell at Comic Cat. That's all it was, and they were all terrible. And frickin' what's the chick's name who leads it now? The actual pro manga.
Ono?
No.
I think it is Ono.
No, it's not.
No,
Ono.
she. I think she is the president.
Let me go see.
No, it's.
I'm pretty sure it's Ono. I'm pretty positive it's Ono.
Ono's a big boobed, long hair black one. I'm talking about the short hair one that was creating the manga. Everyone's
Okay,
oh,
what
you're the
was-
best drawer.
No,
Well,
Ono
goddamn.
is the one that ties her hair up and then puts the chopsticks in it. That's Ono.
Let me go
No,
find
it's
some names here.
Ogi, I think.
Ogiue, okay.
Ogiue. Yeah, Ogiue. The entire second season is just the most difficult thing to watch because she's just oh, I'm not a Fujoshi. No, you found me out on Fujoshi.
Yeah, pretty much.
And everyone had graduated for the most part and shit, and it was terrible. This season's terrible because it's all about Hato-chan, who's a guy who
Dresses like a girl.
Talks like a girl, likes to draw BL, loves BL, like watching BL, like reading BL.
But insists he likes
it's
women.
not gay.
Yeah.
He's not gay. And then the entire...
Maybe he's asexual. You haven't thought about that yet.
How?
I don't know. Or bi. That could be thinker.
But he insists on it, but he has this totally tsundere relationship with Madarame, whose house he goes to change clothes and shit.
Which is somehow Madarame got conned into giving him a key to his apartment. So I'm not sure how the fuck that happened. Unless Sue has some kind of thing in it.
I'm the whole show's a Fujoshi fest.
Yeah, it's pretty garbage.
I don't even know if girls like this. I wonder if girls girl anime lovers actually like this show.
Maybe they do.
I wonder.
I don't know.
But Madarame went from a respectable person to ending up as a NEET at the end of the show, and got complete. God damn, they just shit on that.
They kind of did. Well, here's what they did. They took everything that I liked about the first season and threw it out the window. Is what they did.
Well, second season started that too. It was
did,
like a continuation of the second season.
But second season, at least, like, I had the same characters that were still moderately entertaining to watch.
But I couldn't watch the show at all.
Whereas, like,
Kuchiki, like, that guy's the most obnoxious thing to ever
He
grace that
grows
show.
on you in Nadime.
No,
But
he doesn't.
he did for me.
hate him.
You're fucking saying that fucking endearing shit when he did the Titan thing and when
Titan
he's
thing was the only time I enjoyed
being
seeing him on the
super
screen.
fucking crazy.
No,
Everything
every
else-
other part in the show I hated
Okay,
him.
he grew on me after
Every-
a long time.
Took
a long time
there
for it
was
to.
no moment where he had screen time that I gave a shit.
Okay.
And the thing
Except
is,
the Titan reference.
yeah.
Or when he touched that girl's breast.
Could have been anyone.
Okay, but all the other characters, like the shorter girl with the glasses and the black hair, she
Didn't care.
Names in that show are hard to remember.
I thought that was a man when I first
She
saw
was
her.
no.
The big,
That's
big girl.
That's the big one. Yeah.
I thought that was a man.
I actually thought that was a dude too.
I'm like, that's fuck you. That's not a chick.
But then I found out it was, and then I'm just like, oh right, all right, sure, but again, that wasn't that great of a character either. Like, I was just like, you gotta be kidding me. This is so retarded. It's the shorter, smaller one that wears glasses with the black hair.
Let me go get her.
I can't remember what her name. I can't remember what her name
Her
is.
name.
Yoshitaka Rika?
Rika.
Yeah.
Named
Was it?
Rika.
Okay.
Yoshitaka Rika.
Okay. Like, she didn't really add a whole lot.
And then Yajima is the big
Oh,
one.
the chick who voiced her voiced Dekamori in Shinibyo.
Rika?
Yeah. No.
Or Sue.
No, Rika was voiced by Sumaya Uesaka, who voiced Dekamori in Shinibyo.
Oh,
Yeah.
weird. You'd think that the one voicing Dekimori would be the one voicing Susanna in this show.
Oh
She's
my
also
god.
in Good Gijebu Tamashi.
TJ. Either way,
The show's dumb. Like a
yeah.
D plus.
I would give it a D plus just
C-
because I gave Rose Maiden a D and it was marginally better than
C
that show.
minus. I enjoyed that show a little bit.
I think
It had its moments.
I think the episode I liked the most was when they went to Comic Head
Yeah.
and that girl from America came.
Oh yeah, the
and
one.
was
Man,
all
she was
on
all
that.
up on his dick.
Yeah,
Man, he should have got in. Like, man, you should get yours. Better get yours. Come on. He wouldn't get yours, though.
but I
He wouldn't
hated
do it.
Hato and he was the main character.
He was being
of the
so
show.
pure. He was being so pure. I did like the weird, like, girl part of his brain floating around him sometimes.
I thought that
was
was
interesting.
retarded.
I like that.
That was unnecessary.
It's fine. I don't know.
It was dumb.
But I mean, if you're listening to this and you've seen the first season and not the second season, I don't recommend watching the second season.
You'll
of
be
this
so
season.
lost. You'll be so lost.
But if you're just this ginormous fan of Genjiken, then maybe it is for you. Of course, if you are, then
you
you've
already seen that
it.
shit. So what the fuck are we
So,
talking about?
yeah.
I just want to know, like, the Genshin is based off a manga.
Mhm.
I want to know how far the manga went and if this is following the manga.
I don't see.
But-
I was reading it at one point, but I stopped and I just haven't gone back to it just because reading. However, this next show we're about to talk about, I did actually look
All
into
right,
the
I
novels.
really want to hear you guys talk about this. So let's
did-
do it.
I did
Oh,
get
me
a-
and Mac me and Mac are gonna fight.
Sama no Inai Nichiobi. Sunday without God. Have at it, guys.
Okay, so
Mac, you can go first.
this is 15 years after. Okay,
World War
so
II.
so God abandons the world. People stop being born, and they also stop dying. They still function like normal humans. They don't like decay or anything. They don't become like zombies.
They become zombies in kind of mentality a little bit.
Yeah, but they are still alive because they can't die.
Mhm.
So the only way that you can send the dead off are by these gravekeepers, which have the power to do it. They're like
Yeah,
they're
special
like
shovels.
They're like a separate race.
Yeah.
Now the
Which
main,
I never really understood that all that
now
well.
the main character Ai is 12 years old. She's actually half gravekeeper because her mother was a gravekeeper and her father was human. So she decides that what she's gonna do is she's gonna use this power to save the world.
No,
Is what
she,
she's
like
gonna
when
do.
her mother died, she was like told, "Now you have to be a gravekeeper now."
Oh, she got the role forced on her.
Yeah.
Kind of like being last pick in league. Anyways,
Again with this.
enough
Okay.
about league. So So after she takes on this role, she's like, okay, I've been entrusted to do this, so I guess like I kind of have to.
Like not in League.
But then, like as it progresses, she becomes more willing to do it, and she actually really wants to.
But it feels like that loses its meaning throughout the show.
Okay, the reason for that is because the way the show is structured is it's done in arcs, which is like, if you've ever seen Higurashi no Nakakoroni, it's kind of like that, where it's like 3-4 episodes of very specific characters, very specific objective, and then after that, like it's resolution, and then that arc is done, and then they move on to a completely new one, and then they don't necessarily disregard everything that happened previously, but they just don't come back to it really.
Yeah, I hadn't heard the word Great Keeper in a while.
So now the thing is this show, okay, it's based on a light novel, which I like the show a lot. I thought the concept was really cool, so I looked into the novel, and I found out there's actually a lot of material. Considering they only have 12 episodes to do this, I can't blame them too much for like kind of
rushing the shit out of everything.
Like, okay, it could also be that the way they did the arcs, you know, maybe they weren't in chronological order. But like I said, the novels have a lot more material than what they showed us, because when you only have 12 episodes, well, that's kind of what you get.
Right.
But it goes from this guy coming into town, like she's growing up in this village,
right?
And the thing is you have such a hard time like discerning like what time period this is in. But in the opening, at the very end of the opening, you see her like her head like kind of like out the window of a van.
Right.
So you know there's vehicles. So you know it has to be at least like past like the 30s or 40s.
Right. Exactly.
And then like later on when she goes to in another arc when she goes to the school where students that are lost, that are orphans or whatever, are forced to go to this school, and then they have to stay there.
But that part was weird, because it's
was
like all of a sudden it's like, I'm staying in this van, oh wait, I got kidnapped, now I'm in this school, and then I can't leave. And I'm like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah, well the thing is like there's like these people in that whole area where anytime they see kids that are not, either don't have parents or don't really belong, it's kind of like, you know, when police catch kids that are too young to be out past like 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like that. Except these dudes are in like these suits, and they have like this all like black cars,
they're like,
and like sunglasses.
They're like
and shit.
the G-men.
They look like, you know, agents, and it's just like, okay, that looks very modern. So then you kind of wonder, but then they never come back to that. So
also wonders like she was with like this other guy and this woman, and like where the fuck were they, leaving her by herself sleeping in this van?
Because he went to go do something or talk about he said he was going someplace just real quick to do something, I can't remember, and then and then the woman Scar, she was
voiced by Noto Mamika.
Yes, she's a main. She was sick though.
Well, she is sick in multiple ways.
But anyways, so. Well, you have that's sitting here, and it's like these guys that just, like, apparently trained agents.
Like, no one here, take this girl.
And then send her to this school, and then you find out that they're going to jailbreak, basically. And
they do.
And they do.
And then they don't really give a fuck, because the teacher's like, you guys, you can either come back here, and we can not fuck you up, or you can fight, we fuck you up and bring you back anyway. And we're like, alright, we're going to fight. This guy brings out a gun, says, let's go. Teacher fires,
and it's like some
bullets.
Wanted shit.
Teacher fires some bullets, and the other fire bullets, and then he matches the bullets. Like, bullet here. It's like, oh, you knew that? Never mind, see you later.
It's seriously like some Wanted shit.
Yeah, but then she's like, oh, I see you have that skill. All right, you can go, see you later. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is even going on?
Okay,
wait, you're saying these arcs happen, like, because it sounds like you're talking about, like, two different, like,
I know.
shows.
I know.
Okay, it goes from one... It starts with her in the village, and then this dude shows up. He's wearing a black trench coat, and what
he's
he
like
does,
pale skin, gray hair.
And what he does is he comes to the village and he pulls out his revolver and he shoots everybody, and you don't even know why. You're just like, what the? So then she comes up and she's like, because she didn't see all this happen, and then she says, did you kill all these people? And he says, well, they were already dead. I simply just stopped them from moving. And she gets mad because she doesn't quite. She's only 12 years old. She doesn't quite understand the fact that she didn't know that the villagers were already dead.
Concept of death is not really doesn't understand that.
Yeah.
So.
Because people stopped dying, and this guy, you find out that no matter how many times like he dies,
He comes back.
he comes back
He's like
fully regenerated.
Like a phoenix, pretty much.
Yeah. So he's been, and the thing is, he's sick of the world, and he's been trying to die. So he says he's looking for a woman named Hana, which you find out is her mother.
Mm-hmm.
And so then at first he finds her really annoying and doesn't even know who she is. So then he finds out she's he kind of laughs at her when she says she's a gravekeeper because she doesn't look like one. Gravekeepers typically don't show much emotion, and they're very indiscriminate. They're very indifferent. But she actually shows a lot of emotion, and she has really strong feelings towards like humanity.
Oh, and she's voiced by Aki Totoisaki. So
Yeah.
yeah.
And so that's why he didn't really believe she was a real gravekeeper.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when you find out later all the
And she's the one that gets like kidnapped and brought to this like school.
Yes.
Right, but that happens later.
That happens later. Okay, now that's spoiler, and I don't need to say it because when you do it, you'll find out in the first 4 episodes. The arc after that is they go to this city named Ortus, which is a city of the dead.
You're skipping something very important. Basically, it was implied that guy was her father.
Oh yeah.
Because he was named after named Humphrey Hamburg.
Humphrey Humbert.
And it's that's based off a weird childhood tale her mother told her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As wait for her father, but then he gets kidnapped himself, kind of save her from being attacked. And he's just kind of gone, and he never really comes back.
And then there's this other character I completely forgot to mention. Holy shit, he's a main. Yuri.
Yeah.
Who was friends with this guy.
Humphrey, yeah.
And they have they confront each other, and then the words are exchanged.
And then she shoots him, and he takes the girl and goes away.
Yeah, Yuri ends up taking Ai with him because I think he lost his wife and daughter.
Right.
So he's just like whatever.
But then they come across another gravekeeper called Scar.
Yes, that happens, but that was very brief. You don't really.
Then they're like, we're gonna go save him. But then they don't.
This Humphrey Hamburg gets taken in by these dudes. I don't remember why they took him.
Yeah, they never say.
But anyway, so he's tied up in shit, and they're gonna do some nasty shit.
But they're like, fuck that, we're over here now, you guys.
So just without giving a synopsis of all 12 episodes, because we obviously don't have time for that.
Right.
What's the overarching plot? Because I can't figure it out.
There really isn't one.
That's the thing. It changes because I guess if you want a generalization, it's her coming to terms with accepting that she's a gravekeeper and that she has a responsibility to help all of the people that are dead rest. And the thing is when you get to the Ortus arc, which is the second one, you find there's this entire city of dead.
Full of people. It was actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
Where people come who they're alive, and there's this other girl who's is the epitome of death, and her ability is to make people die.
Yeah, if she doesn't speak because her voice will literally kill everybody. She can't touch anybody because she's wrapped up in all this these elaborate.
If she looks at them, they fucking die.
So it's the necromancer from Koryo Zombie. She can't speak or shit goes down.
Yeah.
So anyways, and she actually makes friends with Ai, and it's really interesting seeing their relationship, and then that's that arc, and then she finds out why and says, well, I'm not gonna judge you, but whatever.
So what's your problem with the show, Mike?
The problem is that the arcs shift so dramatically and really have nothing to do with anything else that has come before, or rarely do, that the show kind of seems like it's just 4 different shows in one, which gets into a schizophrenic type of feel where it doesn't really know what the fuck it's doing, because there is no overarching arc. There is no big story. I mean, the story is kind of like her coming to terms with the world the way it is now, but it's mainly thrown to the wayside.
So you've seen Kino's journey, right?
Yeah.
Would you call the show Ai's journey, where she goes from place to place and just has issues at different places where they don't really correlate with each other,
they don't. It actually it is actually a lot like that, except they brush aside the overlying conflict, really, because the thing is they don't actually say that it's a major issue for people to it's a major issue because people stop being born. That's the problem. Mm-hmm. But people stop dying at the same time, so it's population really doesn't shift. Mm-hmm. And people aren't afraid of death anymore because if you're alive, technically it's someone can point a gun at you and threaten you, and you're just
I'm coming back in a minute. It doesn't even fucking matter.
You're I'm gonna just
you're just
come
gonna
right
be
back.
for about 2 minutes and be back.
And now,
you got me.
And now because of this, you would think that crime would be but
you'd think that guns would no longer exist.
they okay.
That's the point.
The thing is the ones that are dead, like, you can actually stop them from moving, like the guy did in the first arc. You can do that. If you stop their brain activity, they can't do anything. They're not technically dead, but they can't do anything. They may as well be. So there's that. If you get completely, like, dismembered, like, there's no coming back from that. But yeah, I think you'll like probably. Actually, you know what? All the arcs I enjoyed, except for the last
one.
The last one was kind of dumb because
the fog's coming, you guys. It's gonna fuck everything up, make everything into the time warp loop. Apparently, they're in like a loop of like someone died, and like we want to wish that she never dead. So go into a different like a loop of this shit over and over.
Oh,
again.
okay, yeah. The last arc is kind of weird.
It's like somewhere time warp shit is just like they're in a loop and it's not the loop, and they reset the loop and they jump to the left and step to the right and these and tie. It's just fucking dumb. I just don't like it. It's just.
But he also skimmed it, so he missed a lot.
I got the basic gist. I understood what was going on.
Doesn't matter. You missed shit.
The problem I have is that the show tries so goddamn hard to be dramatic and have like an overarching plot, but doesn't have one. But it's trying to convince you it does.
It doesn't matter though, because every arc that you
should I just watch Dog and Scissors?
Yes, this was that.
No,
that's a better show than this.
No,
actually.
it's not.
Yes, it is.
I honestly think you should. Oh, okay, you know what? Noto Mamiko voices a main, so
Don't
there you go.
do that shit. Don't pile him like that.
And the thing is you.
Who's gonna watch Taiyou season 2? I do that regardless.
You really should though, because like if you watch all 4 of the arcs, like they all feel like fulfilling at the end. At least I think they do. And the last arc and the second to last arc, they actually do have characters that carry over into that one.
Does it have a resolution, or is it really open-ended?
No, there's
they resolve that arc.
They resolve every arc.
Oh.
But the thing is because there's no strong
They
overline.
don't really resolve her journey because she's like, well,
it basically leaves it open because you're like, okay, now she can go, and now she's just gonna continue and do whatever.
Do you think there'll be a
Which
second
was
season?
nothing.
Yeah.
I hope not.
With as much material as the novels are, there probably will be.
Well, we'll see how busy I am for the next 2 weeks and see what.
And you can see
what I
if
get
you
around.
believe
Maybe I'll just
me
watch
or
both.
him more.
I mean, Madhouse did it, and they usually do a good job.
Yeah.
Well, not as of late. Remember Iron Man?
Shut up.
What
would you grade the show?
Probably an A-. Again, like the only thing I that loses points is just not having a strong overlying plot, but rather each arc being its own thing. But it's still fine because they resolve every single one.
Fucking sit there and tell me that this show is better than Certain Next Service.
It's not better than Certain Next Service, but it's.
What do you give Service Next Service?
So you give like a B plus.
I get a show an A.
Okay, all right.
Fool.
All right.
This show gets like an A-. It's better than Dog and Scissors. Holy shit, it is. But yeah, it's okay. I guess it just depends. Do you want to laugh or do you want to show that you can take seriously? Like I guess that's how I'm gonna say.
I give that show a D plus.
Shut up, Mike.
Wow, rough.
Yeah, that's
You.
me and Matt just completely out of the opposite ends of the spectrum.
Also, there's a really awesome character with red eyes that you'll like.
All right, we're gonna cut off a break here. What won't take long, Mike?
Fantasista Doll.
Fantasista Doll.
Hi.
God damn it.
All right. I watched that show. I'm just like, hi, I'm Unozume, and I have these friends, and they're called Fantasista Doll.
Hi.
Okay, there's a show that came out, I'm gonna say about 5 years ago, called Yoku Wakaru Gendai Maho. And it translates to, well, I guess it translated in America to something like Modern Magic for Dummies. But, like, I guess the best translation for it, like the strictest translation would be like, I don't really get it, Modern Magic.
Yeah.
That is this show.
Okay, basically
This
it's
show I would describe as, I don't really get it, modern technology.
Yeah, it's like this girl has these cards, but they're not cards, but they're people, but they're also cards. But she can use them to fight and dress them up to fight.
Yeah,
and then
okay,
yeah.
Okay, I'll be honest. I actually could not recall the first episode of how she got the cards in the first place.
Yeah, no.
Because I actually have no idea how she
I
got the
have
cards.
no fucking idea.
Like, so somehow she gets these cards and she chants this thing and she can summon them.
And she has to say these words, and she has like this Gotcha Man book.
Yeah, like this phone thing.
But she has to just say these words.
Her background is that, I guess in middle school, she was this like elite like fucking Yu-Gi-Oh player, or like not actually Yu-Gi-Oh, but it was like some card game.
Go.
And it might as well be Yu-Gi-Oh.
Go-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, it sounds like when they were talking, like they were showing her play it and stuff in flashbacks, like
Yeah.
It looked like Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm like, oh man, this game's gonna be cool. Like, she got these cards and she's gonna battle against other people and use her like smart, like her smartness to like win and stuff. Like, I'm the best fucking card battler.
No, it's kind of like,
and like,
imagine like Fate Say Night, but there's cards and you just have a lot of them.
Well,
you're a master and they're your servants and
like,
they're cards.
The thing is, like, these cards are created by some people. Okay,
and then if you win, you get to go to Holy Grail, and then fucking Tuxedo Mask shows up.
The Tuxedo Mask shows up. There's
right, like for no reason.
I don't know where to start.
This is how the game rolls. If you're gonna play the game, gotta play the game.
But there's no game.
There's no game.
Like, the only reason, like, you didn't get very far.
It's almost like Pokemon.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you this. There's actually no reason for them to fight.
No.
Like, later on in the show, you realize that the group of like wishes or whatever is actually just her friend Kotori, the one with long gray hair.
Yeah.
She's like the chairman of like the group that's trying to get her cards
Gossip.
because she wants to use those cards to resurrect another card she used to have because she like her like best friend in the world is this card.
Right.
But why I say that this show should be described like I don't really get modern technology is because throughout the entire fucking show, Unozume, like, people will be around her, like, telling her, like, why things are happening, or, like, these were created for this reason, and, like, oh we gotta do this. And the entire time, she's just like, I don't get what you're saying, I just want my friends.
I got it, I know what happened. Episode 1, she was being chased on, like, a dark hallway, like, during gym class. Remember, she hugged herself in the door, and she's like, do you want power to save yourself? Okay, here's the thing you have in your hand, chant these words.
Yeah.
Yeah, now come out, now fight for you.
That's right.
Oh, God.
Okay, but no, like, here's the thing. They never explain anything.
No.
Like, okay, these cards were created as like, an experiment to see, like, for, like, weaponized use, more or less. Like, modern technology. But they're like, we needed these cards to grow as people, and the only way was to let them go out and be owned by different people and get more experience.
If you're a hippie, yeah.
And, but the entire time, like, Uzume, she, like, at least 4 times in the show, she's being, like, told, like, plot,
yeah.
and, like, technology terms, this, and every time she's just like, I don't get what you're saying, but I just want to be with my friends, so don't fight me, I don't want to be my friends. Like, she doesn't want to fight, she just wants to hang out with these cards. And, like,
who live like a giant space mansion.
Yeah, what?
Like some weird space...
No, she has a house with her mom.
No, the cards.
Oh,
live in a mansion where they're not being something.
Well, the virtual world is like, some mansion. But, okay, so not only is she a complete dumbass who just has no idea what's going on, and she's just like this idiot who's like, I just want my friends. Stop taking my friends from me. I don't want to fight.
Yeah.
And the other problem is this show has what I call the Glee syndrome.
The Glee syndrome.
So in Glee and this show, in various episodes, they will strengthen their bonds of friendship.
Mm-hmm.
Only to an episode or 2 later to completely throw out the window, and they completely lack any trust in them.
Yeah.
And then they have to rebuild these bonds. Like, by the end of the episode, they're like, you know what? I should trust you after all. Like, we're master in card, and I'll do anything for you, and you're a great person. 2 episodes later, you're gonna abandon us, you monster! I'm just like, she's like, no, and every time she'll just get like butthurt over it, and then like they'll run away and won't come out when they summon her. And
yeah,
shit.
but she has a sweet hat though.
Keeps happening.
Yeah, but again, she has a sweet hat, so that's what I meant.
Yeah,
I mean, let's be honest. The best part of that entire show, the opening goes, Fantasista Doll, hi, and that's really it. That is really it.
Also, every time they summon them, like these like subway trains of
Bakano trains
come by
with
like a million fucking costumes, and they wear the same shit
it's
every
like Aikatsu, but with trains and fighting.
Also, okay, Mike, I'm gonna blow your mind. All right,
blow it.
You didn't. How far did you watch?
Like episode 4.
Okay, later on, she gets this ultimate weapon card. All right,
the ultimate weapon.
In order to use it, they have to strengthen their bonds of friendship so much. Work together of like teamwork and friendship.
Up. Yeah.
And so like this card keeps like transforming like they each get this piece of something and they keep like transforming and the more bonds of friendship they get the transforms in something the more relevant what is this card gonna do? It ends up being a friendship cannon. So when it all is done and done, Sasara, the main chick, is sitting inside this cannon with a helmet on, and the other 4 pull this big ignition thing.
Shut the fuck up.
And it shoots her into the enemy team.
You fucking made that up.
No, I didn't.
You made that up.
And so 3 times in the show they summon the friendship cannon.
Shut your goddamn
So
mouth.
the first time it wins. The second time the girl, she's fighting the blue-haired chick in the club, her friend, because she's trying to find her brother. Like, stupid plot. I don't even want to talk about it.
Uh-huh.
And she's like, all right, well, she's like, oh my god, all right, you know what? We're going to end this now. Summon the friendship cannon. So it's assembled. She's like in it, ready to shoot. And then she's like, I also have the ultimate card. And it's like 4 people holding up this like frisbee thing. And like one of like the 5th girl is standing on top of it. And then they like throw the frisbee thing.
Shut your goddamn mouth.
So you have this like discus with like a girl standing on top of it, flying into Sasara, being shot from a cannon.
Oh my god. Let's stop. Stop right now. Let's stop. I can't do this anymore.
That's so funny.
Yeah, give that show a fucking D.
I can't. Because like during these moments, I'm like enjoying it. Like I'll give this a C. I'll give this show a C.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Whatever, done. High School DxD, you guys. That show's dumb. Okay.
Alright, High School DxD
Matt.
new.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, okay, so here's the thing.
What a great show.
That show is not as fucking good as you guys have seemed to convince yourself it is.
I fucking love this show.
Because that show is entertaining, but it's not good. It's just like, yo, we're demons, we got breasts, what's up? That's all it's all about.
Yeah, but for a show that's strictly like fan service, though, like it seems better than like a lot of the other shows that try to do
That's
that.
not saying much, though.
Like,
Okay.
like a freaking Hentai Dekinai or whatever.
Here's the
That
thing.
that show is dumb.
First off, we didn't give it a chance. Secondly,
I watched that entire show.
okay, you gave it a chance.
It was terrible.
All right, cool.
Here's the thing. Like, I was talking about it. It's like, I can't actually put my finger on what I like about High School DxD.
Well,
because there's other
Reactions-
shows like it
they have
that
good characters.
suck.
They have good characters. That's
They
fine.
have good characters. I think one thing I really like about it is the religious tones about that show.
Yeah.
I love it. I love how like the 3 factions like work together and shit, or like are at odds and shit.
Yeah.
But like Issei is like
He's supposed to
almost
be
the
laid.
same character as that
Yeah.
main guy from Boku wa Dekinai.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But like,
same dude.
I hated that guy. Issei is awesome though. Like
He has better characters to like make up for his faults, though.
it's true. Like the
Like,
characters are good.
Rias is a,
he's got the
like
the
Rias is a great character. Who's the black hair chick?
Akeno?
Also a great character. Neko chick, so I can give a fuck.
Konako.
buff. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't tell me the maid, not the maid, the old nun chick. Okay, tell me her name.
Aja?
Aja. Yeah, she's great too. Yeah, he's run by great characters who make up for his lack of any character except
God,
for
even the new-
yo. I want to suck on these breasts, bro. That's really.
God,
That's
even
really
the new characters they brought in were great too.
Yeah.
Zenovia and
Did you ever say suck on those breasts?
No.
Oh, that missed shit. Okay, good. 'Cause I
The
got to the part where they're out the pool, and they're like, "Hey, do you ever suck on those breasts?" No, suck on my breast if you want. Really? And they start and like Rias and Akeno start fighting.
yeah.
Then,
I love
the
that.
other chick, what's your goddamn name?
Zenovia?
Zenobia.
Blue hair one?
Yeah, she just drags him to the locker room and says, "We're gonna make a baby right now."
Yeah.
Yeah,
I laughed so hard. At
yeah,
that
that was great.
I love the living hell out of the show, and I can't tell you why. Like, I think the religious aspects of it are great.
It's dumb. It's dumb. It's entertaining.
I like the character designs. I like the art.
You like the breasts?
I like the breasts. No, how far did you get, Mike?
Episode 8.
Okay. You finished it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That last episode where the white dragon guy, he's making everything half. It's like he's having the size of everything in reality around him.
Oh yeah.
And then freaking Asaseo is like, "Hey, Issei, you do realize if you let him go on, he's gonna eventually half Rias' breast size." He's like,
And it's
"Boosa,
like,
boosa, 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 boosa."
it's like, Tanuki, you can use her breasts, your power, to transfer your breasts bigger.
Yeah. Boosa, 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 boosa.
Transfer.
Transfer.
I mean, she already has like giant, like G-sized breasts anyway.
The show is fantastic.
She wants something bigger than his fucking head. That show is dumb, but it's entertaining.
It's
It's just okay.
Oh,
I think
that's
it's just that it does something like
I can't put my finger.
I
on
think
it
the part of
does
it is just that it's so like
does-
unapologetically dumb.
it does something better than all the other shows that try to do the same thing.
Yeah, like Seikon no Quasar.
That
Like
show's
that's big
dumb.
breasts and like boobs
And breast
power.
milk.
But that show was terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
You know what else is
Yeah.
terrible? Hagure Yusha no Aesthetica.
Wow.
Yeah.
That show's bad.
I mean, the part of it is that, well, I thought, what's the fucking show with the breasts and Soma? You just, after you just said, you mentioned the show.
Second one,
Breasts.
Quasar.
Quasar. Yeah, I said that show had kind of good characters for the most part, anyway. At least season 1 did. Season 2 was a bunch of fucking bullshit,
The
but
only character I liked was the redhead chick, the main chick.
I like the lolly masochist, sadomasochist chick.
Oh,
And,
yeah, she was cool, actually.
And the main
I
guy.
think that was Aya Harano, actually. I think that was Haruhi.
Yeah, and the main guy.
God.
But the thing is that, it has good characters that makes up for the really dumb shit it does with Highschool DxD.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Like I said, again, writing, helping a otherwise horrible show.
When every time Akeno gets on Rias's nerves, like,
Yeah, it's
hey,
awesome.
hey.
It's like she's like straight up saying, "I want to fuck him," you know.
Well, I mean, so yeah, this is a second season. It's getting a third season.
Good.
Thank the
And
Lord.
the end of the second season, like the very end of that episode was just like
High School Triple D. There we go.
There we go.
Should have been High School Double D. Wasn't High School Double D. What the fuck?
Yeah, well, you know, whatever.
That was like custom made for that.
but then it would be High School DxD DD.
No, it's just so High School Double D. This would season 2 would be Double D.
But isn't DxD already DD?
It's fine. It's fine. I was gonna ask you questions. It's cool.
How about High School DXXXD?
Can I do that? I don't think they can do that.
Blu-rays? I don't.
Okay.
Actually, no. That show already had tits galore anyway.
I give that show a C+.
I give that show an A-.
That show's okay.
A-.
Fuck you.
A-.
Fuck both of you. Fucking
Easy.
assholes.
Not even close.
Yeah.
Like,
Hypnotizing yourself into making that show out to be
the
good.
show's fantastic. If you like ecchi, comedy, and great characters, you would like this show.
Heck, it's even got action too.
Yeah, it's action as well.
God.
Yeah, it does.
Like action, comedy, demons, ecchi, romance, school, shonen, and harem. That's all that.
Which are all great
Sometimes.
fucking things. Yeah.
All right, what's the next, Matt?
Yeah. What is next?
I think we. Okay, you haven't seen Taiyou, which
No, we have not.
Uchoten
And-
Kazoku.
I didn't watch.
Were
that.
you watching that, Matt? Mike?
No, didn't watch that shit.
None of us
I didn't watch that.
Habinden,
All right, next.
Blood Lab.
Blood Lad.
Gross.
I watched Blood Lad. I like Blood Lad a lot. Blood Lad is basically
You made
about...
me want to watch it, but
It's-
then something happened.
Yeah, let me... forgot.
I gave it my 3, and it didn't impress me.
Oh, I love Blood Lad. Blood Lad is about this guy named Staz, who is a demon. This is in the demon world.
Stop.
Stazukun. Who's in the... And he is, like... The demon world's divided into, like, these different, like, areas. Different, parts. And he's had this one part of the demon world. And he's, like, an otaku in the demon world. Like, everything in demon world is, like... I say, like, 10 years behind. He's still reading Dragon Ball as it's coming out, you know? Like, he's down with Goku. He's playing Final Fantasy 2. So it's like, he is a fucking otaku demon guy. And then, all of a sudden, he's like, boss. So we just found this human chick. He's like, found what? Yes, human chick. I'm like, oh, fuck. Bring her here. He's like, oh my god, human chick, fuck. She's like, I better go to human world now. Also, her human also he's a vampire. Part of it. Vampire demon. It's like, human chicks also, I heard humans have like great blood. To suck that blood would be awesome. I heard it's great. I want to do that. So I bring this human chick over to him, and he's like, so you're from human place? Like, yeah, I'm from human place. Yeah. So how'd you get here? She's like, I fell through this like weird portal. It's like, what? A portal? Guys, just check that out. See what this is all about.
Go check it out.
So he's like, then there's other people. So the thing about being a boss in different districts is that people try to come take your title. So after a sudden, like this dude saying, "Hey, Staz, fucking bitch, come fucking fight me, asshole." It's like, okay, right here. He went down there, whooped that guy's ass. But while he's gone, I forget what happened, but something in his room, or something that came up in his room, jumped the girl. What's the girl's name? Yeah, the girl's name.
Something in the room jumped the girl.
Fucking, what was her name? God damn it! I'm gonna find it. It's here somewhere. Fuyumi jumps her and it kills her, and now she's dead. So he comes back and you see a pile of bones. he's like, fucking what the fuck? I'm just going for like a minute. But then he looks to the right and it's like Fuyumi. It's like one of those like the Japanese like headband things with
the ghost.
With the ghost, yeah, with like that thing. Her naked because she's now a spirit.
Mm-hmm.
So he gives her some of her clothes, and he's like, okay, so now you're dead. So, and also now you're a ghost. And if we don't do something, you're going to fade away eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there are times when, like, he'll look down and see, like, her legs trying to fade away. So, like, the way to mitigate this is to give her some of his demon power. He does this by pricking his thumb, and she must suck his blood, which then allows her to maintain power and still be a ghost. So, yeah, like, he pricks his thumb and puts his thumb in her mouth, and she has to suck the blood to stay a ghost. So then he's like, he goes with her for a time to the real world, because he's like, man, wait, if I could do this right, I get to go to the real world, and I get to go give me some manga. I can see what's going on with Dragon Ball Z. I can see how it ends. Fuck, I need to go there right now. So
he can't normally travel to the human world?
No. He's a vampire also, so the sun fucks him up, and also it's fucking hard to create a portal to a different dimension. Mm-hmm. Only the highest level demons can do that. He's like, I need to take advantage of this. So he goes in there, and then he finds this woman, this girl named Belle, and she's the one who created this portal. But also she had her power taken from her from this high level demon. She wanted to find out what happened. And she wanted to, like, use him, Stas, who's like a high level demon in that world, to help find that power. And she's kind of awesome. So she's like, she can put a portal over to anywhere she wants. So she puts a portal over to, like, this giant white room she has. And she's like, you're gonna stay here until you say you're gonna help me. He's like, oh really? Oh, I'm gonna help you. It's like, wait, really? Is that easy? Like, yeah, I know when something's dumb and I can't do anything about it. So yeah, I'll help you. So he helps her not only try to get Fuyumi back to human form, but also helps her find his power, or her power. And he must, and over the course of the time, she finds out how powerful he is, starts to fall in love with him. So and it's like, I forgot what happened. Like, she said that she has the ability to tell him how to resurrect a ghost, but he must first go to this, like, store in the demon world and fight this guy over, like, this, like, magical underwear. So he fights, like, this gay demon. Like he fights, like, this gay demon over his underwear. And only find out that it's, like, nothing. Just really nice pair of underwear. It's like, I fucking fought this guy for nothing. It's like, yeah, I just want to see what you do. Mm-hmm. Here you go. But then all of a sudden, this guy's rival named Wolf comes over. I think he takes a girl, Fuyumi, with him. And Stas goes after him to go get the girl back. And Wolf is like a childhood friend of his, but they also used to fight when they were younger. But now they're both bosses in the streets of the demon world. And like, so he's like, so Wolf kind of falls in love with the girl. Stas is like, I need her back. I need her to help me get the demon world and also to help me. Help me get to the human world and also help me. I want to kind of suck her blood as well. Mm-hmm. He's like, no, she's mine now. She's mine. So they're like, all right, how about we have a contest? How about we go bowling? And then he's like, yeah, fine, you're down. We're down. He's like, don't worry, last time you went bowling, I fucked him up. So we're gonna do it again. Then all of a sudden, he's in like this like boxing dressing room, like wrapping his hands. They're gonna start boxing. You're like, I thought you were fucking bowling. Like, yeah. Now we're not, I guess. I don't know what happened, but we're gonna box now. So like all of a sudden, like Fuyumi is now the ring girl. Like this. Like Fuyumi is like in strange knockoff anime. Have this stacked to the rafters, just like big breasts, big butt, curvy all the place, like in like this one-piece swimsuit. Like it's like the ring girl. She's all embarrassed. She's like spinning in a circle, like holding the round on one side.
Wow.
And then they start boxing, and he starts fighting. And then Wolf turns like a giant wolf form and starts fucking him up. But he has the ability to like absorb magical power every time someone touches him. So he just fights Wolf this entire time. He uses magical power that he keeps getting from him to heal back up. And then when Wolf is off, he fucks him up and he wins. Then I'm like, all right, here's Fuyumi back. And also the lady's like, here's a book that teaches you how to resurrect a human. Mm-hmm. And he's like, I can't read any of this. This is high level demon stuff. He's like, well, this I guess it can only be done by high level demon. And they live in the high level demons live in this city called like it's like Demotropolis or Decatropolis, something like that. He's like, well, no, one person who's there is my brother. And the fact is that his brother, when he was younger, would do all these experiments on him. And like that like messed him up. So he has the girl Belle take him to the Metropolis. I'm calling it Demotropolis. So I'm going to call it from now on. And you can only go there if you're allowed. Because only the high level demons can live there. And but first he's like, let's hang out at my place. They hang out, like, it's a portal, like, throws him in there. They hang out in her room. She's in, like, halter top and, like, short shorts. She's like, so, how's it going? So, you like Fumi me that much? Well, what if you had a different wife? What if you became my wife? He's like, no, Fumi is one of a kind. I cannot give her up. She's like a one of a kind figurine. I'm not giving her up. And she gets all mad at him and tried to throw him in the portal again. But eventually, she puts him in a portal to Demotropolis, and he's on there. He's like, I got it. And she leaves. He's like, jumps to the bush, like, fuck, I can't be here. Fuck, they know I'm here. Fuck. Because he hasn't been there in like a long, long time. And then his sister finds him and throws him in jail. Because
Stasis?
Yeah, because his little sister, is a warden of the jail of Demotropolis. And she's like 8 years old. And she just wears like this hockey mask and gloves, and like has like this giant like stamp with a fist on it. So it's kind of like, remember Bleach, where like the giant dog guy has the ability to like manifest giant body parts and stuff.
No.
Okay, well it's kind of like that.
Okay.
So she used a giant fist to punch him straight down, fucking through Demotropolis down to like where the jail is.
Like Bayonetta?
Yeah.
All right.
And then she lets his older brother know that he's back, and he's like, all right, I need to come see him. So now Staz in jail, and there's a button you can press to try to patch your way out of jail, with like weird like zombie dudes that keep fucking him up. So he presses the button, keeps getting his ass kicked over and over again, and he's just thrown back into a cell. He's pressing the button, so he keeps getting his ass kicked over and over again. Until his brother, I forgot what his brother's name is. His brother's name is something. Braz. Sister's name is Liz.
Okay. So
Braz is like, here's the thing. I know you hate me and I hate you. And, well, actually I love you. You hate me because I experienced it on you when you were younger. But the fact of the matter is, when he was younger, apparently Staz had a lot of latent ability where he would lose control and like break, like fuck shit up and then get exhausted and like, it hurt him. Mm-hmm. So when he was younger, Braz just shot him in the chest with the bullet. It didn't kill him, but that bullet was like a power cap. That capped his power so that he wouldn't hurt himself anymore. So then when he took out the bullet, his power became like super crazy, and he's able to fuck up the guys who were fucking him up in jail, and he left. Mm-hmm. But then he went back down to the real world to find Fumi, who's like, so he's also friends with people who own like a cafe. And he like goes there to drink beer, like a lot of beer. Uh-huh. So he's hanging out there and found Fumi. He's like working part time there to help out because for letting them stay.
But she's still a ghost.
She's still a ghost though. Okay. But she's still there working part time. So every now and then he still has to like prick his thumb and give her some more blood so she can live. So then it kind of turns into this weird thing where like they fight like this weird amalgamation of like parts that this giant scientist has made to make the perfect being. And he fights him and fucks him up. And then Fumi gets kidnapped again. But you find out that the person kidnapped is Belle's mother. Because it was Belle's mother who had directed Belle's brother to kidnap Fumi and take her back to Belle's mother. And Belle brings Staz back to her place on saying that she's his fiance. So they wouldn't think he was there for Fumi. And you find out that in the demon world, so you find out that Belle's mother is also Fumi's mother. Because one time, Belle's mother and her were like visiting the real world. And they were going like this cafe that they were friends with someone there. And outside the cafe, they met this other woman who looked just like Raz's mother, but had like black hair. And at that moment, they fuse together because when you meet, because they're like, it's like a mirror world. Mm-hmm. Meaning it's another version of yourself in the demon world, like there is in the human world. If you meet them face to face, you fuse together and you get all their memories.
Okay.
So they fuse together, and now we have these children, but now I'm one person. So I have this demon child and this human child, and I have this this demon husband and this human husband. Now they're fighting over where she's gonna go, and the human husband is like, I will raise her on. I want Fumi to be raised as a human. He was born that way. She will stay here, and I'll keep her, and you can go back to demon world. So it's kind of just like that, of just like Fumi meeting her mother. Now she's like this fusion, like fused demon, and now it's kind of complicated. It's like somehow it's like there's this head demon, and that Braz has gotten arrested for something. I forgot what it was, and they was like, and then it's kind of complicated and convoluted because like it's only 10 episodes this season, and it's more like this demon. Braz said that there's another demon out there stronger than you who will kill you.
Then Stas.
And that's Stas. And it's a combination of Braz trying to get Stas to kill this higher demon to become the top demon, and Stas still trying to bring Fumi back to life. It's a little complicated because it's not getting a lot of time to breathe, honestly.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure the show is going to get more.
Yeah, I hope so. Because I'm not sure right now. It's not for 10. I haven't seen anything since 10.
I think it's only 10.
Right, I know. And it's like, it's not enough. That's not enough.
Yeah. Did it leave off just like... Did it just end like a regular episode? Like,
yeah,
oh, there's more...
Yeah, it's like Stas met the woman and kidnapped Uyumi. Now they're going to go back to the demon world and do some stuff. And it's like... I like it. It's like really well written. It's really funny. Stas is a great character. Really like deadpan, snarker type person.
Right.
Off topic guy. It's hard to really explain. I just like it a lot.
What would you rate it?
I rate it like a B+.
Okay. So we're gonna move on to taking a quick break. All right, we're running up to the home stretch here. Kind of.
I hope so.
The world not only knows the Goddess chapter, or season 3.
Yeah, I felt so lost at first.
This was probably my favorite season.
I think so too. It wasn't at first because like I watched episodes of seasons 1 and 2, but there were chicks there I never met at all when the show because they were in like OVAs. I didn't see.
Well, okay. So what happened is that season 1, season 2, pretty much the same thing happens in both those seasons. Like he goes, conquers a girl, they get the loose soul and capture.
Yeah, like the girls have loose souls in them, and to free them, you must conquer them with love.
The OVA season, the OVA episodes, 2 of them covered Tenri, who was a childhood friend of his, and he essentially they got a loose soul out of her.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of hinting at future stuff in that OVA, but we didn't know what it was yet.
Right.
But they flashed back to it in this and kind of like talked about it a bit, like in the underground cave that he couldn't find anymore.
Right.
So there were 2 important conquests, which was Yui and the girl, the astronomy girl.
Let me go find the names here.
I know Yui's the one that was dressed like a boy.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I know so. I forget what I want to say Yachio, but that doesn't sound right. The astronomy lolly with the doll.
Right.
Is that her name?
Yeah, I think that's what it was. I never saw her in the show, so I really can't say, honestly.
Yeah, she in season 3.
Season 3, yeah, I saw. That's when I first saw her.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Her.
Yeah.
Is that her name? Like, do you have it up? I'm pretty sure.
Astronomy girl. I don't even see her on here. She's not even on here.
Oh my god.
Does it really matter at this point?
Well, I am kind of curious, but I'll figure it out. Either way, the production studio JC staff had a choice to make. Because they couldn't really do those 2 conquests and like make it span 12 episodes. So, hold on, let me see. Tsukaiyou. Yeah, Tsukaiyou. They didn't really want to go through 12 episodes with just those 2 conquests and then have nothing else to do. So what they chose to do is just skip ahead to this arc, but do enough like flashback stuff so that we know kind of what Kama had to go through to conquer these.
Yeah.
Yui was like a very like princessy girl,
Right.
and I guess she eventually turned to like act like a guy.
Yeah.
And the astronomy girl looked like a very difficult conquest itself.
Right.
But the idea behind this chapter, this Megami-hen, was they need to get these goddesses resurrected.
Because there's this like
because
what's this
vintage
is
like
again
this,
some
like,
weird ass English name for no fucking reason.
right. They are
Fucking stab Kanan. Just fucking show up and just stab her.
canon, yeah. They've got some evil plans, and basically they want to resurrect old hell,
Right.
and that will make problems happen.
It's like New Hell's much nicer, you know.
Yeah, New Hell's much nicer. New Hell's nice.
So you can go there for a vacation. It's not a big deal.
But that will create issues. We don't really go into it.
Yeah.
And so they need to resurrect the 6 goddesses.
I think there were 5.
No, there's either 6 or 7. I think 6.
There's Diana,
Vulcanus, Mars,
Minerva,
Mer something.
Lune. Because Lune's in the library check. Did Mercury? I think they were actually 6.
Yeah, 6.
Okay. Apollo. Did you mention Apollo?
No, I didn't. Apollo.
Okay. It's like Diana, Apollo, Vulcanus, Mars, Minerva. I think there's 6. Yeah, 6.
Okay, so they basically find out that these 6 goddesses are being hosted in some of the girls that have been conquested by
and
him
the
before.
game-changing thing was that they remember it.
Yeah.
Which the whole thing they push upon you is that once these girls are conquered, they forget everything. But these girls remember every single thing that happened in the conquest, and that was like that changed the game, really.
Yeah, which in a way is sort of like a kind of a plot hole, because if they had remembered these things,
why would they ignore him?
Oh,
afterwards?
okay, I'm sorry. Okay. No. They didn't straight up remember. What happened is when the goddesses inside them like awakened, which didn't happen right away when they got conquered.
Right.
The first time, they started getting the memories back.
Right.
Because the goddesses, I suppose, were always aware, and their memories never got erased.
Right.
So their memories started becoming one with their hosts.
Okay.
So basically, Kama had to go through all past conquests and
figure out who was who.
figure out who remembered.
That's kind of cool, a little bit.
Yeah, no, it was great. And then he knows canon, and the reason why he was on a time limit to get these goddesses because canon got poisoned by one of the vintage members, and so they needed the power of the other 5 goddesses to save her.
Right.
And then all 6 together had to defeat vintage.
Right.
So he was on a time trial. He already had canon, so he had to find 5 more.
Yeah.
He found the first 4 pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And they went through what he had to do to get back with them, and it was a lot of fun to watch.
I've forgotten how well written that show is.
Yeah.
That show is exceptionally well written, and the main character, voices him really well. So voice like Yoshi and Pocket Test. He was really excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really good at voicing that guy. He has a good range for that.
I think he's a good voice actor.
Yeah. Hiro Shimono. Yeah.
Okay. But basically, after conquering the 4 that he knew for sure and getting the goddesses to awaken within them, he
had narrowed it down between
Chihiro and Ayumi.
And that was the best part of the entire show.
And that was great
The
because
arc was outstanding.
He makes a wrong call.
Yeah, he thinks that
Chihiro has it.
Wasn't he his first conquest?
She was very early on. I don't actually remember if she was the first. I couldn't tell you. But he was about to kiss her on the bench.
It's like she was playing that game. They were on the bench up in the roof.
Yeah.
And she was like, "This is my first time." Like, this is your first time.
Be gentle. This is my first time. And he's like,
wait, if this is your first time, then this means that you don't remember anything, which means, oh fuck.
At which point he totally
blew her off.
I expect a school days ending there. Chihiro just stabbing him. He treated her like shit in the next 5-10 seconds.
I was like, I love you. Woo! Come over here.
Shit. So Ayumi feeling like she had lost, cheering for her. And
because the thing is she had visited him when he was sick.
Yeah.
And
that scene was great.
And then while she was there, Chihiro showed up, so she just hid in his bed.
Yeah.
But Chihiro came to sing this song. Yeah, that was a good scene.
It was really funny. It was great.
Yeah.
But him getting Ayumi back was not
Nuts.
an easy process.
Nuts. First off, he had to repair all the fucking damage he did in the first place.
Yeah.
And then he was like, had to like convince her that he loved her.
Yeah.
And then she's like, "Well, marry me." He's like, "All right, fine." Then like introduce himself to like her parents.
Yeah.
Declare his love there. Then have like this weird marriage thing on like a boat. And like Chihiro was trying to fucking like she was like fucking everything up. Like recording what he was saying, like I need to fucking conquer her right now. What the fuck? Stop fucking with me.
But like in the end, like he was straight with her. Like not really 100% straight with her. Like what's going on, but like he told her like this isn't real.
Yeah.
She's like, well, you know what? Like I don't care as long as you say it, and I'll help you out.
Yeah.
So, Matt, did you watch this show?
No.
No, I saw the first season.
Okay.
But also,
I would rate
but
this
the best part's at the
show-
end. That entire show, where everything's over, and Chihiro's like, "So you're saying I was never important in this show at all, in this at all?" And he's like, "No, you weren't." But it's true. She wasn't important, honestly. Like here and there, in regards to getting Ayumi,
Yeah.
but in the grand scheme of things, she was not
Right.
supposed to be there. She took that hard. And the weird thing is,
She felt her pick in his pocket still. Remember that one part?
Yeah.
It was,
And the weird thing is, like, she started doing her performance for like the school. She started breaking down because by show like it's talking about first love, and he was her first love. But also the thing was that it showed him up in the roof.
well, they gone back to what you think is the status quo.
But you don't, because he had long declared he doesn't give a fuck about 3D girls, so he cared about his 2D girls. But he was actually kind of torn up over how it all ended, which was a first for that character.
I think
I thought was really, really cool.
Like what they're trying, I think what they're trying to show was that he's sitting there with all his games beaten, but he's turned them off. Like they just don't interest him anymore. Because I think deep down, like he really does like Chihiro.
Yeah.
I think it's him like coming to terms with like
The fact he does like
you know, damn, I'm not as excited over this as much as I was. All I can, like, I think in his mind, like all he was really thinking about was Chihiro the whole time, because he had just had the look on his face, like
and he was
this means
actually crying on the roof,
yeah,
which is like you've never seen that before, and like that kind of side to him, which was really interesting and really fleshed him out as a character.
yeah.
But yeah, that show ended really well overall. I'd give it a B+.
I give it probably A-. Yeah, A-.
Okay.
All
right, what's next?
Move on to
Wamote.
Watashi ga motenai no wa dou kangaete mo omaera ga warui.
Wamote.
Or, no matter how you look at it, it's your fault that I'm not popular.
That's opening the season. Go.
No, you're wrong. First off.
Okay.
Secondly, I did not like the show at first. I just couldn't get into it. I just didn't like the style and how the character. I liked this character at first. What I later become to appreciate, like the kind of quiet brilliance behind the whole thing, of how this show should just be called expectation versus reality. That's really all it is. Like she expects this thing to be going a certain way. This is how it really is. Like remember the whole duck face thing?
Yeah.
It's just like she has all these fucked up ideas about popularity, and she's simultaneously talking about how popular people are fucking dumb and should go die, but secretly longing to be one of them.
Yeah.
It's like these are all fucked up ideas that seem ridiculous but also exist in the real world. And how they're able to bring that in this character, make her actually kind of more real, despite all these dumb things happening, is really kind of impressive.
I just laughed at all the faces that she made.
Yeah.
Like, especially when she goes to the photo booth
That was kind of funny.
and then makes all these weird faces in it. I lost it. I was like, oh my god. Like, the show was already funny enough for me. And then I'm like, and then that happened. And then the rooftop with the two boys happened.
That was fucking ridiculous.
I lost it there too.
Though the
Oh
ending
my
was pretty cool. Though
God.
the Miku song ending was cool.
That Miku ending.
But there's times you just want to grab the girl and shake her and say, "What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
What the fuck do you think was going to happen?" Just like come to terms with like the fact that high school fucking sucks and her friend from middle school is all super popular and has big breasts and all cool and has a boyfriend.
Yu-chan.
She just
Oh my
does
God, what
a bunch of
bitch. I hated that character.
She just
What
does
a bitch.
dumb shit. Just does dumb shit. and she has dumb thoughts, like when she's up in the train, and she's like, why isn't anyone groping me?
What? Oh.
She's like, my butt's so firm, why want to grope me? It's like, what the fuck are you thinking? What the fuck is wrong with you? That's bad parenting, I think. That's bad parenting. It's bad parenting.
Okay.
I'm sure a lot of our problems came from bad parenting and maybe a little too sheltered of parenting. I don't know.
Yeah. I also thought it was really funny how, like, her and... Okay, what I like, too, is the fact that her and her brother, it's not, like, typical relationships you see, like, in anime. Like, her brother is, like, constantly, like, annoyed with her. And always like, well, if you don't have anything important to say, then get out of my room.
Fuck out. Yeah, what the fuck are you doing?
That's how normal siblings act. Like,
right.
Yeah.
Because, God, when I was growing up with my younger sister and we lived in the same house, like, fucking God. Like, she would come bother me about, like, a lot of shit. And I'm just like, oh my God, go away. So, like, I kind of saw a lot of that, like, with those two. Mm-hmm. And, like, I just thought it was nice how, like, for once, I'm not seeing, like, a
super ideal sibling relationship thing.
I'm not seeing, like, a guy who wants to like give his sister the D,
right?
Or like a sister that wants to jump on her brother's D.
They had a real relationship because you saw in that one episode that, like, back then they used to hang out a lot and stuff.
Yeah.
And as they grew older, puberty came through,
Yeah.
teenager rebellious stuff, and they stopped needing each other. Want to be like, it's a natural growth.
Yeah. And that's what I liked.
Yeah.
But then, like, okay, now between episodes like 5 or 6 and like not 10, 9, somewhere around in there, it became less entertaining.
I actually have a very defined line. I liked episode 1 through 8, and I thought 9 through 12 were lackluster.
Except for the school festival. That actually was a good episode.
That was alright.
The problem is that character is kind of awkward to watch sometimes. I don't know. I found it awkward.
Because
when she was on the train and she felt something hard against her. And it was just like some fucking like
the
lady's kendo stick, and she's like telling her friend, I got raped by a long sword. It's like, who the fuck says that? Who in their fucking right mind says that?
I think the best episode was the cousin episode.
That was pretty good.
Oh, it was so good.
It was so good and awkward.
Started out that episode looking up to her as like the greatest person ever. Yeah. By the episode, pitied her for everything,
and she deserves it. She deserves a pity.
And I was like, oh my God.
She goes to that game shop and is playing fucking Magic.
Yeah, those children. She's like, what, 16 years old?
And she cheats against the children.
She's wearing these... I was wondering why, for like the entirety of that whole like segment, why she was wearing long sleeves. I'm like, what? Like, and then all of a sudden...
And then I saw she started buttoning her shirt. My looking so some chest now? I'm going to try to use that to your advantage? Yeah. Oh, no, you have a shirt under that. Okay, never mind. So you have a holster for your deck.
The deck holster.
Yeah.
Only true weeaboos have deck holsters.
Oh my God.
It's just like, she is simultaneously a shitty and excellent character all at once. Yeah. It really depends on how you feel about that show, honestly. There's a quiet brilliance to how that character's written and how the character's acted. That character is acted sublimely.
I have to also, like, I
think it'd be hard as a voice actress to do that character for 12 episodes straight.
No, that's the thing. I have to really like hand it to that character's voice actress because it's also Misaki.
She has Misaki in Vanguard.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, wow, like that's.
Do you have her name, Mike?
And she's Cordelia in Milky Holmes.
Kita Izumi, yeah. Okay. Like
she's known, yeah.
She's that voice change was like completely different, and the fact that like, when she did the ending theme for that show, like it still sounded like the character. Like,
she was outstanding as that character.
Yeah, but then like you go and like you listen to her in Vanguard, and you're just like,
not even the same character.
No,
she has so much range.
Not at all.
That's great range.
I was just like, jeez.
She's a really composed lady in that show, so. But I would recommend this show.
It's hard to for me, actually.
People who
like twisted shit,
like hikikomori comedy.
Yeah. It's not for everyone. That's for damn sure.
Apparently, you can't recommend it to anyone who like it's real for, because there are a couple people that
we know.
Yeah.
Who really identify with that character. So,
But the thing
But
is,
I don't know if like
here's the funny thing though.
you shouldn't get offended by it.
No, I know two people that can relate to that main character. One had to completely stop watching the show because apparently it was real
it got too real for them.
at one point. And then you have
Other
someone
one who just loves it.
and still identifies with the main character, but doesn't care.
And
Right.
owns it.
And
owns
certainly
it.
owns it.
But
That person sure as shit owns it. We can guarantee that.
anyways, it would be hard to
Recommend.
check
actually.
out. This is against Silverlink, people who did my favorite show.
I mean, sometimes it's kind of hard to watch. It was.
I must be a little cynical or something because I was just laughing and enjoying it most of the time. The only real sad part it had is the episode where she tried to make the club, and like she was imagining all the club mates there and everything and having a good time, and then it just fades into the reality. It's just her with the stuffed animals around a table. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, that was kind of sad.
Sad life.
Sad life.
The anime.
The episode though where she gets the neck vibrator. And she's like, "Oh, that feels
And
great."
then it falls down.
and then like falls asleep playing like Aerogay or whatever.
That's so
Her
good.
dad walks in the room and just stands
That's
there.
so awkward.
Oh
God, that made me
laughed
uncomfortable.
So fucking hard.
It was not uncomfortable.
But no, like slice of life, slice of a sad hikikomori life. Like a girl trying to become popular. Like it is what it is. I'm gonna use
So
your
no,
phrase for that.
it's like how she's like thinking about trying to become like some kind of like what's the people at the cabaret clubs? Registration at a cabaret club.
Call girl.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh god.
And it's like not
Host. Like
hostess club. I'm like, man, no.
You know what though? Like in some of her little like fantasy things though, like the way they did her character, I was just like, you know, if she actually looked like that,
If she actually had like paid more attention to more like to her look, she could look like that.
yeah, no, like
Maybe not in the breast, but in the face.
yeah, yeah.
But I thought to myself too. I was just, but yeah, I understand too. Like they did it on purpose because
Right.
it's to help you understand like the fact that she's not like what she sees around her,
Right.
and so like that was kind of the point. I think it would take away from that if they made her actually look. Actually, I don't know how that would have gone. If they would have actually drawn her like kind of like one of those where she's like actually a little bit taller and she's like has a like nice figure.
But how does that
Yeah.
work for Boku Tomodachi though?
What do you mean?
Well, that's
Like it's like they literally have the same issues where she's a pretty girl,
Those-
nice body, but she says she doesn't have any friends and she has fucking issues.
Well,
with
that's not so much about friends. Like, Kuroki, main character of the show, she's a fucking like shut-in. She's a fujoshi.
a goddamn mess.
She's a fujoshi shut-in neat.
Who doesn't
Like-
even know.
But
how
she's
to-
not talking to her imaginary friends by the windowsill at school though.
Okay, but she.
Look,
The thing is, as I'm saying, it would have been actually almost equally interesting had she actually been like.
it would have been harder to imagine though because a lot of the
It's
scenarios
kinda,
were
I
like,
kind of think that like Yozo was kind of bullshitting sometimes when she's talking about the shit she's talking
the
about.
entire first episode of Watamode couldn't have happened if she didn't look the way she
That's
looked.
that's what I'm saying. It's good that they did it like that.
Yeah,
and apparently
it's like I said, there's a quiet genius to this show.
yeah, and it is based on a manga. The manga is actually still going. So there's a potential for another season, which I would be totally fine with.
I'd be fine with it.
Yeah.
I give the show a B+.
B.
B.
Okay.
I gotta
break
go B.
it here.
Gotta go B. Well, alright.
Too bad.
Gin no Saji.
What did we just talk about? What about it? Oh, right. So you're gonna talk about Gino Saji,
Silver
Silver
Spoon.
Spoon.
It is fucking that man. That's fucking anime. A show about agriculture, you guys.
So Moyashimon. Tales of agriculture.
So I mean, it's about this guy named Yugo who goes to agriculture school. He doesn't know what to do with himself. He just wants to get away from his family. Go to agriculture school, and from there he kind of learns ins and outs of different parts of the different kind of agriculture. Like there's the business part, there's the processing part for like meats, vegetables, stuff like that. And the thing I like about the anime is that it's really a hard, realistic look about farming. It's like there's a point in the show where like they're visiting like this veterinarian, and this guy asks like, "What is the most important part of being a veterinarian?" And he pauses and he said, "Being able to cope with death, because sometimes you have to put animals down as a veterinarian for farms, you know, like sometimes animals are like sick, and it's not worth the money to send them back for health, and you just go get another one that's not sick."
Oh,
So
I
they'll send them
totally
out.
understand that. Some people I know can't understand that.
Yeah. Just send them out to pasture and be able to kill animals. That's you have to deal with that, you know? It's like, for racehorses. If a racehorse breaks his leg, you euthanize it. You kill it. Because now it's no longer no profit there. Now it's a expense that you can't make money off of.
Right.
It's just easier to kill it instead of pushing about the health. Like stuff like that, it approaches, you're like,
But how does it approach those kind of things in agriculture, where you're just growing crops and shit?
Well, there's from different parts, because there are people breed horses, which they didn't sell to people who then put them into racing or stuff like that.
Is raising horses a part of agriculture?
It can be, because they have an equestrian club there.
Okay.
And also parts like with farming cows and pigs. Like, there's a point like there's a pig part of the school where they nurse these pigs up to the piglets where they become bacon, or giant pigs they become ham and pork, stuff like that. And the main guy, has a close relationship. This is with one pig, which he names. He's told to name pork bowl, because these pigs are bred to be killed and turned into food. So if you give like another name, it's harder to part with them when it's time for them to be sent off to the slaughterhouse. So name them like food is a little easier if you name it at all. Mm-hmm. They recommend against naming it at all, but he named it pork bowl. So he was like the runt of the bunch, and he helped nurse that pig up to being like a much bigger pig. And when it was time to send to the slaughterhouse, he's like, I'm going to buy the pig's meat. Mm-hmm. I'll be the one to have the pig once it's killed. So I thought they made like cop out says like send it off and say like, oh no, the pig, something wrong with the pig, I'm gonna bring it back and that's be your pig now. No. Sent the pig off. That pig came back as meat. He bought the meat. Meat was his now, and he turned the meat into like
purple,
like bacon and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Which turning meat into bacon is really hard apparently. You have to like put different rubs on it and like put in like this kind of freezer for a certain amount of time, and also cut it all.
So that's why bacon is more expensive than other meat sometimes.
Yeah, like some bacon cuts are much more even than others because it's so difficult. Mm-hmm. And the natural cuts cost more. like stuff like that. Like how with cows, cows are there for a certain purpose to make milk, eggs, stuff like that. Other different farmers, different ways of getting milk. Like different farmers like have them on like this kind of for conveyor belt or different like machine where they just get the milk out that way. Like I'm sure not many often they get that fucking stool in that bucket and they go to town. No, it's like all automated now because time is money.
Right.
So it's just like that hard look at farming. Like it's not all sunshine and daisies. Sometimes it's hard to do things like how he's talking about how there are people who've been around the shit their entire life.
When I first saw the show and read like the synopsis on it like the art style and everything made it look more like a lighthearted, like slice of life thing about agriculture.
There are portions of it. Like there's a part like where they have to get up really early to do some chores around the school, depending on what club they're in. And it's like they were doing a run. They're like, oh, if you run, we get to have this meat. Yeah! Start running, and they have to pick up garbage around the campus. And they come across like this old like brick stove. And it's like, brick stove, it's still good condition. Maybe do some of that. So you're like, we can make like some chicken, some pork, some pizza. Like pizza? Pizza? What's going on? Like, man, we all live out in the fucking boonies. It's hard to get pizza.
Right.
Man, I remember the last time I had pizza. Man, we should get some pizza. So we should get pizza. Pizza Hut open right now? Probably not.
Fuck, that was something easy.
I want some Pizza Hut. A funny thing is, when I was watching an episode at work, and then I got an email due from Pizza Hut at the same time. So I had Pizza Hut that night. But
good.
No, so they're like, he's like, fuck, I don't know if I can do it. They're like, dude, we live at a fucking agricultural school. We have the shit. So he gets like vegetables, like tomatoes and stuff from like the vegetable department. Get like cheese and dairy from like the dairy department. They get some meats and like some bacon and stuff from like the pig department.
Sounds like it could make a great pizza.
Yeah, and they all come together, and they make get some flour from like the wheat department. All come together and make this pizza, and like everybody around the school comes together and start like make pizza, eat pizza, and it's awesome. It's like everybody come together, give them parts of their departments together to make this pizza, and they'll come make pizza. It's really cool. It's really cool how they come together, and that was really the hard part. Also, another part is like some of the people have been around farmers their entire life, and they've taken advantage of the idea that they are used to animals dying for various reasons. And Yugo, the main guy, who has been around that stuff the entire life, had to come to terms with that kind of stuff. Comes to terms with this pig he's nursed since its birth up to this weight, and now it's going off to be killed. And that's hard for him. These other...
So does the show follow like stories from all different people, or does it follow one person who just happens to run into all these different problems?
One person that hasn't happened to like interact with all these people.
Oh, okay.
Like live in dormitories at the school, and everybody's from different parts of the departments. People.
So it is an agriculture school.
Yeah, right,
Okay.
exactly. It's like they've taken for granted that they're used to the animals dying, animals going off to slaughter, and he has to deal with that his entire now.
Mm-hmm.
I just like it's a really kind of realistic look at farming. It really appealed to me a lot, and it was probably my hidden gem of this season. I was very surprised by how much I like this show.
When I saw it, I didn't think it was going to be a bad show, but I've already seen Moyashimon season 1 and 2, which goes in depth of creation of different like alcohols and like sauces, like soy sauce and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think it was going to be a bad show. Like, I look at Dog and Scissors, I think that's going to be a bad show, so I just didn't watch it.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like, it didn't interest me.
Right.
It wasn't something I wanted to watch.
Right.
I couldn't see myself going through another 12 episodes of Moyashimon.
But it's it's reasons like this. It's like, for shit like this, the reason I watch these 20, 25 shows per season is I find hidden gems like these I enjoy a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why, again, I keep doing this, like, a show I might not want to watch, but I might like it like this.
I think my hidden gem of the season was probably Danganronpa, because I had no expectations for that show whatsoever when it was coming out. I'm like,
I liked it a lot. A really realistic look at farming and how that industry works out, and I give that show a solid, I say, B+.
all right, I'm gonna break it here. All right, so we just had pizza. It was great.
Like Inosaji all got me all on some pizza rage.
Right? You had that was some good pizza.
It was good pizza.
Speaking of not pizza, Neptunia the animation.
Well, if you have satellite pizza and Neptunia is all you need.
Well, unlike other games, I don't think you can type /pizza and Neptunia and have pizza get delivered to you.
EverQuest though.
EverQuest. This show sucked. I'm the only one who finished it though.
Yeah. Because you hate yourself.
It's based off of a game called Hyperdimension Neptunia. And
the game was poverty.
I never played the games, but I heard the first one was bad, and the second and third one were good. So I'm watching this, and it's terrible. So I think it's based off the first game.
Right.
Only to find out last week it was based off the last game, which people liked. So, I don't want to talk too much, but here's my problems with it. I don't like the game. The game references, whatever, like kind of clever, moe girls, whatever. I'm down with it. I don't care. Problem is, 4 episodes in, I still have no idea what 3 of the characters have any relation to any of the characters are. I don't know what they're doing there, why they're there, why they know the main characters, and why they give a shit about what they're doing. So that
video games.
That was my first huge issue. My second huge issue.
Xbox titties.
My second huge issue is the main bad guy, R4, which is like piracy thing you use for DS, I think.
Yeah.
Is she was like the main bad guy, and she was doing like bad guy stuff, and it was fine. But then she gets defeated, and then the next time you see her is comic relief.
Because
so
anime.
They turned the bad guy into comic relief.
Anime.
And then the next bad guy was like a gay cross-dressing robot.
Okay, go on. You got my attention.
And he was terrible. It was terrible. A terrible character. Like, it kidnapped one of their friends or whatever, and they had to go fight him. And then her. And then it forced the little, lolly friend of theirs to become the god of the R18 island, the island where adult content's produced.
Oh my
God. And it made them want a treaty or something so that they would be allowed to export as much R18 content to the other places as possible.
At DOA.
Exactly. So this cross-dressing gay robot makes this lolly chick from another dimension, mind you. I don't want to get into that though. Force her into becoming a goddess that she normally wasn't to fight the main characters. And then the gay cross-dressing robot gets defeated. And I was like, thank God, that was a retarded enemy. And then, lo and behold, the big boss behind the scenes the whole time was Atari, the long-lost land of Atari, who was brought to the brink of destruction because the citizens of Atari were not happy with their goddess.
Oh, really?
AKA alluding to people were not happy with the Atari and it died out as a system.
Oh, God.
It's kind of...
if you like video game references and moe blobs, this show's for you. If you like the game, this show might be for you.
If you like good anime, this show is not for you.
But I think if you like the game, then your tastes are already something I can understand,
right?
And so this show's for you.
Yeah, if you like poverty games and or anime, sure, go right ahead.
See, Brian played this game and he still thought the show was dumb. So
I mean, the game looks like a bad game.
Well, he never played the third one. He played the first one. He said the first one was dumb too. He kind of liked the second one, which I guess was like a remake of the first one, but not actually the same story, which made it better.
Great, awesome.
Anyways, let's not talk about that anymore. I'd give it like a C. A C.
Because the redeeming factors was the opening and the
opening and ending were fantastic, and it was the only anime ever to have bloopers at the end of the anime, and I loved that so much.
Okay, it's almost kind of cool. Go out of your way to make bloopers for your anime. It's
it was really funny,
interesting.
Actually.
Okay,
but
all right.
you know, that's just David Production trying to be like good. They're a good studio, but not a good source material to choose from. Okay, rolling on the home stretch here.
Gotcha Man crowds.
Gotcha Man crowds.
Gotcha Man crowds. I think the best Japanese opening of any show this season. Not the best opening overall, but the best Japanese opening.
I was gonna say hard to beat, but now there's a couple other openings that are just really hard to beat. I thought the opening was fine.
I love the opening. I love it a lot.
The thing is, like, okay, in before all the hipster labels, I watched the original Gatchaman growing
Hipster.
up. Shut the fuck up.
Sorry, I was drinking water.
And it's not because I was legitimately like interested in like knowing what it was. It just happened to be on TV when I was watching it as a kid.
Back in 1987.
And it came on after Centurion's Power Extreme. Shout out to anyone who knows what that is. Anyways, I watched it after that, and I thought, okay, like, whatever, this show's cool, I guess. And then I got to this, and I just saw the name, and I'm just like, okay, I know what this is. Like, I'm gonna watch this. And it's actually nothing like the original Gatchaman. So I'm gonna say right now, if you've seen the original Gatchaman and you were a fan of it and you loved it, then I can't say that this show is... I can't say you'll like it because it's not the same thing. I mean, it's Kamen Rider. You know, if you don't know what that is, it's kind of like, think of like Power Rangers. Any sort of team of masked heroes of justice. Okay, that's kind of what it is. This show kind of had that a little bit. I mean, and they do say bird go and then transform. I guess
does bird go a thing from the previous Gatchaman? Yeah, they bird go, all right.
And they transform. I mean, but the problem I have though is that they're not like, they are kind of a team, but they're not, because half the time
they're doing their own thing.
Like, they're not fighting. They're not like they're not all like working as a team to like, you know, take down bad guys.
Yeah, they work as a team like once out of the entire series.
Yeah, I mean the rest of the show was like, okay,
it's fine.
That's
a really interesting art style.
Well, it's Tatsunoko.
Yeah.
This is just like a newer, like, updated version of like what the original Gatchaman was, which is really old.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, pretty much like this one. Like, if you don't know what Gatchaman is, you might actually enjoy the show.
Which I don't.
Very futuristic. Has these things called the crowds, which gives people the ability to summon these,
like, manifest their consciousness in fact this weird humanoid being. And
it allows you to do what you normally could never do. Yeah. And there's this thing called the 100, and they're like 100 very like specific people.
Well, we're gonna hit ourselves. Let's go to Galax first.
Well, Galax is like kind of like Facebook, but virtualized, I guess.
It's cool in that Galax is in the regards that you have your own little avatar and stuff, but it kind of knows what you're about. So it helps you to like update the world. Meaning, like, let's say there's a car accident. Might come up and say, hey, we know you're like a medic or a nurse. could you come over here and come help with this car accident?
Oh yeah. It does.
And then if you do that, you get to level up, you get to update and get some points.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a universal thing that like I think more than 80% of the population uses.
It's a bit like crowdsourcing help. It's like a crowdsourcing app.
Yeah. Anyways. So they it's run by this guy. It is a dude.
I wasn't sure at first.
You look at him and I mean he cross dresses and
Really well, mind you.
Yeah, he really looks.
I couldn't tell.
He looks like a girl, but he's a dude.
It's like, yeah, I hit that. Oh wait, it's a guy. Never mind. I never said that.
So he has this AI thing called X that basically is like the server that runs the whole entire thing, and then he has what's called the Neo 100 or something like that, and they are a chosen 100 people that he feels are special, or that he feels that can really update the world. That's his whole goal. And then there's the Gatchaman, which are not in league with him whatsoever. And he actually wants them to quit being Gatchaman because he says that they're in the way. And the main character, Hajime, she becomes a Gatchaman, and her whole personality is very
doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, she's very honest, but she's kind of very like she's very aloof.
I love how he's just like, she's voiced such like retarded glee all the time.
Like she's
singing dumbass songs.
She talks face to face with the villain of this show, and she's just like it's called Kotouka, and she's just like, Katsu-san, like, where are you? And he said, like, he doesn't ever show himself, and he says like, oh, I'm here, but I'm not here, or whatever. And she's just like, why you like destroying things? 'Cause it's fun. Like, he's like, sounds like you're, so you have fun doing these things. And he's like, yup. And so then, you're like, she doesn't, like, try to tell him that he's a bad guy.
No, she's
or that
like,
he can't be doing that.
There's some weird, retarded brilliance behind it.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know.
I mean, when Megami came along, they were a secluded group. They were doing their own thing. They were a secret. She came along and kind of just said fuck that to all their preconceived.
Oh yeah, she like
ways
publicly
of doing things. Like didn't give a fuck about how what Paimon was doing. Just like, no man, Gatchaman should be fucking cool and shit. You know. She
makes it publicly known that Gatchaman actually exists, because at this point in the world, people don't actually know that Gatchaman exists. So, and she makes it known to them, and they're just at first they're like, what the hell are you doing? And then after a while, they just accept it. And then like the other characters, they're so flat and so dumb. They're not worth mentioning to me. Like Joe-san is like your the typical badass that never says anything, is all like serious face and smokes a cigarette.
And then got his ass fucking handed to him by Kotouka.
Got his ass kicked. Then you have Utsutsu, which hardly says anything, and she
says she's dreamy, or just gloomy.
She's a donder.
Is she on vacation?
No, she's just like the kind of lolly-ish chick who's just there to be cute and lolly.
And then you have what's his name? The blonde hair.
Sugune wants to be a hero.
He's the actual like guy that's all like about being.
He is lawful good.
Yeah, he's all about being the hero and whatever. And he's trying to show like Hajime like how to be a Gatchaman, but she's just like, whatever, I'm gonna do my own thing. And he gets kind of frustrated at first, but then like but then after a while, when he sees her in action and the fact that she actually doesn't cause any harm, like he's like, okay, like I guess you're fine.
Then there's Odie. Odie's kind of cool. He didn't really do much to that.
Odie, yeah, he's a guy.
He's kind of there to just show Himeji and relate to Himeji.
Except at the end, you actually see him transform the one time that he does, and he whoops.
He gets his ass whooped.
He gets his ass kicked, but he also whoops shit out of Kotouka. So,
yeah.
But again, I thought that was so retarded because people kept getting their ass kicked left and right by this guy, and then you're telling me that this whole time, like this guy OD that just didn't do anything except stay at the base is just like, okay, whatever. Like I guess I have to stop you now. Whoa, transform, one shot.
Well, the thing was, he said he was last line in defense. Meaning, I think he was there to protect JJ, who was the prophet of the entire thing.
Who actually does not say a word.
He has a voice actor.
He has no lines in the entire show. He's kind of like the commander guy that is in charge of everything, and he's
like the prophet. But then there's Paiman, who's like this little small like panda-ish thing.
Yeah, he's an obnoxious little piece of shit.
Motherfucker, like always trying to chew Himeji out about what she's doing, and she's like, he's like new me. She's like newbie. She's like Himeji this.
Yeah,
that's funny.
I guess
Hajime gives this show a lot of color, which is nice.
he does, and it's to I think it's to compensate for the fact that the rest of the characters don't really have a lot going for them other than OD. Like he's, I guess he's fine, but you don't see him all that much.
He has a cat. He does some stuff. I don't know. He's
Yeah, but
though Kotouka is phenomenally voice acted.
he's
Voice acting is outstanding.
Think of him like the way he is, like his like personality. If you've ever played Final Fantasy VI, he's a lot like Kefka. I actually, if I had to compare him to something, he's very close to Kefka, and his whole goal like is chaos basically. So,
yeah, very Joker-esque. Also, I'm surprised he's voiced by the same guy who voiced Taichi and Shifu. You wouldn't even expect him to be the same person because of the sort of range he has.
Well, yeah, and that's
voiced by Miyano Mamoru.
It's just like it just shows like how much talent those voice actors have.
But he's such a great character, though. He's just trying to cause chaos. He can also take the form of any person he kisses.
Or he touches.
He usually kisses them, though.
Yeah, he does.
There's a lot of like homo weird things in this show.
But he's so out there in the first place, it feels natural with him.
I guess. I mean, like OD dresses like a girl.
And he's a gotcha man as well.
He is technically. And
he just fucks people up.
But they don't go into like any origin of like where he came from or like how he came into being, what he's doing here, and then like how the rest of them got there. Like they don't explain anything, and that's why I can't say this show was super good. Like I watch it just because I'm like,
it's well animated.
It is, but that's about all. That's the one like good thing it has going for it, other than
voice acting.
Yeah, like I mean. Like I said before, if you saw...
But, I mean, the concept is cool. Because, like, the idea of just, like, this person having this app that people keep on, like, it's like Facebook, that popular, where they just go on it and try to level up and try to help out the world is how you level up. Like, you know, it's like crowdsourcing that stuff. And the thing about the crowds is that when the crowd's ability is given to people, and, like, there's, like, this weird... Where, okay, so Kotouka kind of usurped Rui and posed as her and became the new person to... give commands for the Neo 100, and they try to. This one guy wants to like tear down like the government. But I found it funny how like after it happened, he's like, "We got to tear down the government." The guys are like, "Well, no, I want to do this thing. I want to do this thing over here." Oh, that's tiring. It's like the internet part came in, where it's like, "Yeah, we're tired of that. We're gonna do something else now."
I guess like I said though, it's. I think it's just because of the fact that I have seen the original Gatchaman that I can't say the show was super good. If you haven't seen it, then that's fine. Like
I haven't seen it, and I enjoyed it.
You might actually enjoy the show, but like I said, like for those of you that have seen the original Gatchaman, like this is nothing like it. I'm gonna tell you that right now. And I mean, you might actually still like it regardless. Like you never know. I just personally don't. A good friend of mine. Shout outs to Jordan Tracciano. He doesn't like the show either, and he's really into like Toku or Kamen Rider or whatever. So yeah, he says that this show like shouldn't even have the word Gatchaman in it, and that was his opinion. So I don't know. I don't think he watched it all, but that doesn't matter. Like C+ for me, I guess, because like I said. I just it wasn't on a priority for me to watch. Like in any given week, if I had 8 or 9 episodes of anime to watch, like it's just like this was kind of like one of the last ones I got to, aside from Genshiken. Like this and Genshiken were like the two that were like at the bottom of my priority. So
I mean, I didn't watch Gatchaman originally, the original one, but I like Gatchaman Crowds a lot. I just like the way its art style. I like how the characters, for the most part, were presented and how they were acted. I mean, yeah, some of the characters were pretty flat, but again, like Rui.
I didn't even like that character that much.
I liked what they were going for, like the whole update the world thing.
It was fine what he was going for,
and playing the crowds.
As a character, he was just.
It was interesting.
He was.
It's interesting what kind of shit he was trying to wrangle and like trying to organize. And also, Kotouka was like a Joker-esque character there to cause chaos and was phenomenally well acted. It just showed a lot of color. And I enjoyed it a lot. I mean, is one of the things where the Gacha men themselves are CG, animated that way, and that was kind of cool for me.
Kind of like the Love Live Idols?
Love Live, or like Tiger Bunny. I used to say Tiger Bunny. That's my one for that. But yeah, I enjoyed it a lot, and I like the whole idea of like using the internet to crowdsource helping the world.
Now, I was going to ask you, Ruben, I know you didn't watch the show and you weren't planning on it. Now, is it because...
Sensei.
Oh. Like, as in...
It's just a genre I don't like.
Okay.
What would you rate it, Mike?
I give it a B. I was giving it a solid B. I enjoyed that show.
Okay. Gonna make a break. All right.
I don't either, particularly.
Gonna quickly touch on Futariwa Milky Holmes. I'm not gonna gear this toward anyone who hasn't seen any Milky Holmes. I'm gonna
What
gear
is that
this.
show anymore?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure the producer's also not sure where to go with it. That's why they're 10-minute long episodes.
All right.
Which, thank God, because it would have been really hard to watch the show otherwise. Now, I say that, but I'm gonna be honest. It's probably not as good as this first season, but the hell of a lot better than the second season. Second season was one of the worst.
They didn't even do
things
shit. They
in
were just
the
eating bread
world.
in like this fucking
No.
attic.
The second season was something more blasphemous than that. As an anime. Not so much just as Milky Holmes, but as an anime. The thing about this show is, unlike the first two seasons, the Milky Holmes crew actually have their powers, and they're attempting to go and, fight the Phantom...
How many years has it been?
The Phantom...
Like 3-4 years?
Yeah, the Phantom Thieves.
With the big-breasted class president who's actually the Phantom chick.
Well, you see, that's the thing. She's not even the main focus. She actually She has 2 cameo appearances along with the original Phantom Thieves.
I liked her though.
I like them too. But here's the thing. This show actually has almost nothing to do with Milky Holmes.
Oh, well.
This show follows 2 girls, Kazumi, and the other one.
But there's no Holmes?
They're there, but they don't show up often. These two they look up to Milky Holmes, and they create a duo group called the Feathers, and they're detectives in training, but they think they can do more. So they create this like little Scooby-Doo band, and they like go off and try and take things in their own hands, and they succeed and they fail, but along the way they're like, oh, we want to be just like Milky Holmes, like they're our fucking idols. And Milky Holmes, beginning of the season, like they're shown. Like, you think the show's about Milky Holmes when it first starts. Like, they go and they use their powers and, like, fight shit. And they do it. And then these 2 girls come like, oh,
That's not cool.
they're my heroes. And then it shifts the focus to them.
That's not cool.
But the Milky Holmes show up quite a few times. Like, at least every other episode. But it's not about them. The show really...
What does that show then? What is that show?
It's the Feathers trying to become detectives
Call
or whatever.
the Feathers!
And then the problem is that, like, the white hair one I can't remember the name of, not the white hair, have... Maybe it's in here. Nah. Anyways, her family, her dad is like a legendary... her dad and mom were legendary Phantom Thieves, like, from back in the day. Mm-hmm. And her brother is the current leader of the Phantom Thieves group that is the main antagonist of the series. Uh-huh. But she doesn't know that.
Okay.
But they know she's a detective in training.
Huh.
So her brother's like, I'm gonna be evil, but I'm not. And then like later, like at the end of the show, her brother is like, I'm done being a Phantom Thief because I can't take it anymore since my sister is a detective. I don't want to hurt her. And then basically it's like 2 like brother and sister duo like, well, we're gonna take you over because you're our real older brother. Not really. They just are delusional.
Okay.
And they're like, fuck your real sister. And then they actually kidnap the brother, and they fight the Feathers, and happy ever after.
Yay.
If you've seen Milky Holmes, I actually kind of do recommend this.
Really?
It's like if you got through the second season of Milky Holmes, you'll have no problem with this show.
Okay.
The second season of Milky Holmes was one of the worst animes I've ever seen in my life.
Okay.
If you liked the first season and couldn't stand the second season, you might like this season. Mm-hmm. Because it's cool actually seeing powers being used and actually trying to catch the Phantom Thieves. Like, it's a whole different take on it.
Or than just like some weird school bullshit with cats and bread and whatever the fuck it is that show was about.
The alternative 1 and 2 OVAs actually had to do with Melky Holmes themselves using their powers.
Cool.
And this show is an extension of the alternative series, but it focuses on the feathers. I rate this B minus, probably.
Okay, well,
I don't know.
that
The opening is so loud compared to the rest of the show.
All right.
Which is weird.
So
the
next.
last show that aired this season that we're going to talk about is Kimi no Irumachi.
Wait, what does that mean in English, Matt? A town. I think it's town where you live.
You're
The town you're in. The town where you are.
Or you're
Where town you are live.
The town you are lives, please.
That show, surprisingly good.
Right?
Surprisingly good, yeah. It's like it is a romance drama, which I'm not really typically down for that, honestly. But yeah, it was pretty well made by a guy. Okay, I'm not sure about this part. But the guy who used to date this girl, the guy's name is, don't tell me, Haruto. Used to date this girl named Yusuki, Eba, in high school. And then I forgot what happened, but
Wow.
they what?
They did not date ever.
They didn't date.
They never dated.
They rode bikes, the same shit, right?
Okay, so I'm gonna say this.
Okay.
All right. So first of all, this is the guy who made Suzuka. I talked about this earlier, and I think this is a much better work than Suzuka.
Mm-hmm.
What happened is, so okay. The way they animated it, they actually started like mid manga.
Right.
And I actually prefer it that way because the manga started when Eba Yuzuki went to go live with Haruto's family. But the anime didn't want to start there because it's a lot of shit that you don't really care about.
Right,
like
yeah.
there's important things that happen. So the anime chose to start after Eba moved back to Tokyo and just flash back to the important parts, which is much better.
Yeah, it's
But,
nicer.
She moved there to get away from her family because she was having a lot of troubles with her sister.
Yeah.
That whole thing, like it's like they kind of flesh out the backstory of her and her like issues with her sister, but I actually am not sure why she went to Haruto's house exactly. I never actually quite got that, like why it was his house.
Yeah.
Why not someone else's? Why not somewhere else? Why not her grandparents' house or something like that? That's what was kind of confusing me. But they lived together, and as expected, after living together for I think it was a couple of years or so, because I think they finished up middle school together.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, so they fell in love.
Yeah.
Whatever.
They rode bikes.
More so Haruto fell in love with her, but then she just left, like shortly after, and just gone.
Okay.
We don't know exactly why yet.
Even now.
That she, like, just left like that.
Right.
But essentially she went back to Tokyo and went out with a guy that she, who had proposed to her back in middle school.
Yeah.
Kazama. But she lies to Haruto and says that she had been asking him out back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
But the show's really good.
It has some weird moments.
But the big thing about the show, the big part about the show, is when you find out that Kazuma has a life-threatening illness.
Yeah, it's like, well, the main guy goes to Tokyo to go find her, and he goes to high school, and he meets Kazuma, and what's the other chick's name? Don't tell me.
Asuka.
Asuka, yeah. Asuka.
Who he's not currently dating.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
and you find out,
he goes chasing after Eba Yuzuki because he's in love with her. And he's like, "Why did you leave all of a sudden? What's up?"
No closure there.
And she's just like, she just won't tell him anything.
Right.
And so, the first friend, or he goes to live with, I think it's like his older sister, his aunt or older sister, his aunt, and for one reason or another, she knows Asuka.
Yeah.
And Asuka knows.
Asuka's like childhood friend of. I thought childhood friend of, Kazuma.
Yeah, but how does I forget how Asuka and or Kazuma knows Haruto's aunt that he's living with?
Probably just
that's why I couldn't remember.
Living around the same area, right? Like living like the same floor, right?
That might be just it.
Yeah, the same floor.
So they become friends and everything. They find out that they're like, oh, Haruto, like they talk about looking for a girl at this school that I can't chase him
go for it, bro.
And then Kazuma goes to the hospital, and while in the hospital, Eba comes to visit him.
He's like,
Haruto's like,
what's up, girlfriend? He's like, oh, fuck. Well, I'm gonna go now.
Shit happens. Awesome shit happens. I love that show. And then, like I said, you find out that Kazuma has a life-threatening illness, and I guess Eba.
I think he's gonna die in like a year or so.
They never really talked about. Well, she never really said outright. Because Haruto was like, you don't have to go out with Kazuma just because you pity him, like he's gonna die soon.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, no, I really like him, and he found that hard to believe.
Yeah.
But she insisted on it.
Well, he did ask her out, and he did tell her that he was going to die in a year. So I'm pretty sure that was part of it.
Maybe he just guilt tripped her.
Possibly, I think
possible. So. But then
they're like, then it's just like you get to surgery, you might be able to live.
Yeah.
He's like, nah, I'm good, bro. I'm just gonna ride this motherfucker out, and let's see what goes.
Mm-hmm.
But no, if the longer you wait, the worse chance it gets. There's already a small chance already. He's like, but you know, it's a chance. You must try it. So they go back and forth with that. She talks some mess to Yusuke and fucking slaps her. Yusuke's like, he should decide by himself. She's like, no, fuck you. Just slaps her. And then that's that. And then Kazuma's out of hospital. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna try surgery.
Yeah.
I'll see what's gonna happen.
He's like, what's the point of not trying to fight it?
Yeah.
You know? Like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make it. No, no. Oh, no. I'm sorry. The most important. No, there's a reason. It's very important.
Okay.
He says, Haruto, I'm gonna prove to you that Aba loves me, like, more than just me, like, pity for me being sick.
Right.
So he's like, I'm gonna get the surgery. I'm gonna get better, and she's going to stay with me to prove it that she really loves me.
Like,
that's why she got the surgery.
Then about a minute later, at a funeral.
Yeah. Like, so he goes to have the surgery, and then it pans to, like, this rainy scene.
And now, like, Asuka's meeting him outside his apartment.
Yeah, he's like, man, who would have thought that surgery would have been over, like, so soon or something like that?
Yeah.
And, like, they're talking, and you didn't know right away that this was, like, a solemn thing.
Yeah.
Like, I guess it was a little bit after the initial deaths. Like, they weren't, like, completely sad about it at the moment.
Yeah.
But they're acting kind of normally, like, just, like, kind of joking around, like, man, who would have guessed, like, that would have happened so soon?
That happened so fast?
And then, funeral.
Yeah, it's like, man,
like,
it's like, Haruto, I'm gonna get this surgery. Oh shit, I'm dead. It's just like, not, I feel like you need to, like, drag it out a minute, like, an episode or so. No, like, not even a minute later.
It was so good the way they did. Like, it felt like the anime punched me in the gut. I was like, oh shit!
Like, oh wow,
way to bring it on,
goddamn, yeah.
Like,
I was like, really, just gonna, like, right now?
It's just gonna happen.
Like, couldn't you give me some time a little bit? Just had to do right now. Okay, fine. All right.
Like, that was just strong. Like, a character who
I was more confused than anything else. I'm like, huh, okay.
Oh, I mean, you're confused for a bit. Like, he's actually dead? Like, really?
Fuck, he's dead. Well, all right.
But, so...
Fast forward
after the funeral.
like a year later.
Asuka...
And Haruto are dating.
Yeah. They haven't seen Aba since then.
Yeah.
And, then he goes to, like, a mixer or something that his friend invited him to. And he, like, asks Asuka, like, hey, is it okay if I go out with my friend and, like, act like to, like, make up the dick-vag ratio and make it nice and even?
Yeah.
And she's like, sure, as long as you... Or she's like... He's like, I don't want you to think I'm cheating or anything. And she's like, no, it's okay. Like, I totally understand. Like, but in return, like, she wanted him to, like, get her something.
No, you're missing everything.
Did I miss something?
Let me roll this back. So, he'd been working at this little, like, small mart near college. And Aba's sister kept visiting him.
No.
Yeah.
They went to the mixer first.
Well, he just happened to be, like, out and about. And he happened to see Aba.
No, he first saw her during that mixer.
Okay, yeah.
They were with the group.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Okay, so the mixer happened, and they're, like, talking, like, oh, he's a friend of my ex-boyfriend. Oh, yeah, I guess I am. Then the mixer's over, like, oh, guys, we guys can do something? Like, nah, I gotta go home. I gotta see my girlfriend. Aba's like, I gotta go do something, too.
Yeah.
So they bounce.
After that's when the sister comes.
It's like, he's working at the mart. The sister keeps coming by to see him, saying, I heard you got a girlfriend. Like, yeah, I got a girlfriend, whatever, And then she keeps trying to, like, almost, like, get with him almost. It's really weird.
Okay.
And then she saw his girlfriend one time, and then she cornered him at the end of work, and it had the most retarded. Okay, Ruben, let's role play. I'm gonna be Rin, little sister, and you be Haruto. Okay.
Okay.
Hi. How you doing?
Look, this is awkward. Hi, Rin.
You got a girlfriend?
Yeah, Rin.
She cute?
Hell yeah, Rin.
Do you love her?
Fuck yeah.
But you don't.
I do.
Bet you don't.
I do.
No, you don't. But you love my sister more than you love her. It's kind of like that.
Okay.
No,
you're right. You're right. But the funniest part is like it was around that, like right when she like abducted him from the shop or whatever you're looking at. She did have that conversation with them, and she's like, it was something along the lines of like setting context. I bet if you sleep with me, you'll love me more than her.
He's like, challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted.
And you're like, you dumb motherfucker.
Yes.
It's
you
like,
got the Makoto school days. Do
it's
it.
like,
do it.
it's like, I bet you love me even more than you love your girlfriend. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. How about I prove it? How? But if you go on a date with me, how about that? And if you don't sleep with me, then you win. Okay, fine, let's do it. Fine, let's go. Like, you're like, you fucking dumbass. What the fuck is your problem? The worst part, Asuka was okay with it. She was okay with it. She's like, all right, cool. Let's bring back this little cell phone strap.
Yeah, from the.
It is kind of like what.
From the
Fantasyland.
Yeah.
And you're like, what? Really? Oh, okay, go.
But the sister had set them both up like to be there.
Yeah, she was like, she had her meet them at this certain spot. And she texted them saying, hey, I won't be there, so just go to the person next to you.
Yeah.
Which I think, I'm like, clever bitch.
Clever bitch.
Well,
I mean, she's sitting up in the cafe watching them like, ha ha. But no, I was getting beautiful flashbacks to school days. I'm like, please,
I was not.
I want this. I want you to just go sleep with her,
dude,
and just have this great drama show up. Afterwards.
Any romance does not end in murder. You're just not satisfied, are you? If no one gets killed by this show, you're just not satisfied.
Yeah. Anyways,
I mean, it was retarded. I'm not sure what they were trying to do with that character by doing that. Unless trying to show, hey, this dude's dumb. Because to agree to go on a date with the sister of the girl he used to love, while he has a girlfriend, trying to prove something to her like it fucking mattered?
Yeah.
Whose fucking idea was that?
The thing is that, like, Rin, like, as she's grown up now, and they kind of touch base on this in the show, it is not a jerk, like, bully to her sister anymore, her older sister, Eba. So I think she knows Eba still loves Haruto, which was proved in the last episode. And so she wants them to get together because I think she wants Eba to be happy because she feels kind of guilty at how her treated her younger.
Yeah.
So she wants Haruto to be with her, and so.
But it's still dumb.
What do you want the show to do? That's the drama that drives the show, and I eat it up.
Okay. And then like they're also Asuka and Haruto is trying to go on some kind of weird trip to Hiroshima or some shit like that for vacation time. Air quotes on vacation time. Because she's trying to get that.
Right.
She's trying to get that D. But then it's like, something happens and he falls on her. Remember, they're like talking about it.
You mean during like the fireworks?
No, like during, like when they're at the apartment talking about it. Asuka and Haruto. They're at the apartment talking about it and like, falls on her. He's like, oh, it's like he's talking to her. It's like, oh, you spilled that coffee. Yeah, I did.
I guess I'll deal with it.
You should go clean that up.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe I should go.
And then,
like they're gonna start doing it, and then right on cue, On comes in. Hey guys, what's up? Just got. I was never here.
As per anime fashion.
Yeah. Like, oh no, we're gonna do anything.
The aunt comes in and sees them, and she's like, when he's gonna go visit his parents in the countryside, she's like,
Asuka needs to go visit her mom. She's like has hernia.
She's like,
yo, when I get
wink,
back,
wink. When we get back, we'll
continue from left off
from there. But I mean, you've seen the rest of it, right?
Yeah. How did he get over to that fucking outing and shit? I forgot what happened there. It's like he was just doing his own thing. His friend's like, hey, we're in a van. We're going someplace. Want to come with?
Well, yeah. He went back to his parents' house back where, like, and Eba, I don't remember why Eba was there.
Yeah,
she was visiting the parents for just like old time's sake or whatever.
I guess so.
And he went there. I guess Asuka didn't know she was there.
Yeah.
And he has friends there, obviously, back from when he was young. And so they went out to like the festival.
Yeah.
And fireworks and stuff, and that's where Eba and him got like real deep with their shit.
Yeah, but I'm thinking like, you dumb motherfucker. You dumb motherfucker.
Well, let's put it this way: he thought Asuka wasn't gonna be there.
Well, guess what?
Oh,
she was. I mean, to be fair, they didn't do anything.
No, they didn't. But he lied to her, and he's with his ex.
He emotionally cheated on her. Because he still had like this old like necklace he was gonna give to her, never gave to her when he was coming back to Tokyo. That he gave to her, she threw it away. He went and got it.
Yeah.
Then they were talking, and Asuka's like, "Hey, what's going on?" Nothing.
I'm at home.
I'm at home.
But I'm busy.
Busy. Okay. Cheat on me? No. Okay, good. Okay, Miss, coming back later? Yeah, okay. Talk to you later. See ya. And then that bitch is on her fucking game. He comes back to his house, and she's right there on the doorstep saying, what's up? The episode ends. That's what we've seen so far.
That is... And I just can't wait.
I can't wait to see. Yeah, that is some good, like, legitimate drama. Even if some of the drama is a little manufactured by dudes being stupid. But, I mean, the drama regarding the festival is really good.
I mean, it's stupid, but
it's worse she agreed to it. That's the thing. If Asuka had not fucking just raised hell right then and there, as she should have.
Uh-huh.
If he would have had his dumb, retarded, like, honesty, saying, hey, I'm going on this date with this girl who I used to love sister. You cool with that? It's like, yeah. It was so dumb.
You alright, bro? But, I mean, it's so school days. Because
it is.
Even in school days, like, he likes Kotonoha, helps Sekai helps her get with him.
But how long was he with Kotohana for? Before Sekai shit happened? Like, 2 weeks?
Very little bit of time.
He's with Asuka for like a year.
Yeah. But the difference is that there were closer proximity between Kotonoha, Sekai, and Makoto in school days. In this show, he was only with Asuka for a year because Eba wasn't there. He didn't even know she was still an option. Now she knows she's an option. Makoto knew both those girls were an option, and that's why that shit got fucked up.
I hope she was Asuka.
As in, like,
I mean, Eba...
Sonic speed.
Bitch had her chance. She had her chance. She said no. Asuka's a new bitch. Now that's where it's at.
But
That's
Asuka
the way I
has
see it.
short hair. It's not sexy.
No, it is sexy. She has like the spiked out. It's like styled. Just short hair, all lip and shit. That wouldn't be as cool.
If you saw a girl with that hairdo in real life, it
I'd be
would
down.
not work that way.
I'd be down.
Okay.
I'd be down.
Anyways,
Asuka's where it's at. That's why.
if anyone's seen Suzuka, Red Suzuka, you probably know this exists already. If anyone else likes like drama romance, this is
pretty
your
good.
Your cup of tea. Slice
I give that show B+, I think.
I give it a solid A minus, I think.
You guys love a lot of A's. I give a lot of A's very rarely. Give out A's like D's out of goddamn. I don't have it in written out you for that. Never mind.
Okay, I'm gonna break this. All right.
Well,
So that covers. That concludes this season. We're going to touch base on a few things that continue from last season. One of which is very big, but
Well, 2. We'll get to it.
oh well, yeah, okay. But I think the Majestic Prince.
Okay, yeah. I'm the only one who finished that show. It was good. Compared to like the better Gundam series, though, it's not as good. The thing is, it wasn't even done by Sunrise, so I was thinking, you know what? Maybe one of the main characters dies. Like, okay, I'll explain everything leading up to like how this thing. So this.
Well, you did cover it last season.
Yeah, it's this alien race that hunts them to basically absorb their whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's some.
So they found out that the way that they were invading Earth is there's this gate, this like warp gate that's like beyond, like just beyond like Neptune or Pluto or some shit like that. So they prepare to launch this operation to go blow it up or whatever. So the thing is though is that you find out the main character, like his what do they call it? His sync rates or levels are too high or something. So the more he uses this thing, if you remember from before, the system that like links with your like
Julia.
Yeah, the Julia system, where it like it doesn't take control, but it doesn't like I don't know, like it kind of has a mind of its own, but it doesn't. It obeys. It's like the Force.
The Force.
Yeah, like it obeys your commands, but it controls your actions, kind of. The more they found out, the more this main character uses it, the more threat it poses to his life. So they actually banned him from like sortying. And he's kind of pissed about it because he's seeing his comrades get their asses kicked. Because they literally unite all the major powers of the world and launch everything they have at this gate. And they have like this special like laser thing that takes like hours to charge up, which of course only realistically in the show takes about a few minutes. But they say it takes hours to charge up, and they're gonna like send the guys forward to clear a path, and then they're just gonna blow it up with a laser.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, to be expected, the laser fails. So they're just like, well, shit. Like, now what? And during this whole time, this like main character, he's just like, he's sitting there, he's trying to like figure out a way to get out there for them to like let him do it. And then I thought, they're like, okay, there has to be a way that we can blow this thing up. So then they noticed like one of the enemy ships crash into it, and the explosion actually happened because it was like a beam reflector shield, but it would still suffer damage from physical attacks.
Mm-hmm.
So this gigantic base that hovers above Earth, they decide to abandon that thing, and the guy who's running it, the commander guy of this whole entire operation, decides he's going to take that thing and ram it into the gate. And he didn't evacuate. He's just sitting there and saying, "No, I'm going down. I'm going down with the ship." I'm like, you just set it on autopilot and just get out. Like, what the fuck? So here I thought, okay, there's a potential for 2 people to die. Actually, anyone could really die because they're out there fighting these mech things. People get blown up.
Mm-hmm.
So what really pissed me off, of course they succeed. They blow up the gate. They do ram the thing into it. It blows up. No more dudes. But the thing is it's still, like, at the end of the episode, goes to, like, that alien planet or whatever, and they say, oh, they destroyed our gate? That's unfortunate. And then the nothing else. It's like, so you didn't really solve the problem. You temporarily solved it at the cost of thousands of lives. All right. And a big, gigantic space station. And the thing is, like, this guy who's fighting, like, the alien ace or whatever, and they're fighting it out, and he finally wins, but then he takes a toll on him or something, and then the way he beats him is so stupid. He, like, grapples him, and then, like, you see the machine do something you've never seen it do before, where, like, the whole entire, like, exoskeleton, like from inside just, like, opens up, and he's just like, whew, and he flies out. So, like, you just see, like, this little, like, really slim-looking mech thingy that was inside the main core. Uh-huh. And while the thing's still grappled, he's just like, self-destruct. Gotcha, bitch! I'm like, what? Are you serious? You literally pulled something they did in Gundam Seed already. When Atherin was fighting Kira, and he uses not the Justice, the first one. He grabs onto him, and then pulls the thing, and then he ejects. Right. Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? Really? You gotta copy that shit? And I thought, okay. Like, the explosion from blowing up the gate was massive, so I'm like, okay, there's no way he could have survived. He was right next to it. No main character lives. Plot armor. I thought, exactly. That's my big problem with the show is plot armor. He's protected by a massive layer of it, and it's so stupid. They try to make me like care about this character so much because they say like oh, he could die. Like, you have to keep him out of combat because he could die. And then he doesn't. He fights out there for the whole length of the laser charging, and the laser firing, and the laser charging again. And then it finally blows up, and he gets caught in the explosion of the gate. I'm like, are you fucking serious? And he doesn't die. That's so dumb.
See, what they gotta do is, they gotta pull Gargantia, where they also make you like the robot itself, so that when the robot dies at the end of the series, you feel kind of sad, but you still have the main character.
See?
That's what they got.
That, yeah. Gen had the right idea. Then I thought, oh, wait a minute, the commander freaking suicide. He kamikaze the freaking space station. Like, there's no way he lived from that. Then all of a sudden it goes onto the ship, and then he's just standing there and like,
shut the fuck up,
on one of the escape pods.
No, that did not happen.
And I'm just like, are you freaking serious? Like, so the captain really didn't go down with the ship.
No, guys, like, I got cold feet. I'm sorry.
I got cold feet.
Oh my god, who was the director of this? Like, oh my fucking god.
What'd you give that grade, Matt?
Okay, the director is Motonaga Keitaro, which I've never even heard of. Like, I kind of want to see what else he's directed. Date Alive.
That's fine.
Date Alive is so good!
Get Backers.
Okay.
No, that is.
Not quite.
Jormungand.
Yeah, Jormungand.
Katana Gatari.
Oh god, no.
Exceptional.
Like, what the fuck? Magic Knight, Rare.
Oh, he was the main director for all that?
Yes.
Or was he just like, okay.
Phantom. What?
Well, what would you
School
rate?
Days.
Shut the fuck up.
Yo, okay.
Shut the fuck
Look,
up.
the director doesn't mean the source material is good, okay? That's all. That doesn't know what it means. He's probably a good director.
I guess.
He just had to do what he had to do because of source material.
Maybe it's the
And-
script series composition.
Maybe. But what do you grade that show? So we can move on.
I wanted to give it an A because it is my genre, but fucking I can't do it. That ending was so dumb. And it literally ends with him just like the end of Gundam Seed, just floating. No epilogue, no nothing, just done. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like, no closure, they're just done. He's just floating there, and then they just say, oh hey, there's a friggin' life signal at coordinates, blah. Oh, it must be him, and then he just zooms in on his face and you see him. He just says like one generic line, like, I guess I ended up being the hero, and then done. I'm like, oh, series ends, just done. So I have to give it like a B- actually,
Alright.
just because of how much dumbass plot.
Well, another show that ended that I only watched was Tawara Majutsu no Index S. I don't want to say much about it. I gave it a raving review last season when it started. But much like the first season of Railgun, after the first 13 episodes, it turned into a lot of nonsense and gave us about 3 good episodes at the end. So yeah, I don't know if any of you were watching that as well. But no, Railgun's still a great show. You should watch it. We have left...
3 things.
Titan Orimo.
Ruby.
You want to say anything about Ruby quickly?
Ruby is made by the guy who made Dead Fantasy, with Taiyou, and also in production with Rooster Teeth, who make the Retrospective series. And episode 1's great. Episode 1 is a lot of good soundtrack. Also, I think Ruby has the best anime and best opening out of any show, English or Japanese, this season. And yeah, really, it has decent writing. It falls flat sometimes. The voice acting is all over the place sometimes, but it does hit its mark sometimes.
The writing, it's pretty generic feeling.
A little bit. It has hits and misses.
A lot of misses.
I think overall, it's like the writing is really a pretty generic story about like these people going to school to learn to battle.
Yeah.
They get to prove themselves and then form team. Like, I don't know.
Also, it doesn't look that great either. Honestly, it looks kind of weird. On occasion, the action's pretty well animated for the most part.
Well, I mean, the action is what you come to the show looking for,
and it's few and far between.
It is.
And the problem is that
seven episodes.
Episode 1 is 10 minutes. Every episode after that is like 5 minutes, which just fucks over the pacing utterly.
Yeah. Well, until episode 8. Like episode 1 had action, which was really cool. 2 through 7
is
didn't.
like slice of life shit.
And like slice of life shit, like plot setup and stuff with like no action, and the episodes are short. And then episode 8 is like another 12-minute long episode because it has a lot of action. It's probably the best episode of the whole series.
Yeah. I mean, Ruby is fine for what it is. I wish it could have been a lot better than it currently is. If I were to grade that show, I'd give it like a C-.
Oh, that's really harsh. I think.
I give it a B-.
You don't even you think it's below average?
Yes, yeah, I do.
I have fun watching it, but I mean it's not great by any means, but
No.
I mean I just figure like coming from seeing Dead Fantasy, I was like really, like, this is the best you can do? Like,
yeah, I was thinking more than that.
I think Dead Fantasy was something that Monoyum worked on for a very, very long time and produced, like sub 10-minute long videos of fighting over the course of working on it for like a year or so. I think these are episodes that he's busting out, like, one after another.
He has a team with him, though. He has a team now. He has Richard T's money and team behind him.
True. I don't know.
As well as voice acting talent and writing staff.
Well, I wouldn't call it voice acting talent, but...
It's decent sometimes. Like, Ruby is decent.
Well, the voice
as a
acting
character,
right.
Yang's decent. Blake is voiced pretty well, I think.
Yeah.
No, Weiss is voiced pretty well. Blake is boring. So...
But...
John is actually Yosuke-esque and pretty decent. He's super Yosuke, though.
I think... Yeah. I'd probably give it like a C+.
I guess, yeah. Missed potential. Missed potential.
Maybe C. It is missed potential. Well, I think it's what we were expecting from it. Maybe we were expecting too much from it. Because, like...
I don't think so at all.
Now that I'm seeing the story of the show, could that show really handle just fighting every single episode? They'd have to completely rewrite the plot. Because they need, like, the in-between plot building.
But I think, like, the length of the episodes fuck over the pacing. The pacing's horrendous because it's so short, it can't get that much done.
Yeah.
I don't think it could really do it in 30 minutes, though.
No, I think 10 is more the sweet spot. Like 7 to 10. More than 5. Much more than 5.
I think the real question is, how far ahead are they creating these episodes?
That's a
and
question.
how long does it make them to create these episodes?
Yeah, I have no idea. There might be an interview somewhere on the site, but I have no idea. I've had that to find one.
Alright. Well, yeah, Ruby on roosterteeth.com.
It's also on Crunchyroll.
It is on Crunchyroll, yeah. I guess... Check it out.
Yeah.
If you want to see an American anime.
Again, it has the best opening of any show, so check that out too.
That opening's pretty baller.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
We all bought that song. Like, paid money for that song.
I paid money for that song.
I paid my $1 for that song.
It was $1 well spent. Let's see here. Next up, second to last is Titan.
Attack on Titan.
Attack on Titan. I actually don't have anything to say about the show.
I think that show is the best show of the year.
It's just the best show of
I'm
the year.
not sure what show will come out of the woodwork next season or season after that to top that, but Titan right now is the best show of the year.
We only have one more for the year. Winter starts in January.
Yeah, so right now it's top show of the year.
That show, I cannot, like, aside from the Boulder arc being a little, like, relatively boring compared to the rest of the series, and relative being a term as, like, the rest of the series is so, like, exciting and awesome that saying something relatively boring probably means it's still more exciting than a lot of other shit out there.
It's like that back half was fucking compelling.
Yeah.
And it was masterfully done. That back half had zero weaknesses. The whole arc of the operation to try to get to the basement, but the female Titan just pushed that show so much higher than where I even thought it could go.
Yeah.
It's like that.
You didn't see it coming.
That female Titan was just like I haven't seen an ass whooping that thorough in anime in a long time. Like an opponent so outclassed that they had zero chance. Just like that Titan had just no fucks given, just precise tunnel vision, just fuck this, fuck you, fuck that, fuck you, this and that. Just didn't give a fuck at all. Just running ruckshot through this entire squad. And like at this point, you ever seen a Titan fight like that?
No.
And it's Titan like grabbing things out of midair.
But you knew who it was.
I had I knew who it was. You guys didn't really know.
No, I knew who it was, but I was like, she didn't die. I thought the person who became Titan had to die.
Right.
If you had told me no, death is not an issue for
it's
any
not
of
mandatory.
This, I'll be like, oh, okay, then it's obviously Annie.
Yeah.
Like,
but I just like how watching a Titan not named Eren fight like that was just breathtaking. Like, all these people who are trying to fight this Titan, they didn't have a chance in hell.
Yeah. Well, Eren barely even had a chance later on.
Even then, he got his fucking head sliced off. It was just like, that was my favorite part of the entire show, because just like, whenever she was on screen, my eyes were glued. Attention completely held.
I think the entire show is impressive. Like, the source material, whoever wrote this manga is a genius.
Yeah.
But I think, past that, Wit Studio, backed by Production IG, this animation never falters.
No, ever.
It is beautiful. The choreography is spot on.
Stunning.
It's
to animate
awkward looking faces or anything.
Also to animate those big, being that big, move that swiftly. In relation to the other people he's fighting, it's just incredible. And its writing is outstanding. Its plot is outstanding, and it's not even done yet.
And beyond all the serious and grotesque tones of the show, they still managed to add just a little bit of comedy with how the Titans look.
Just enough, yeah.
With there are so many memes because of how the Titans look, how silly they look.
Yeah.
But they don't let it affect the plot.
Right.
Because
they're so intimidating.
The humans don't look at the Titan and say, "Oh, he's got a goofy looking face."
No.
That's purely for the audience.
Yeah.
It's so brilliant. Oh.
Yeah, but after the court arc, it really had to hit like a brick wall in terms of pacing.
I love the court episode.
But after that, it just picked up and did not stop. It's literally, since then, been on a complete upward trend of quality and pacing that has not wavered since.
Yeah, I have to. This is probably a show that definitely deserves the hype that it gets.
Yeah, it's like every Saturday when it came out, it became an event.
Yeah, it did.
Watch Titan. Let's fucking watch Titan. It's like we were all sorts of hype like that. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the soundtrack too. Like just like the not even the opening and the ending, like
which are both outstanding.
Yeah, but like the soundtrack like in the episodes, like I have the album for that too, and like the BGM is
like
amazing.
it is on the same level, if not higher, than Guilty Crown, I think, which is still an excellent BGM itself.
It's pretty good. Like
or Monaco, for that matter.
That's why I like listening to it. Like
Monaco.
I'm just like, you know what? Like I hope they come out with an album of like all of the music like throughout the episodes, and then they did, and I'm like, that's all I want. But yeah, the way they left off, I'm probably gonna end up reading the manga now.
I want to see how long I can hold out.
I read manga like that, so
I really don't want to wait another year
for me. It takes like a third season of a show for me to say, all right, let me just fucking get this over with, read the manga. Like for Bakuman, it didn't get that.
Bakuman. I think if enough time passes and I can just forget about it, it'll become a lot easier for me. Maybe next year will just come quicker for me.
Yeah.
I'm really, really enjoying the anime. I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah. It's like what Matt said. This is a show that was hyped to hell and met and maybe exceeded its own hype, which is rare.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I knew it was gonna get popular, and like at first I was kind of like
salty.
Yeah, rustled rather. Like I just that's the thing. Like every time I really enjoy a show, like for some reason like my hipster powers activate, and I just don't want to see it get like super popular.
They powers?
But the thing is,
dude, Matt watch No Saji, it'll never get popular.
Hipster hindrances.
No, but like it like okay, like you know when I see people post on Facebook, you know it's like you know like I mean like I'll know the person and I'll think to myself like they'll say something about it and I'm like what the fuck, like since when are you into that show, like you know it just surprises me sometimes. And that's why I mean this show though, like I mean it goes without saying that I'm pretty sure anyone who's watching like any current season or even like anything that came out this year is probably watching that show, because like not even 5 months after it aired we go to a convention and you literally see a cosplayer around every corner.
It's like not even 2 months after it aired there was one at Phoenix Comic Con.
And
this show, people who don't watch anime watch this show. And I don't say that. Okay, I said the same thing. We all said the same thing about Sword Art Online.
And that's true again too.
This goes above and beyond. Like I've talked to people who have not seen Sword Art Online, and they watch this show. So it's a show. This show is going to get on American TV at some point. I can almost guarantee you.
It is that good.
And I don't know.
I want to ask, how do you think it compares to like other like past show of the year type shows? Like, is it better than Fate Zero? Honestly, I'm not sure. Fate Zero is a masterpiece.
It's hard to compare because they're two different kinds of shows.
But in terms of like straight up quality,
I'd have to say the soundtrack for Titan is probably better.
But then again, Fate Zero's animation makes it look like shit. Fate Zero's
animation
it's like gold standard right now.
Is really good.
As far as a different style.
True.
I think both shows never faltered in their animation. The difference is Fate Zero did use a lot of 3D CG, although it did not look like shit, thank the Lord. Titan, except for some building scenes, does not.
It's like...
and it's able to keep that style very,
and
very
it's like
sharp.
also like I see Titans better than like Psychopaths.
Here's the thing with Titan is I love all the characters, but hitting the end of the season, I'm not. I'm in there more. Like I want to know what happens.
It's more for the plot.
Plot. The
characters are well already established though.
They're good. No, I like the characters. They're good. But what I'm saying is the reason why this show may not make my top like 5 or 10 list of all time is because when we finished watching that, I didn't get this feeling of I'm gonna miss this character. I'm gonna miss watching these people. The only thing I felt to myself is I just want to know what the fuck happens and I want to see more fucking action.
Well, part of
which is a shallow love for something for me. I love this show, but at a shallow level. Something like my top 5 shows is I finish that show. I'm like, if I don't get to see these characters again, I just feel depressed. I sit here, I think to myself,
But part of it is that you don't want that to happen because you know there's nothing but kind of pain and torment in the future. That's the thing.
true.
And nothing good can come of these characters.
But I mean,
you know.
like I said earlier, I don't want to see Mikasa die.
Right.
I don't want to see the
Scientist
chick. Was it Sasha or I forget what her name is.
Right.
Sasha's the potato girl.
Oh yeah, Sasha Potato Girl,
I'll
not
find
her. I don't want to see them die. I like them, but at the end of the series, I'm not wishing to see them more. Like I don't feel like I don't feel their character. You know, it's hard to explain. Like with Monica.
Like Ymir.
Ymir?
Yeah. Ymir. That's what
Her
it
name's
says here.
Ymir?
Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong one. Fuck. It look the same from these small ass pictures. I'll find it. Don't worry.
Her name's not Ymir.
Yeah, it's not.
Get owned.
I'll find it. Don't worry. It's cool.
But take a show like let's go like to Madoka or like Bakemonogatari, you know? At the end of those shows, you really feel
Zoe,
yeah. You really feel like you love the characters. You want to just see the characters more.
But also, that show is not as grim as this. It's not as like
No, it's not.
post-apocalyptic. It's apocalyptic as this.
Yes.
Not even close. So part of it is like you want the suffering to end also. Like this show can't have an happy ending. It just can't. I can't imagine that. Those shows can't.
I think humans could just win. They can figure out what's going on.
But at what cost? That's the question.
Everything has a
lot of
cost.
people die.
Like, everything has a cost.
The question for me really is does Mikasa die or not?
I think she will eventually. I'm like,
And that's gonna hurt.
watching reading no manga. I have no idea. Maybe she has already. I don't fucking know. I think she will
I
eventually.
don't think she has. I think we would have heard from Sam by now, probably. Right?
I think Shannon's better than Tellus.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But anyways, if you were a person who has seen an anime in their life, watch
I
the
think
show.
it's alright, yeah. I mean, I want to ask you guys. Do you think this show's better than Sword Art Online?
Yes.
Yeah.
I love SAO, but yes.
Yeah, probably.
I'm not sure.
I,
Sword Art had better characters than this show.
What are you talking about? Leafa was retarded.
Leaf?
Let's fuck about that.
You mean Suguha?
Yeah.
I love Suguha.
She's good.
And her
fucking
little minion
like, for
dude.
instance, I think like Kirito's a better character than Eren. You know, I think Mikasa might be a little better than Asusa. Asusa's still a strong character overall.
For
but
sure.
Well, like we've discussed before, Kirito was really only a character in the first 13 episodes. He wasn't really like a character in the last 13. He was just there, doing his thing.
And Eren's kind of the same way. Eren's more
Eren
like,
has been
fuck Titans.
No, Eren's been a essential focus of the show for all 26 episodes, 25 episodes. But I didn't leave SAO loving the characters. I just want to know what happened, much like Titan. But I think Titan's plot is stronger.
I love the characters in SAO. Probably a lot more than I love the characters in Titan, honestly. But this is a better show, I'm not sure.
I don't know. I kind of like
Titan-
Potato Girl more.
Titan's a better written show than SAO.
I
Because I thought the back half of SAO was weak. Like everything, like the elf part.
I didn't think so. I liked it all a lot. But
I liked the Sword Art Online part. The elf part I could have done without a little bit.
Well, see. Okay, now here's the thing though. I've noticed, again with the whole popularity thing and my hipsterism, I've seen that when you bring up sword art among people who watch anime, it's a love-hate thing.
It's more divisive, which I don't
either-
understand that, but okay.
It's either the show was really awesome or that show fucking sucks.
I don't get that at all.
Like, there's so many people who will say like it's one of the greatest animes.
SAO?
Yeah, like
A lot of people say that show
I don't get it.
yeah.
I
No,
don't get it.
there's people that will either say it was like one of my top of all time,
Well,
or
that's not that good.
and then other people will say it's the most overhyped piece of shit.
It's a top show of the year contender.
Yeah, but like you will never find anybody in between that just watched it and thought, it was pretty good, or it was okay. Like it's either it's really great or it's an overhyped piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I ever hear. But like I've noticed now though, like with Titan, it's like it's either yes that show's amazing or I haven't seen it yet. That's like that's what I've been hearing. I have not heard anybody like talk like mad shit about this show. And honestly, I don't think they can.
I think Titan will stand the test of time, honestly. I'm sure it'll be like a legendary show.
I heard one complaint someone was pissed that Eren didn't die, and then he became a Titan.
It would have been interesting had he died like that.
I was
personal
ready to I was ready for it to happen.
Me too.
And then when he came back, I was like, okay.
I mean, to be fair, they still haven't explained that.
What do you mean?
How can he turn into a Titan?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, apparently in the manga, they haven't gotten to his basement yet, so I mean, shit.
Oh, God. That might get on my nerves eventually.
Right?
Well, didn't in the flashback, though, they show something about, like, him getting injected with something?
Yeah, there was a quick flashback about that, and we think that,
That has something to do with it. I'm just assuming that has something to do with it, because, it has to, because there's no other explanation.
I think...
I actually want to know what, like, the only thing I wonder is, like, in the later part of the series, why hasn't the freaking big boy showed up, or the fucking
the tall ass
the colossal
Mega Titan.
the colossal Titan, or like the one that freaking shoulder tackled the wall?
Yeah.
Like, how come those guys haven't showed up again? Like, they showed up like once, just to like go like,
hey guys,
and then never again.
threw my frisbee back, I threw it over the wall, shit like that.
Oh, that's the thing.
So,
that's the whole idea of Attack on Titan. Why everything? Why the world? Why is our walls a cup?
And that works up to a point.
Who built the walls?
Right now is the sweet spot.
And why do they go freaking mile underground?
Yeah, right now the sweet spot of what's happening. The answer questions next season, that'll be a problem. So
We say that, but maybe the show next season will still be phenomenal and still not answer anything.
I hope not.
I hope not
answer
too,
questions, yeah.
but like if it stays like it is, like really good, because like I don't know. Look, well, okay, never mind. I know what I'm talking about. But when you're back to comparison of SAO in this, I actually would like to hear like a mass poll on that. Just how
It
many
depends on where you do that,
because
though.
here's the thing, Attack on Titan is so insanely popular that maybe SAO is the more hipster choice.
Maybe
Oh,
so.
god damn.
No, the hipster choice is Psychopath.
I don't.
Which I'm wondering as to why that didn't get as popular as these two shows did.
Because the thing
Because
is,
they're both the same. Like, there's both like fucking. Psychopath is a top show of the year type show.
The thing is like you have Titan that's like more. It has more shonen aspects to it,
and it also deals with like, okay, people like
Action.
swords. People like superpowers, like being able to throw a fucking Hadouken, okay, like in Naruto and DBZ, okay? People like that. What you know what people don't like? People don't like
Intelligent dramas.
people don't like mechanical things, scientific things that require you to use your brain a little bit to understand how they work. And people don't like technology, and they don't like guns, okay?
Is that why Monica works so well?
That's why.
For a like popular show.
I think for a lot of people,
I think
Monica
it's so
people
raw.
got shocked and left.
Yeah, I think it's so raw. That's why it is.
It's
It's very visceral.
Yeah.
And also Titan's very visceral as well.
Well, Titan, there's just so much action.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it is the intensity, the despair, and the action. Like,
You also have an opening that like
okay, sorry. I'm gonna say one more thing. Like, really quickly, like in Danganronpa, like she mentioned something that really applies to the real world too. It's like despair is infectious.
Yeah.
If something shows a lot of despair, it is kind of actually like it's appealing kind of like as a plot, as like a setting.
It's
like,
a human nature.
because it's like you want to overcome it. So we want to see these humans overcome such a despairing situation.
Well, there's not really much despair in Psychopaths. At least not in the
No,
beginning.
there's not. I'm talking about Titan. Like, why?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not surprised Psychopaths isn't a huge thing. It's like CSI kind of with like there's despair later on, but it's not like if you haven't play on both screens,
It's not visceral. Yeah.
like
Titan draws the eye.
whoa, like intelligent, great show, but everyone's looking over here.
Yeah. But then again, Fate Zero is intelligent too and does have that kind of action as well. Thing is, it's not as popular.
It's
though.
more niche.
Yeah, it's not as popular.
I don't know. The whole Fate series is really popular though.
Not like this.
I mean, I'm saying you have a good point because I actually can't ask you like, no one really like. I knew one person who knew what Titan was before it came out, and this person barely even watches anime.
Right.
He had read the manga a long time ago, so the anime did it. So if it's just a matter of anime doing it for people, then you're right. Why didn't something as fantastic as Fate Zero?
I
like,
think that
get popular.
pure visceral just
It is-
reaction.
yeah, the blood, the action, the gore, the shonen elements
Right.
of it. SAO was very popular. Why? Well, it was
This-
kind of shonen-esque.
Yeah.
It appealed to a lot of like people like anime lovers because they probably like they
MMOs
can
as
relate
well.
with like an MMO kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it was actually pretty intense. At least SAO was. I mean, people are gonna watch SAO get drawn into it. Then, for those of you who didn't like ALO, I did. But
And next one is GGO, just in case you were curious. Comes
What's
out.
that stand for?
Gun something online.
Gungrave Online.
I wish. I wish.
Okay. So, gentlemen, scores.
Oh, A plus.
Yeah.
A plus plus.
Oh, you're cheating, sir?
Yes.
Sir?
Yes.
Red card? GG?
Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, let's stop. Be going, you guys. It's getting
You
late,
and-
so.
you and your
all right.
son.
Okay, let me
Yeah,
just
I
break
yeah,
right here.
so.
Alright, everyone watch Titan. Alright, we're gonna get real.
Fucking Ruben.
Oh, can I? Oh, I
Okay.
Can,
Ruben.
I can go lay down now.
So-
I'm a fucking nigga.
This is how we're
Talk
gonna,
about some fucking Jesus
We're gonna
Christ.
wrap up this.
We're gonna wrap up.
We're actually going past 5 hours now, just want to say.
Oh, good.
We're
gonna
gonna
wrap
wrap up
alright.
this 5+ hour long cast
With the best part of this entire
with
the worst anime I've ever seen in my life.
the worst turn. It's like an anime needed to take a left turn in an intersection, somehow made a right.
Take a left turn and made it right and then shoot itself at the same time.
And then it had a blowout.
and then had a blowout.
Take a right, have a
and,
blowout,
and then it died in his own shit.
and then crash into a gasoline tanker and explode. taking
And
out
then
half
and then the
block.
shit landed in their mouth and they choked on their shit and died.
Exactly. While they were burning, of course.
Ore Emo Season 2
Ori no
OVAs.
Imoto Konani ga Kawai Waki ga Nai. Season 2, True End or something gay
To
like
think
that.
that 3 20-second episodes,
Minutes. 20-minute episodes.
20-minute episodes, would cause us such strife.
Such
Would cause us such physical anguish. It was unthinkable until it happened. Now I blame you, firstly.
Okay, sorry.
Because I don't watch OVAs usually. But you're like, Mike, I watched episode 1 of OVA. You should watch it too. I need someone to be with me to watch it. And I watched it, and my first thing I did was text you and I said, fuck, you make me watch it. Because I knew it was going down. So, when we last saw our poor people,
Our poor.
Kyosuke had turned Aisha down.
Was it end of last season?
It was.
The OVA. Okay, yeah.
And then he said, "It's someone else I love." And we had theorized that it must be Kirino. It can't be anyone else. There's no one else. There's no one else to say.
We did give the show a pretty good review.
We did.
At that last
Yes, we did.
season thing. For 3 episodes to destroy everything.
How wrong we
so
were. We
hard.
must destroy everything we built.
Where do we start?
Episode 1. So, what even happened? Part of that. I forgot everything that happened before the ending of episode 1.
I think as part of like our natural being as humans, our brains block out traumatic experiences.
No,
So
so I
they don't
remember.
remember
So
it?
I remember. I remember the dramatic part. I remember anything before that shit. Oh, I'm gonna tell you. No, here's what happened. So, again, did Kuroneko confess to him or something like that, or we didn't go turn her down?
I wish I could tell you.
Either way, he was talking to Kuroneko and he said something, and it was not shown. And
What about episode 1?
episode 1 of
Yeah, actually, I can't figure out, like, he just had an epitome in his room, and then he's like, wait, I should run out here. I think Kuroneko will be there waiting for me. I don't know why he knew she was going to be there.
right, but she was, and I don't know what he said. I think they muted it. What
They
he
did,
said.
yeah, they did.
And all of a sudden, Kuroneko said, "Okay, all right," and she just took the diary, this like little album, this little booklet she had, which she kept all her date stuff
Yeah,
And-
it was like her plans with
with Kyosuke.
Kyosuke.
And she ripped up everything. Ripped up everything, and started screaming. And that was hard to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I felt hurt for her. It was literally hard to watch, because she's my favorite character in that show. And I was rooting for them. And then I got rug pulled up from under me. And then just see her crying and screaming in the rain, it's like, that fucking hurts.
My favorite character, Isa, didn't even show up. In those
She
last-
got off easy. She got off easy, motherfucker. And then it turns into fucking Kyosuke, fucking Sari and them pick up Kyosuke in the goddamn van. They go to that fucking outlet.
Okay.
And he finds Kirino.
Wait, well, Kirino and him had gone out to the Christmas Day sale at Akihabara.
Uh-huh.
Because they were going to go pick up, like, the good stuff. Now, was that episode 1 or was that episode 2?
Episode 1, I think. I don't fucking remember.
And
remember the important parts.
Yeah. And then he was going to tell her something like, I have someone I love.
Yeah.
And then she's like, no, I can't listen to this anymore. And she runs off.
And he goes...
And that's when the Kuroneko mobile shows up.
With Chronicles in tow, which I'm fucking surprised by.
Yeah. Kuroneko's like on board, like, yo, let me go help you get to your sister.
But you have to get that D and that to make it... Never mind. So they go over to the outlet, and he finds her, declares his love for her, and then this motherfucker asks her to marry him. And she cries, and she said yes. That's in episode 1.
He's like, why'd you run away from me? Because when you said you had someone you loved, I wasn't going to be able to take it, because I knew it wasn't going to be me, and I couldn't bear to not live with you for all.
And then I watched that, and my first thought was, fuck you, Ruben. Because it had not been for you, I never would have seen that shit. So,
but I had to, Mike!
You had to...
I had to.
Ruben, I don't know if you know, but despair is infectious. Okay? Despair is infectious. You had to spread it with me. So, that's episode 1. And of course, right now you're thinking, fuck, this cannot go well. Episode 2 is them, like, at a cafe with them, with, like, Sari and Kuroko and them, telling them they're going to get married. And for some reason, Sari's cool with it. And Kuroneko's all Kuroneko about it. And she's like trying to fight Kirino, which I was hoping for.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that happens. Then I think that's the day that they make some kind of promise that you never hear. And
See,
they
I
go to the
actually,
hotel.
I think
Go to the hotel to fucking play an eroge.
Yeah, the whole. I think the promise thing was episode 3. Wasn't it early on episode 3?
Was it?
I think it was.
I don't want to go find out. I'm too scared.
I can't remember what happened in episode 2 very much.
I remember portion of it. All I know is that I think like they play the eroge in the hotel. The brother sister eroge.
Yeah.
Then they become sexy and they turn off.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a promise at the same time.
They do make the promise there, but
Okay.
I think it was episode 3.
Then episode 2 is like Kirino had these little messages to her on her like fucking like 8-year-old iPod or something like that.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Her to remember.
It was like
To
all
never
that
forget that
shitty
she loves Kyosuke.
It was all that fucking backstory where she's like, oh, when I was young, I made these recordings so I would never forget how much I fucking loved you. I was just hoping they would cop out just be cousins the whole fucking time.
We'll get to that.
I was waiting.
We'll get to that. But yeah, this is a nice podcast about her loving Kyosuke. So that's episode 2. It wasn't as bad. It's still horrible. Still fucking cheating. Also anguishing. But wasn't as bad as 1 though. We got to 3. With 3 is a spot on the face of God. 3 is Kyosuke really leaning in to that horrible incest thing. He literally said, and I quote, "Incest for the win."
Yep.
These words were spoken.
Incest for the win.
Like without any, not a hint of just like irony. But then, the best part of this entire series, Minami shows up, and that bitch spits game. That bitch spits the hottest game you've ever seen in that show.
It's like the only game I've ever seen in that show.
Of just undressing Kyosuke, just fucking dressing him down, just saying, "The fuck are you doing? Do you fucking understand how fucking serious this is? You're fucking trying to marry your sister." And the fact that society will, like, ostracize you for the rest of your goddamn lives. You fucking should know better than this. That this is not natural and you can't do this. This is not possible. Mm-hmm. And Kyosuke is saying, "But I love her." That's really about it. Fucking stupid fucking asshole.
And then she slaps
then Kirino starts talking shit. Saying, yeah, after all these years you finally lost, how does it feel?
Yeah.
didn't have a chance in the fucking first place. And then all you see is just like fucking Minami just like lightning fast, just right hooked it to the stomach.
Yeah.
Which was outstanding.
The best scene.
Outstanding.
Easily.
They started fighting.
She decks her right in the stomach.
It was excellent. It was a fucking outstanding scene. Now, Kiroku start fucking fighting. And, you know, then they just stop fighting, and then Mina just breaks down. Just trying to bargain with him. And he would not lose ground on his fucking dumbass incest bullshit.
She said, if you do this, I'll tell on you to your parents or whatever.
Which is a very fucking serious allegation.
I can't remember why she didn't. I think she just surrendered.
She was at her wit's end, yeah.
She's like, you know what? Fine, I won't.
And he just smacked the shit out of him.
Yeah.
And then the next scene, they're at an altar of Kirino and
you say next scene. It may be next scene.
Or
we might have just deleted the rest out of our brains. I don't know.
Okay, so at an altar, and they're the only people there.
Of course.
And of course, they have the first and only mouth-to-mouth kiss in that entire series between brother and sister. The first and only mouth-to-mouth kiss between brother and sister.
The only mouth-to-mouth kiss between any two people in that fucking show.
Yeah. And then what happens next? I can't even begin. We can't even begin to explain how we felt. There are no words.
They put on the ring, the wedding ring, and then say, all right, time to fulfill our promise.
And then
they take it off. The ring off.
And that was the worst moment of my life.
And
that was horrible.
At this point, it's like, if this show is going to be this retarded, then just go through with the retardation.
They're literally like 3 minutes from the end.
Yeah.
And you find out, and when this happened, I lost my mind. You punched my couch. You threw my pillow, and then screamed over my pillow. You punched my couch again. And I was just like, I literally couldn't believe what I just seen. I ran it back afterward. They flashed back to the promise that they made at the hotel, stating, we're going to be together until you graduate. After which, we will go back being brother and sister.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my Jesus Christ.
And this was done at the hotel.
They fucking did all that shit. He burned all those bridges. He fucking
turned the bridges. He nuked them.
He turned down Meru.
Oh God, that did happen. That was that same episode.
In a concert full of weeboos who would have fucking torn him apart.
He turned down every single girl. The only one he didn't turn down was Ayase.
Yeah, she got off easy. She got off easy.
She was the last person to have gotten rejected at the end of season 2.
But of course, she's gonna kill them both, right?
Oh, I'm sure.
She's gonna kill them both. So that's Arpstrauschwin, Ruben.
I would love that. I would love an Orimo, just like an R-rated Orimo. Where
we have episode 4.
Or Kuroneko Minami and Ayase and Saori Vagina, if she wants to, they can join in and they just hunt them down and murder them.
And Ayase finds them first.
And
murders them. So, he nuked all these bridges to be with his sister for like a year.
It was less than that. No, it was like 6 months or something.
Like fucking 6 months.
Yeah, because it was during Christmas they got together and they graduated that spring.
And then when he graduates, they go back to... They're going to be together, make out, probably have sex.
What?
He's going to fuck his sister. And then 6 months from now, they're going to go back to being brother and sister.
Sorry, no. I think they're going to attempt to go back to being the status quo.
And then fail.
Sister. I'm sure it will fail. Like, either something gets really awkward, they give in to each other's lust, which would suck.
Nothing is true, everything's permitted.
They have nothing waiting for them. They might as well move to another country. Like, they
move to fucking Alabama, where it's legal. Fuck.
They have nothing left. They destroyed everything.
Oh my god.
Destroyed
What is there to say?
Everything.
What is there to say?
What is there to say? The worst ending to any show
of any anime ever made.
Ever seen.
Fuck,
I had different stages of my hopes during that. My first stage at the beginning was like, oh, this is some elaborate plan for him to get together with like maybe Manami or Ayase or something.
Right.
Then I started really getting into what was happening. I'm like, this is no joke. All right, they're gonna pull like an Oniai or like a Dakara, whatever,
and say she's his
their
cousin.
cousins are adopted or something.
Then they don't.
And they never did up until the end. And then
they do that.
Right at the end, I'm like, you know what? Fine. You know what? Go all the way. Do it. Just be that one show.
And then they don't.
Be the next Yosuke no Sora, but bad. That just does it for real. And then they don't do that. They destroy everything.
That's worse.
They destroy all hope. It's only despair.
I loved Emo. It took an hour for it to just destroy every good memory I ever had about Emo.
2 seasons in OVA.
Whenever Emo comes up ever again, all they'll think of is this 1 hour. This 1 hour slow, rending, painful train wreck that we witnessed. Not the 24 episodes of goodness we saw before. No, we're gonna remember the words Emo ever come up ever again. All we'll recall is this. How impressive is that? How impressive is it for it to just burn to the ground that much goodwill in an hour?
If they wanted to make the show legendary in its own right, they did it. They succeeded. That's not the kind of legend I would want to be known by, though. That's like being known by the fucking Unabomber or something like, well, your name's... we know who you are.
The fucking Holocaust is legendary.
Terrible. Yeah, Holocaust. That's
fucking 9/11 is legendary. I'm not saying it's as bad, but it's close.
Wait, just for the American record, you just said Emo is almost as bad as 9/11.
I'd like to backstep from that previous comment.
You want to undo that? Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
But, I mean, in terms of anime history, it is our 9/11. In terms of anime.
Is it too early?
I mean, is that a good comparison for anime? I think it is.
Yeah,
I mean, let's... Okay, guys.
9/11 was...
Let's not get political. Let's talk about 9/11.
9/11 was 12 years ago, right?
Yeah, well...
2001?
2001.
Okay, so is 12 years too early? Is it too early?
No, it's fine. It's fine. So, this is going to get really stupid, and I'm going to feel stupid after I do this.
Sure.
After listening to this after the fact. But those towers took 70 years to build, 12 seconds to bring back down. Not really the same thing, but Emo took how many years to build? I'm say like 6-7 years. Took an hour to break it down. Then I started anime 9/11. I'm going on record. 9/11 is to America as Emo is to anime.
That's kind of horrible. It took 5 years.
5 years to build Emo?
Yeah.
Well, you know.
Oh god, the novel ended this year back in June.
I think he ends the same way too.
Anywho.
And then has a fucking gall to come back, and they're both in Akihabara. And he kisses Kirino on the cheek. And you pan up to a billboard that says, I can't be my sister, it's this cute. No sister can't be this cute. Then the show ends. Our lives are changed forever. Our anime watching lives are changed forever. We'll never forget that.
If you could go back in time,
remember where we were when we watched Emo.
When you first started watching anime, would you tell yourself to stop right there and just save yourself the pain and despair?
No, because then you wouldn't see Madoka.
True.
I wouldn't see Ichizone. I wouldn't see Jormungand. I wouldn't see Bakumatari. So no, those are worth it. I mean, if all I had to do was watch Emo again to see those shows again, yeah, I would definitely do it. But it'd be a painful, scarring experience, which it was. It was. I mean, you watched anime a lot longer than I have. I'm watching anime for reals.
Yeah.
want to say anime. I've watched anime since probably like 2007. For real, since 2009.
Mm-hmm.
It is that 1 hour anime is the worst anime I've ever seen in my life. Ever. What would you say?
Oh, it was easily the worst ending and the most destructive, like, self-destructive anime I've ever seen.
Right. Which is fucking impressive.
And the thing is, like, I don't want to say it's the worst anime I've ever seen because I have to look back at the good times.
It's hard to now.
It's hard
to.
But no, I will definitely say it is the single worst ending and single most self-destructive anime I've ever seen in my life.
I can't see of an ending. George came up with a way that made that ending even worse, which fucking blew my mind.
Oh, the parents.
Imagine if the parents were brother and sister. That's the only way to make it worse. So
that'd be like
now some anime has something to shoot for. So God bless them.
But it's like, look back on it. You watched Yusuke no Sora, right?
I love Yusuke no Sora.
How did that show do it, but not make everyone hate it?
Well, here's the thing. The main character had the presence of mind to be ashamed of himself. He was never really... He didn't go into this thing...
Did it help that he boned 4 girls before his sister?
It's his
In
own...
alternate parallel
Maybe, it's his
universes?
own arc, but it's his own arc. That's the thing. It's the fact of the matter is that he was not exactly, like, looking forward to this. He gave in. And also his friends had the presence of mind to be disgusted in him.
Yeah.
It also almost made sense because the thing is that Sora... No, what's the name of the girl? I'm looking it up. Right now. Because Sora's a guy.
Yeah.
I forgot the name.
Know this.
No, Sora's a girl. Haru's a guy. Haru's a guy.
Are you? Oh, yeah, you're right.
Sora was in and out of hospital so long, they never really got to have that brother-sister relationship.
Yeah.
Kirino and Kyosuke were always there together. They lived, they grew up together. Sora was always in hospital that he never really saw her as a sister, honestly.
Sure.
So it was almost easier to stomach that way.
But you're right. He was definitely ashamed of it. Everyone was disgusted of it, and he didn't.
When they were in the doing it in the goddamn hallway of the door, and their friends walked in.
They definitely
jaw dropping.
They definitely weren't discussing it with their friends beforehand and burning bridges. Sure, they burnt the bridges. Well, they didn't burn the bridges. The bridges found them and burned down.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, and they had the presence of mind to get the fuck out of there afterwards. They moved out. Like, whoa.
Yeah, it's just like it was also where we show all around than this OVA was.
Yeah. Well, still a weird show.
Goddamn.
Anyways, no one listening to this should ever watch Orinoi Moto ga Kono ni Koi.
You probably will.
My sister,
Or
sister
no.
can't possibly be.
What you should do is watch seasons 1 and 2. Don't watch the OVAs. It's easier that way. You probably won't, but I'm telling you.
You see all the signs early on, and you just you deny it. Yeah. You don't want it to be real.
I mean, it's very vague, a little.
It's vague, but it's like, when do they cross the border between he wants a bonus sister and he cares for his sister a lot as a sister?
Right. I never saw that.
And that's
I didn't see that.
That's the line. Is like
I think when Kirino asked him to pretend to be his boyfriend for her work, that was bad.
It's pretty bad.
The fact he agreed, that was bad. The fact Kirino got mad at him when he declined it first.
I think the most Jimmy rustling part was when she had a fake boyfriend, just to see how much he cared.
Right.
And then he got, I think he said he was going with Chronicles, and she really cared. That's when I got really kind of rustled.
Yeah. We have a friend who we told him, don't watch the OVA. He did it anyway. He finished the show just to do it anyway. So this might have the opposite effect, honestly.
Maybe. I don't know.
But we're on record saying, do not watch or Emo Season 2 OVA. Do not do it. You'd be better off for it.
Yeah.
If I could unwatch this show, I would. But I can't.
But then if you unwatch the show, you didn't know it happened, then you might go watch it anyways because you're interested, and then you would fall into the repeating cycle.
I watch OVAs like that, so probably not.
Oh.
I'd watch the Season 1 OVAs.
Okay.
I can't see why I watch season 2 OVAs. Why I watch anime, I move season to season. I hardly ever go back to a show I've already seen.
I think the thing with those OVAs, though, is that those OVAs end the show. You can't say you finish a show without seeing the OVAs. Like, seeing an OVA special, like Senran Kagura OVA, where it's just, like, fan service shit, like, that's one thing. But having OVA, like, it's like watching the Hanekawa, like, OVAs. Those were kind of considered OVAs.
Important.
Because they are the ending to the show.
Then don't watch show ever, don't watch show at all. Just don't even go down that path then. Because, yeah, it's just...
Anyways, we've talked quite some time for this. We finally wrapped everything
up. You want
up.
to give it a grade?
We, F.
F minus.
F minus.
Okay.
We're 10 minutes from 6 hours here. I don't want to see that timer go at 6 because...
As of right now, it is 12:26 a.m. 56 a.m. We started around like 4 p.m. So
No, we started at 5.
5 p.m.
Yeah.
So
any last words, Matt and Mike?
Kuroko no Basuke Season 2 looks cool.
Looks great.
I'm looking forward to Kill la Kill and all its weird anime glory.
I'm looking forward to it too.
Freezing does not suck too much.
I hope not too. I hope Freezing just gets rid of the plot.
Yeah. And where the fuck's High School of the Dead Season 2? I'm gonna keep asking.
Wow.
I think it's that show and Full Metal Panic are the two shows that people really want to know where the rest of it is.
And Haruhi.
Well, Haruhi got some shit.
Okay.
I don't know. At least it got a second.
Or K-On! College.
I would watch K-On! College.
But yeah, I mean, I know we've said some horrible things in the past half hour, but keep watching anime. That's all I can say. Keep watching anime.
Alright, this has been us from the Critical D. Hell yeah.
God bless.
God bless. And we will see you guys in 3 months.
Yeah, I guess so.
Alright, leave comments and stuff. Feel free. We will answer them. Thank you.
Press the subscribe button down here. Subscribe, like us on Facebook, dig us on Dig.
Oh, yeah. Facebook might have a subscribe.
Give us some karma on Reddit.
Reddit. If I ever saw this on Reddit, I'd
I'd be
flip something.
ashamed. Okay.
Yeah. Alright, later.
Watch anime.